electric.
Dangerous games. We're playing dangerous games. Dangerous games. We're playing dangerous games. Behind these walls, the truth you'll find. These rooms where secrets lie. Amidst the dark, we'll find some light. But we're running out of time. We're talking dangerous games. 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 Dangerous games.
It's personal, Saturdays, prime time, baby. Grinding, you don't see me on the sideline, baby. The man, know you see me got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. But my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. But my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline, it's like both well and genuine. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. But this is where the story ends. This is where the story ends. Oh, this is where the story ends. Oh, this is where the story ends. Don't know how to comprehend. It's something that we can't defend. Oh, much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah. You can see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying on mine, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah.
What I believe in, I just do. You say you love me, but is it true? You keep lying, cheating, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, having the person I do. Oh, it just feels so good. Oh, it just feels so good. Keep lying, cheating, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, having the person I do. Oh, it just feels so good.
I've been dreaming, I've been stuck since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. I've been dreaming. I've been stuck. Looking at the ceiling.
那这样第一出往前还是往后，看起来有点进退两难。这里敏智直接杀到 PSG 的脸上了，交了一个惊人，这是队友想保他保得住吗？这里刷出去又是一波沉顿的输出，这里胜败卷了一个大局，但是完全没有队友能跟上伤害。空月这个时候在一个破心者从这时候后排拿了一个3连杀。
I think for Helpix to win, they really need to find some poke with the Ziggs.
They're on it.
Oh, I thought. Oh. Anyway, there is a lot of CC. draft will be coming through. Rooted up will ICU be, but here comes the three-man, and it's followed by a three-man counter-strike. Lakai back onto this back line. God JJ just getting absolutely ran down. Although it's going to be Lakai getting low, he just turns around, counter-strike, going to take down Xingbai, looking to take down Kazma. This should mean a very simple Baron.
开始发电喽！
再发，
再发电！665要往前追了，看出来他是选择要做开战的。这次的前线是直接牵到了一队友没有跟上，他队友没办法来，他这边直接死了。
大哥，
队友跟不了来了，水晶灵跟了，过了墙还有机会狙击分。等于是飞弹傻要抓住后把分交的闪现，但是他还有过来效果一个狙击过来中了水晶灵，拿下了 double kill。
好像要回家哎，家里要爆炸啦！
突过来，这边位置又是打了起来，击剑这一抓，
还回来，
留到了665被留住，火波连击只能交，当然等于是飞弹打后排，但对面的人已经拉扯走了。16的位置很尴尬，交了一个闪现，就算之后位移还是被击杀。正面位置孤傻是成功逃跑了，在草丛里面实验室留到了水精灵，此时 Zyber 当大王，超级无敌了，
用浴室的撞人吗？
准备坐车过来。 Zyber， 你再撑一下，真正的 Zyber 来了 ，Zyber 倒了，但 Zyber 开车的司机来了，他撞起一个人，然后再飞过来绑住对手，预示着也增加了助攻，只有支援过来的呼下杀掉对面 AD， 也让水精灵没有机会回到中路的位置，
这才是真正的玩命关头啊！这把巴龙的地形是会隔一个走廊出来。 另外边则是一个绕后的机会，这里阿志跟俊佳同时进场来恶意收购，收到3个人，效果非常好。再一个球力卷到4个，是谁配的反打？一键进场，这是一个天上降模组，看见阿志走不太掉，突然一波0换3。那这一波来看一下，哦，一键的 TP， 哇，他是在关灯前一瞬间踢下来的。
对，这边比较奇怪的是，他们打起来可能太混乱了，加上欧迪尔那个圈圈，让队友没有看到那颗球哦。
俊佳是不是关到自己人的灯了？
much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah, in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. You can see it in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah, in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah.
那这样第一组往前还是往后，看起来有点进退两难。这里敏智直接杀到 PSG 的脸上了，交了一个惊人，这是队友想保他保得住吗？这里刷出去又是一波沉顿的输出，这里胜败卷了一个大局，但是完全没有队友能跟得到伤害。空月这个时候在一个破心者重置的时候后排拿了一个3连杀。
I think for Helpix to win, they really need to find some poke with the 6.
They're on it.
Oh, I thought. Ooh. Anyway, there is a lot of CC. Edge draft will be coming through. Rooted up will ICU be, but here comes the 3-man, and it's followed by a 3-man Counter-Strike. Lakai back onto this back line. God JJ just getting absolutely ran down. Although it's going to be Lakai getting low, he just turns around. Counter-Strike going to take down Xingbai, looking to take down Kazma. This should mean a very simple Baron.
开始发电喽！
再发再发，
再发电！665要往前追了，看出来他是选择要做开战的。这次的前线是直接牵到了一阵队友没有跟上，他队友没办法来，他这边直接死了。
大哥，
队友跟不了，来了，水晶领跟了，过了墙还有机会狙击分。等于是飞弹傻要抓住后排，分交的闪现身上还有过来效果一个狙击过来中了水晶领，拿下了 double kill。
好像要回家哎，家里要爆炸啦！
突过来，这边位置又是打了起来，击剑这一抓，还回来留到了665，665又被留住，火波连击只能交，当然等于是飞弹撒后排，但对面的人已经拉扯走了。16的位置很尴尬，交了一个闪现，就算之后位移还是被击杀。这边位置孤小是成功逃跑，而在草丛里面飞住留到了水精灵。此时 Driver 当大王，超级无敌了，
用浴室的撞人吗？
准备坐车过来。Driver 你再撑一下，真正的 Driver 来了 ，Driver 倒了，但 Driver 开车的司机来了，他撞起一个人。然后再飞过来绑住对手，
有枪法，有枪法，
也增加了助攻，最后自怪的呼下杀掉对面 AD，也让水精灵没有机会回到中路的位置，
这才是真正的玩命关头啊！就把巴龙的地形是会隔一个走廊出来，另外一边则是一个绕后的机会，这里阿志跟俊佳同时进场来恶意收购，收到3个人，效果非常好，再一个球力卷到4个，这是 AP 的反打。一键进场，这是一个天上降模组，看见阿志走不太掉，突然一波0换3， 那这一波来看一下，哦，一键的 TP， 哇，他是在关灯前一瞬间踢下来的。
对，这边比较奇怪的是，他们打起来可能太混乱了，加上欧迪尔那个圈圈，让队友没有看到那颗球哦。
晋家是不是关到自己人的灯了？
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to week number 3 of the spring split of the PCS, of course, brought to you by Carry International and Riot Games. I, again, will be your host, Veshian, and alongside me, it will once again be Lo.
Yeah, coming in hot with the top-of-the-table clash on a new patch today.
Yeah, we'll be on 14.2 today, which is quite exciting, but I think, honestly, you'd have to agree, what's more exciting than that is going to be our first matchup of the week. Probably the matchup of the week to watch because two undefeated teams.
Frank. Frank looked amazing against PSG. They had a bit of a stumble in Game 2, but they brought it back, put in Pretender for Game 3, and he had a crazy performance.
Yeah, on Oriana.
Yeah.
And I think importantly, obviously, new patch 14.2 means there are quite a lot of changes to which champions have been buffed and nerfed and whatnot. So maybe even seeing a different meta. I know Israel quite strong at the moment, so maybe even seeing something like the Israel Karma, something akin to that. Maybe a little bit less priority on the likes of the Varus and other of those lane bully champions, as Israel tends to deal with them a lot better. So I think that'll be exciting to watch because not being the biggest fan of the current bot lane meta.
Yeah, we've actually seen a lot of Leonas and Nautilus in the bot lane.
Yeah.
Ezreal doing really well into those champions. So, yeah, I imagine if we have Ezreal players, which most ADCs do, we'll be seeing a lot of Ezreal, I reckon. He got, I think it was a total of like 70% AD added onto his abilities. So, yeah, big buff.
Yeah, pretty crazy. So, definitely exciting to watch. And, I mean, more importantly for me, when we look towards this first matchup, of course, between Frank and Beyond, who, you have it there on your screens, are currently tied for first with a 3-0 record. Really, really important because, honestly, it's hard to tell which team's better now because Frank have taken on PSG, who are still, in my opinion, the best team in the league. Obviously, they did lose to Frank, but I think that was sort of a couple of mistakes that are definitely going to be avoidable in the future.
Yeah, they got leads. They got leads in just about every game. But
and just a couple of crucial mistakes in the mid-game sort of put them behind. But I do think they're still the toughest team in our region. And Frank obviously taking them down. Maybe I'm even starting to favor Frank a little bit. And I think importantly as well is I was watching Jiang's stream. He was streaming on Twitch yesterday, the day before. And that guy is so insane at the game.
Yeah.
Like watching him play Camille and what he can do on those sort of carry top lane champions gets me really, really excited for this matchup because obviously Driver, now having a bit of a quiet split thus far, Driver has traditionally been the best top laner in the region. And then obviously I've harped on about that multiple times. So I think that is a matchup that I'm very excited to see. Jiang yet to lose a 1v1. Driver, I believe, also yet to lose a 1v1.
Yeah.
So we might even see the tiebreaker between that matchup too, depending if all things go as we expect.
Yeah, hopefully Udir's banned.
Yeah, for sure. And on your screen, obviously, it is Frank versus Beyond, and then PSG versus West Point coming in to the second game of the day. Now, that one does feel like it should be one-sided, but really West Point, it's up to them now to prove they can contend to eventually be a part of that top 4. Maybe not top 4, but at least get to the playoffs, because obviously to do that, just top 6 is needed. So you just really have to beat out one team, which looks like J-Team or Hellpigs are pretty much who you have to do it against.
Yeah, pretty much just looking to outperform probably just the Hellpigs, right?
Yeah.
Hellpigs definitely looking like the weakest team, but they might also be able to just capitalize on J-Team off to a really slow start, as we've got the recap.
Damn, LeBlanc looking strong.
The previous patch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think everything here is what we really saw. Oriana actually, after Ashe got let through in the J-Team vs Hellpig series, Oriana became the highest presence champion in the region. So obviously playing 12 games, losing 8 of them. Other than that, a lot of bans going towards her. Varus, 4-14. Now, admittedly, a lot of the times Varus did lose was because the weaker team, the team you expect to lose, were playing it. But still, I think that champion left a lot to be desired a lot of the time. And then LeBlanc was just pretty much abysmal the whole time.
I think once we started seeing Varus picked by the stronger teams, he put out some really good performances. When he was picked by Frank, PSG, even DCG had a few really good Varus performances. Yeah, so the score is maybe a bit deceptive, definitely.
Yeah, for sure.
4-14. Lucian, not deceptive, I think. 9 wins, 1 loss. That's a very strong pick right now.
Yeah, it was extremely dominant, as was the Rumble. And the Rumble, I think it was 7-2. One of those losses was a very near win for DCG. And so, I mean, the Rumble, very, very strong pick. Did receive some nerfs on the latest patch, so maybe we'll see it sort of a little bit weaker. And we have got our 1v1. I've had word it's going to be Driver vs Jiang, so one of these players is going to lose their perfect record in the 1v1, as well as them are going to lose their perfect record in terms of their best of 3s heading in towards sort of the playoffs time. And there you are, the ultimate 1v1 match we're looking for.
driving force versus the sword. That's crazy. That's hype. That's hype. Let's get this.
Was it Driver who recalled into the fog?
No, that was Gory. That was Gory. Driver hasn't lost yet.
Oh, okay.
Driver's yet to lose. Remember, he played the Poppy up against the...
Oh, right.
Yeah,
that was ridiculous. Volley Bear.
The Volley Bear. Yeah. It's like, oh, the Volley Bear should just win this. Or maybe Poppy's going to look to ult him out of the ring. And no, just solo killed him twice. And
yeah, just beat him straight up in lane. Neither of us were expecting that at all.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, there you go. 1v1 records. 2-0 for Driver. 3-0 for Jiang. Obviously, he did play against Gory when he recalled into the Fox, so a little bit deceptive in some ways, but Driver also does have more solo kills in lane.
Jiang on a different champ every time.
Yeah, but he still wins on them all, so, I mean, that makes it hard to ban for him, right?
Yeah.
We'll see, though. I don't know if we'll see the same champions or not. I doubt. Maybe Driver will play the Poppy. That looked extremely strong.
Yeah, and he picked it blind, right?
Yeah, he always picked blind.
So maybe he was leaving the Volley Bear up. We see Volley Bear banned a lot, so maybe he was leaving it up expecting a Volley Bear.
Rengar, Darius, will it be the Jax? That's all three of the champs Young played.
Yeah.
Oh, Aurelia. Riven. Oh, he's a Riven one trick. Okay, this is hype.
Yeah. Riven versus Kennen.
So, little context. Obviously, this is Jiang's rookie season. He was before a one trick on the Riven. He played in Korean solo queue and was one of the top ranked players on the server.
Yeah.
And so this is exciting. We get to see him in the 1v1. I hope to see it in an actual game.
Yeah, we might see it. I think it's a counter to Darius or something, so I don't know if we'll see some Darius. I have to imagine this is Kennen favored, though. Kennen known for being a really strong laner. Surely
you can just get Merc Treads and then you're pretty fine. Like Merc Treads, Hex Drinker, if you can get those two, you probably aren't dying to Kennen.
Yeah. Oh, I'd be surprised if he went AP Kennen.
Yeah, but even so, he's got Grass, so he's definitely not going AP. But, okay.
Driver getting the best of these trades.
Yeah, I think that's normal, though. I think it's like, Jiang shouldn't really have kill pressure till level 6, you wouldn't think?
Yeah.
Doesn't have Ignite.
Got Snowball Flash. We've usually seen the Ignite barrier do better than the Snowball Flash as he misses the stun.
He does. He gets the barrier out, though, but honestly, before anything can really happen, the barrier should be up.
Yeah. Just uses it to have a more favorable trade.
Yeah. Jiang doing well, though. Pushing this wave in, getting pretty much every single minion. I'm kind of surprised he went bone plating.
On Riven?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess it's blind.
Yeah, but I think you blind pick, but you get to see the matchup before it loads in. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works because you want to be able to do runes and whatnot. Okay, now it's looking a bit more tough, but honestly, with how much gold you get from these minions, I would suspect that he has enough to go get Merc Treads. I think the lane will get a lot easier from that point.
Nice little stun just before Driver touches him with his E, but Driver's laning looking really strong. Still has a potion.
Yeah, I think we'll just see both of them recall here. Driver will push it in, get his recall, although it's not very easy for this Kennen to push in. Doesn't have all that much damage.
Yeah. Probably too big of a wave for Riven to fight into.
I just noticed Driver's got a bit of a garage sale in terms of items. He's got a bit of AP, bit of AD, bit of health.
I wonder what that Ruby Crystal is doing.
Well, I don't know about in this. Maybe Riftmaker, but honestly, or Anathemas.
I'd be surprised.
Anathemas, probably.
I feel like you just die with Anathemas still, right?
Nah, the CC's good, of course, and then, moreover than that, taking less damage from Riven. She kind of is just an all-in champ until gets quite a few items online.
Driver might have a hard time getting this in. He has a level up, though.
I'm surprised Young's gone for the Vamp Scepter.
Yeah. Cool. So good with that Riven W range.
Yeah,
ult comes out from Driver.
And Ignite. Young's also going to pop the ult. He's extremely low.
Unreasonable amount of damage. This is before he's even recalled.
Yeah, Jiang should be fine now, though, of course.
Driver just staying. Down to base.
Up a lot of CS.
Walks in. Snowball.
Damn, Driver is crazy at playing around his range.
Yeah.
sheer focus on that man's face.
Yeah. Jiang looking pretty relaxed.
So it's all in the day's work. He's just putting in a shift right now. Honestly, CS is staying relatively the same. Jiang looking for another recall. I assume he's going for a Hydra.
That must be W max on Kennen.
Yeah, maybe. I'd assume so, because you're not really building AP, so the trades with the passive auto attack as well as W probably more effective.
Ooh. Breeds for, I think it was 2 plates. Yeah, Jung's...
Oh, if that snowball landed.
Jung's done a really good job of just keeping up in CS somehow. This lane's looked horrible.
Riven 1 tricks, they always manage. Yeah, it is the Anathemas.
Really? Okay.
I think the damage reduction, CC, we're both really good. And Jiang hasn't bought Merc Treads, so...
Right, it reduces the tenacity of the guy you're hitting, right?
Yeah.
Or the guy you have marked. Yeah.
And there's only one man to mark. Jiang's got kind of a little smirk on his face. I wonder if he's cooking. This is intense, man.
Yeah.
I don't know. What is Jiang building? I assume it's going to be the Hydra. The Ravenous Hydra.
Yeah?
Gives him an auto attack reset, which of course will feel nice on Riven, but...
Yeah.
Does it? I mean, it means you really are extremely squishy. Kennen, quite the opposite.
Yeah, and I can't imagine the game goes long enough for the wave clear to really matter.
Yeah, for sure.
Man, with no damage items built, he's just still chunking this Riven.
Yeah, definitely. It's the grass, so a little bit of extra damage there, of course, but... Alright, it is the Hydra. Gonna lose a lot of health to this tower, though. Driver might just end up picking it up through the tower.
But Demolish as well.
Yeah.
Seems like he had a game plan.
You probably wouldn't have seen it. Oh, Jiang's got onto him, though. This could be dangerous. Snowball, have to watch out for that. Flash, barrier's gonna be used. Out comes the ult. Slicing Maelstrom will deny Jiang's ability to chase on further. As I was going to say, though, last year we saw Rest play Kennen, and he played it with... This was back when we had Demonic, of course. He went Heartsteel first with Grasp, Demolish, all that, into Demonic, and it was like... It was crazy, the things that champion was doing.
Really?
Yeah, it was disgusting.
Wow, I remember Kennen being meta for a bit, but I don't remember the spicy tank.
Yeah, no, that was a PCS special. That was a Rest special there. Wait, is Jiang just...
Is he just going to kill the tower?
Wait, is he actually just going to win through tower?
Oh, no.
He's got so much lifesteal from this Ravenous Hydra. He is. Oh, one auto.
Oh, he's a genius.
Just like that.
He's a genius. Oh, he flips his camera.
Oh, no, Driver. This is the second time he's done that. This time for a different reason.
No way.
I didn't expect it to end like that, but... Hey, well played to Jiang.
Yeah, just sees a full tank Kennen and hits the tower in his face.
Yeah,
fair enough.
Yeah, had the lifesteal there, so if he was ever worried, he just auto-attacks the wave with that Ravenous Hydra and he's going to heal up nice and good. But, yeah, Frank winning out. Jiang being the success story there, and Driver, he's still living in the past. He is not impressed with what occurred yesterday. Or maybe it was earlier today, who knows.
No, you got to be upset about that one.
Yeah.
I don't think he expected that at all.
Yeah, he wishes he picked Poppy again.
Yeah.
All right. There you have it. Jimmy will be the starting mid laner here for Frank in at least the first game of the series. Of course, may change as the series progresses. Pretender coming in for game number 3 against PSG looked really good, so I don't think you don't really feel any less confident having Jimmy versus Pretender at this stage.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like they just maybe swap Pretender in once they take a loss and just get a different look at the draft and playstyle.
I was going to say, yeah. So, I mean, in their first series, they played with Pretender first, and then they've kind of just played with a different player first every series, but I think it is just based on the playstyle their team wants to look towards. And notably against BYG, I think Pretender and 1116 are very similar in playstyle. I think both of them prefer to be more facilitatory.
Yeah, control mages.
Yeah. They both like their Nico. They both in the past loved their Annie as well as, of course, the LeBlancs. And so I think these two players, more so than any other mid laner in the region, are very, very sort of similar in their champion picks, their play style and whatnot. And so I think having Jimmy in against 116 makes a lot of sense because he's able to counterpick and find a punish for these control mages, the likes of the Akali, the Yone, Azir, even if you want to just scale and prove yourself in the team fight. So definitely like it. There on your screen, of course, is BYG. Also looked really strong. I think Husha has looked like one of the best junglers in the region. Feng's looked really, really strong down in bot lane on those AD carries. Driver, really, he's just been playing tanks. Hope we get to see some more carries out of him, but...
Yeah, I mean, we've seen how strong his lane phase is.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see. I mean, just it comes down to really how the draft looks and whatnot. But at least for now, you're pretty happy with 116 and Feng being your damage because so far they've done a fantastic job. You haven't lost a single series, only lost a single game, I believe, which was up against CFO, and that's a pretty decent record.
Yeah, I believe they started the season with just a statement win over CFO.
Yeah.
See if they can keep it going. Frank has taken the top spot from them temporarily, just on points, but they have their chance to take it back here.
We will see. Excited, of course, Driver versus Jiang. We get to see it in the actual game now. I hope we see a Riven, but I don't really know where it fits into a draft. It's kind of the problem.
Yeah, I imagine it would just have to be an amazing matchup. So we're going to see their stats.
Oh, Driver be forward in his lane. I'm not too surprised about that because quite often we see Driver just push his lane in and then immediately look for a proxy, just proxying a wave. I think we even saw him execute one time to proxy the wave. Just proxied it, executed to get a fast recall. I believe that was in week number 1. And I mean, it is actually quicker to go back that way if you're sort of level 1 to 4. So definitely a smart player.
Yeah, maybe Driver a little bit more prioritized by his team in draft. He's getting a lot of Udyr Rumbles and Cassante. Champs usually picked up really early in the rotation.
Yeah, but I also think that's because Frank preferred to sort of hide some other things till later. Unless there are just the power picks open, of course, like the Rumble. Now,
Ash banned away makes sense.
That still
ban
remains
is surprising.
That's just a ban against Kaiwing. Kaiwing, probably his best champ is the Nautilus, so may as well not let him have it. May as well just take it away. He so far has not played a single enchanter. I believe he's the only support thus far that hasn't played a ranged support, so it does feel like Frank are a little bit limited in terms of their team compositions based on that alone.
Yeah, same strategy PSG went for. PSG went for the Nautilus ban, but they will go for a Varus ban to follow it. Kalista and Lucian both open. I imagine Frank will leave one of those champs up here.
Feng has played a lot of Kalista, but if you take your mind back to last week, it was DCG against BYG who really worked out what to do against it. The Vi, the Rumble, just a lot of follow-up meant that Kalista never actually had the opportunity to truly play the game. And so I don't even know if we'll see a Kalista ban based on at least what we saw last week. Nico banned away from 116 makes a whole lot of sense. It's looked like his best champion thus far. Other than that, we've seen him play things like the LeBlanc, like the Orianna. While having impact, of course, doesn't look as strong as his Nico, so get rid of that.
See if they decide to ban one of the ADCs. I don't imagine they will. I think you probably want to trade Kalista for Lucian. Oh, they'll give up the Lucian to Frank.
Yeah, you have to expect... Well, maybe they're just sort of betting on the idea that Kaiwing won't play an Enchanter. Because, again, thus far he's yet to, so...
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe they'll pick away the Milio first rotation. There's always the Nami to pair with the Lucian, though.
For sure. I mean, Lucian first pick makes a whole lot of sense. Feng has looked fantastic on that champ. Definitely don't want to give it over. Now, importantly, of course, remember, Ezreal is quite strong now.
Yeah,
so we could just see an Ezreal. I don't actually think it does that well into the Lucian. Well, yes, it remains safe. It does give over a lot of lane priority to Lucian. And kind of, if you're just releasing Lucian Milio around the map, it can feel a bit scary. Senna, the current hover, could look for something like a Seraphine Senna, a Tom Senna, something like that.
Senna is a very high priority pick in the LPL and LCK. It's drawing first rotation bans all the time. And we've got one here in the... Oh, they're actually going for Nami maybe over Millia.
Yeah.
Nocturne is open. And looks pretty good into both team comps as well.
Yeah, I expect if we're going to see Nocturne, it's more likely that BYG pick it up, but...
Yeah, if Frank pick it, then you kind of let them pick the Tahm Kench.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see what they opt in for. It was the Milio eventually. the choice for the Lucian bot lane. Now, do we take a jungler here? We could take a jungler. We could take something like the Cassante or one of these tanks. Udyr, of course, as well.
Open. Yeah.
I hope to see Jiang on something more carry-orientated, even just the Jax, because he's looked really good thus far, especially considering it's his rookie performance. And Jimmy on the Azir, definitely something you do like to see.
Yep.
Will it be answered with a Corki? Because there is a good chance it can be, but then you're giving over the opportunity to fans here.
They've locked Ori.
Oh, true. Yeah, true.
Yep.
Oh, true. Yeah. Oh, notably, yeah. How did I not see that? Anyway.
So maybe a Tahm Kench here, but do you know the lane I've seen most with Senna has been Nautilus?
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's banned.
Yeah, so maybe Beyond or Sad, they banned the Nautilus. I've seen a lot of TP Nautilus bot lane.
Okay.
Though,
seen a lot of Seraphine with it too.
Though I think these Senna bot lanes were a lot stronger when you could both go the support item.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the time you're falling behind in CS anyway. As a Tahm Kench or Nautilus or Leona or whatever, trying to last it, you're just going to fall behind anyway, so you could pick up the support item. Not a very good strategy anymore.
No, yeah. Got pretty much eliminated from the game.
Yeah.
Second rotation of the bans. Junglers could be something to target. Maokai being the first ban suggests that will be their plan. On the other side, I mean, same. You can do the same if you want. Ban away the Vi, something that obviously can get onto the Lucian. Banning Vi, banning Nocturne.
Nocturne makes sense.
Makes Lucian's job a whole lot easier.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually really like the Vi Nocturne ban if they go for the Vi here. And it looks like banning maybe teamfight junglers from Beyond.
Yeah, I mean, Rel, Sejuani, those would make a lot of sense. If you're banning the Maokai and you're scared of these utility junglers, I think Rel would be the obvious next choice, because at least thus far there's no real synergy with the Sejuani permafrost. So, yep, they do ban the Rel. Now, will Vi be the answer? It should be, I think. I think that's the only jungler left that you're really scared of getting onto your Lucian with any form of consistency.
Yeah. So, problem is, though, you ban Vi, they pick Viego. I guess you've still got Lee Sin or something, but you don't really want to be a Lee Sin in Frank's comp, I don't think.
I think you can be, but I don't think you need to be by any stretch of the imagination. Now, there is still, again, Sejuani, who, while you would rather have some synergy, it doesn't necessarily need it, right? You can still play it without it. Viego does remain open if the Zinzal's picked up. Lee Sin, obviously, one of Gemini's signature champions, so it wouldn't be too sad to see that again. He's played it once before, looked really good, so...
Yeah.
Still definitely options. This is also a lot of early... Oh, and Poppy. Yeah, how could I forget? Now, admittedly, there isn't that many dashes. You can cancel the Xin, which actually sort of chokeholds him as a champion in many ways.
Yeah, and it looks like they want the Xin carrying the ball for Orianna this game. So stopping him might actually have a lot of value. Cassante picked up a pretty good blind. It does give your opponent a pretty good Jax pick.
True.
And we've seen Jax run away with games.
Yeah, and on the patch, Gwen has actually just received buffs. Now, she's already strong enough, but received buffs to make her even stronger. So we could even see Driver pick something like that up. You do have Orianna, but you're not that sad to have double AP with an Orianna.
No, I think you've got enough physical damage.
Yeah, for sure. Senna, Tahm does a lot. Zinzal, of course, does a lot.
Yeah.
Now, two tanks, it's Poppy and Cassante will eventually be the lock-ins. Gwen's the cover, makes a whole lot of sense. I don't see why you wouldn't pick it. The only thing that is a concern, of course, is now you are lacking a little bit in terms of engage, but you don't have to play for engage. You can play for the split, you can play for flanks. The Zinzal with a ball on it can sort of make it work, and you have a lot of safety and range within the Senna Tahm, so...
Yeah, when you are winning the split, you're not too worried about engage. The problem you might struggle with, though, is the Senna Tahm might just be sitting ducks for Lucian as he gets 2-3 items, and you don't have something to engage back onto him when he's dashing aggressively. Yeah, you're just going to eat a lot of chunks without being able to trade it back.
Yeah, now admittedly, Tahm with that thick skin does just heal back a lot of that damage anyway, and Senna sustaining the kit, of course, on that Q, so there are ways around it. And you are on a timer, of course. If Gwen's just winning the side lane, you're eventually going to have to do something to alleviate that pressure, be it start an objective or go send your jungler down there to help out, which, by the way, Poppy and Cassante don't have a whole lot of pressure onto Gwen anyway.
No, that's a good point, yeah. The Poppy Cassante will have a really hard time killing Gwen. Once she gets an item or two online, she's probably winning the 2v1.
Probably the 2-item, 3-item mark will be, like 1 item, you can still take her down, especially because junglers tend to get their items before the top laners if all things go sort of as you'd expect, just by nature of the price of the items.
Yeah, and then once we're at 3-4 items, forget it.
Yeah, pretty much, But we'll see. I mean, both of these teams currently sit undefeated.
Yeah.
After today's best of 3, we will crown ourselves a solid first place in the PCS. They'll have a record of 4-0.
Yeah, and both teams would have done it going through very strong competition in PSG and CFO for Frank and Beyond, respectively. I'm trying to pick which comp I like more, and I'm having a hard time deciding.
Yeah,
this Gwen could cause headaches.
Yeah, I think I still do somewhat prefer... Well, I think I prefer Frank's a little bit. And sort of the reason for that is Senna is your main DPS, outside of Gwen, of course. But the Gwen's not going to have that easier time getting onto the back line. And if she's on the back line, you don't have anyone to kill the front line. And so a lot of it's going to come down to this map rotation and map movement of Driver and obviously Husha and how he can play around it. Whereas I think the just straight up 5v5 for Frank is just a lot stronger. You know, playing front to back, you love it. You have 2 tanks, you have a Nazir and a Lucian, that's heaps of damage. Whereas, you have to get a lot more creative for the side of BYG. So while I don't think any team comp is particularly winning, I think Frank's is a lot easier to execute on.
PTA, Lucian
also,
over
the
first
new
strike.
runes. Oh, we didn't even touch on the new runes.
Oh, right. Yeah, so HP scaling for everyone but Lucian.
Yeah. And then on the other side,
Frank,
it's all flat.
All flat. I think I like that more. I really like the flat HP for the laning.
Yeah.
It does get outscaled at about level 7. But those early levels, you know, you can really get a lot of value out of having the extra HP.
Yeah, for sure. It is about 55 extra at level 1. Now, Driver, he's going to look to invade. Starting with that snip.
Yep.
Finding himself a good amount of damage there onto Jiang, but nothing that sort of important.
You know, it's not ruin the lane or anything, but it's going to be more of that.
Oh, Eminem uses the same skin as me, so he's the best 80 carry currently in the league.
Which skin was it? I didn't see.
Prestige. What's that? The Prestige one. I forget what it's actually called.
Those Prestige skins have wordy names.
Yeah, no, they have like 3-4 words in it, and you know, it's the Prestige Lucian one. Now, there's only one of them.
So we haven't seen the Senna before, but the Lucian we have seen and has been an incredibly strong pick. We'll see if the Senna Tom Kench can match it.
Yeah, and as per most Lucian lanes, you are losing level 1, of course. Senna has more range, has a heal as well, so it is a little bit scary. But yeah, Tom doing a nice job of getting himself this CS early. Stay true, of course. Piloting that. It is, I think, the other time we saw was actually Kaiwing playing it, so...
Yeah, it was into the Nocturne Orianna combo. It looked really strong.
Varus. We'll see how they do.
As neither jungler looking for anything yet, Gemini is here for his patented minute 3 bot lane flank.
He's had a bit of a wild jungle path here. He's gone, I believe it was Blue Wolves, Red Krugs.
Yeah. I think maybe he's going to path up to Raptors and try wrap around bot lane.
Yeah, we might see a little bit of a scuffle over this bottom side crab. Now, there's still about 10 seconds off spawning, so Gemini should be able to finish up this Raptor camp. And yeah, we might have a little bit of a scuffle.
Orianna with big prio mid, though.
Yeah, for sure. And should keep it, although Jimmy trading back, definitely low on mana, but so is 116. Gemini actually might have just not been seen, although...
Can he fight this in here? I don't think so.
For sure not.
No. Prio in both lanes, mid and bot for Beyond. Means that fight is very risky. He's going to see if he can get a flash or something, but...
Just a bit of damage. And even that alleviates some pressure from Jimmy and allows him to get this wave and look for a recall.
Expected that the Orianna has shove and a little bit of a lead in trades early game, but Jimmy's doing a good job just keeping up in CS.
Husha? Yeah.
Going for the double crab.
Yep, we'll be giving it. So
Beyond are ready for the Gemini gank. Wards all over their bot side. Oh, are they ready for this though?
Yeah, Gemini does love gank and bot.
Yeah.
That new bush there also just makes it even more scary to be a red side bot laner.
Yeah.
Looks like he's just going to pick himself up a Gromp, although on the other side it is Zhang who's going to be paying the price to see if he's able to survive this. They've baited out that damage reduction as well as the CC resist. As Husha's getting quite low, the tower will not be able to do it.
Oh, well played by Husha.
Yeah,
Very close to dying there.
For sure. Massive wave currently at the tower. Obviously Zhang will teleport back, but very important pickup. Driver really early on the board, up 20 CS as well. And wow, Gemini is
Yep.
doing what enemy team jungler does to me.
Yeah. And you have to do something like this in response to top. Top is disastrous.
Yeah, the problem is it's very hard to ever dive center Tarm.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the center's just not even giving them a chance. He's been sitting at his tier 2. Bang has.
Yeah,
Because we're going to get a replay on top. And honestly, Beyond played this pretty perfectly. No one's taken aggro yet. Husha hits the tower once to get his knock-up charge, and then they just drop tower aggro, wait, and he dodges the Q3 here, otherwise he's dead.
Oh, that's, yeah.
Yeah, that was a beautifully played dive.
That's nerves of steel holding your flash for that. I swear I just use it anyway.
Yeah.
But I also probably don't dodge it with my movement, so, you know. He's probably just better than me, maybe.
Maybe a little.
Husha getting himself the first 3 Void Grubs. Of course, it's not that important, really. It becomes important if you get 5 or 6. But I think otherwise, it's fairly negligible.
Yeah. Yeah, the first 3 not making too big of a difference.
Nice trade there. Guardian will be proc, so saving a little bit of damage, but...
So we're going to end up with a really lopsided game here, where Frank's bot lane is massive versus Beyond's top lane being massive. Generally, you want to be the team with the big bot lane advantage.
For sure, it's a lot. Well, I mean, generally, but this game you have a Gwen as your top laner, so...
Yeah, and not a lot of answers.
Yeah, it's very hard for even Lucian to deal with the Gwen. Obviously, with that Ghost, she has a slow, and later on, everyone will get the red buff, so even that becomes more annoying. Twilight Shroud as well. I think it's Twilight Mist, actually.
The Gwen W.
Yeah.
Gemini's on a ward here. Pretty nice deep ward from Driver. Objective so far all Beyond.
Yep, bit of a quiet start to the game, outside of the one dive, of course, and just a few objectives being picked up by Husha. This is just, of course, your mid laner is the better side of the laning matchup. Azir will scale, offer a lot more in a team fight. In theory, of course, one big Orianna rolls and...
Yeah, there's always the Orianna factor. If she lands a 3-4 man ult on the right targets.
For sure. But, I mean, it is currently BYG who find themselves at a 1k gold advantage, and very early on, so...
Yeah.
Definitely doing pretty well for themselves. Driver, of course, a lot of that is him. First blood, as well as what is currently a 20 CS lead.
Yeah, and it's kind of on Frank to do something with their bot lane, because this lead for Beyond is just going to grow organically. They don't really have to do much. They can just make sure this Gwen is okay in the top side, not getting 5-man, and yeah, their lead is just going to grow.
Ooh, Husha's going to snag himself a red buff.
Yeah, level 6.
So much vision.
Yeah, and Gemini not even... Oh.
Oh. Okay, he's got phase rush. He'll be out of there.
Okay. This really sucks for Frank bot lane, because Gemini can't even walk into his bot side. Now their winning lane has to play really safe.
There's going to be Kraken Slayer this game for Eminem. One thing that I want to say about the PCS, especially the Lucians, is we almost see a different build every single game on Lucian.
Seems undecided what we're building, and I think that's same in every region. I think.
I mean, that's probably good, because there are a different build for every sort of situation, and so as long as you're building to what you think is best for that situation, I think it's pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if Kraken Slayer is the best here. Of course, it'll help with the Tarm.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a lot harder to pressure mid waves against the center than if you were to go the Energizer build.
Yeah, I would have thought more pokey with the Energizer build would put a lot of pressure on whoever's holding mid.
Yeah. Now, admittedly, you will still almost certainly have to go rapid fire cannon, just because it's such a good weapon for Lucian, just again, eing forward, getting off those 2 auto attacks with Melio. It feels really good.
Yeah, he used it really well. Maybe we could have predicted no Energizer build with no first strike.
Yeah, actually, that's true. I'm surprised by no first strike as well, because you're against Tarm, so there's a lot of opportunities for you to just E forward, trade onto the Tarm, and sort of farm yourself up some gold just for free, really.
Yeah, decides to go for maybe lane power with the PTA.
Abyssal Voyage used there by Stay True. Grayskin, of course, gonna...
Yeah, they don't really have any way to trade back when Lucian dashes in like that, especially with Poppy coming.
Now, are they actually going to recall? Tarm's level 7, and so the Devour absolutely can come out, which makes me think this dive is really not a possibility, because you kind of have to focus the Tarm.
Yeah.
And he has 2 health bars, so although...
Gemini can look.
Yeah, well, he's not going to go quick enough. Are we going to look for this? I really don't think you should. Senna also has ult.
They're trying to put pressure on this tower, but I think Gwen is just still taking it faster by herself. Taking top tower faster.
Yeah, and this will be 6 Void Grubs now. So BYG are pretty firmly in the driver's seat. Get it? Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he will be driving the bus today.
Yeah, no, he will be. He's up 30 CS. They've got themselves pretty much a 2k gold lead now. Although a little bit of it coming back through the plates in bot lane, it does feel like the top side of the map is getting quickly out of control. 30 CS lead in the jungle, 30 CS lead top.
Yeah. Evened out the bot and top plates.
Yeah, Eminem and Jimmy really with a lot to do. Jimmy's done a good job of staying even in CS. Of course, the lane matchup has become a little bit easier this season.
Yeah,
by nature of and the Orianna build path isn't quite as strong. You get the fleet footwork, and so you do have a little bit more power given to the Azir in the lane than what we saw last year. But still, it is still Orianna favored ever so slightly, especially with that Arcane Comet.
Yeah, and Gemini's jungle is Husha's jungle this game.
116 being looked at, does have flash, but the flash is answered. It's going to be the Emperor's Divide. The nice knockback. It's going to be perfectly played there by Frank as they find themselves a first. And who better to have it than Jimmy on the Azir?
Yeah, good rotation by Kaiwing to be there and save Jimmy. He probably goes down if the Milio's not there. Gets a heal off on him. And I was worried for a second. Azir Poppy into Xin Orianna. Sounds kind of scary. We're going to see what happened here. Oh, Orianna flashes and gets stunned into the Azir wall by the Poppy. And then Poppy ult the Xin away. Really well played for Frank to not allow Beyond to get a kill back there. Between the Poppy ult and the Milio heal, just saving Jimmy in.
Yeah, perfectly played. Now, with that, Nash is completed for Azir, so this gets a lot easier now. Your poke lands all that much stronger. Even last hitting becomes easier. Eminem, though, he's taken a beating to Bloodsong on the center. Sunfire Cape also is completed by Stay True. They're going to be able to connect with that center W as Culling comes out and finds a bit of damage onto Stay True, but he's still got his second health bar ready to be used pretty much whenever. Gemini now going to soak up a bit of this damage. Constantly stacking up, though, is Feng.
Yes, Senna getting a lot of damage out there back onto Eminem. They're able to hold in the 2v3 and actually drive them back. It's going to mean a pretty free dragon for Husha. So you see Eminem's not really at a spot where he can take down the Tahm Kench yet. He will get there. Eventually this Tahm Kench will go down pretty easily.
Yeah, I mean the hard lane really is Jiang right now. He's down 40 CS. He has his Kainic Recurn.
Yeah.
And so it's a little bit of a help, of course. It's a very, very strong item, but Gwen currently with Riftmaker has herself to play to Steel Caps, even making her way to a second item, which I assume will be Nash's.
Yeah.
Very, very scary Gwen. Also, 2 dragons already picked up for BYG. They're firmly in control of this game. All they really got to do now is play around the dragon. Ocean Soul would just be an automatic win con. Jiang trading back nicely on top, though.
Yeah, has to blow his ulti. Driver holds on to his. Having these 2 dragons is a big deal when you have a split push win condition, because it gives you the option to trade towers later in the game for the dragons. And you're going to be, at that point, you're going to be taking tier 2 towers, maybe inhib towers.
Yeah, and Gwen melts them too, so...
Yeah. Just giving Driver a lot of space.
500 gold worth of plates up there in the top lane to Driver. First tower, though, for bot side, so...
all the time spent bot paying off for Frank.
Yeah. Now, I mean, a lot of work needs to be done by Eminem on this Lucian to justify it.
Yeah. Yeah, he's set up for it. He's got a game where there shouldn't be too many threats onto him. Gwen should have a very hard time getting onto him.
Poppy's gone first item locket.
Yeah.
Not the worst. I mean, it's an answer to a big Orianna roll automatically. It's obviously just a lot of health that you can give your entire team all of a sudden in a team fight.
Yeah, and that tells you they're just going for team fights. That item is not going to help her deal with Gwen at all. He has no interest in going anywhere near the Gwen lane.
Yeah, just giving Jiang the driver win con to deal with.
Yeah.
He's clawed himself a little bit of CS back, so...
Yeah, Cassante also one of the better champs later into the game at just sitting under his tower.
Yeah, there's W wave, Q wave, it's gone.
Yeah, you can't ignore him like you might in Anathema's Cannon.
True.
Husha getting vision around the Baron pit. It'll be interesting to see how Beyond decide to play this mid game. I think it's actually quite hard to execute these split push win cons. We don't see them too often.
I think, yeah, we see it a lot with the LeBlanc, right? And we always, I mean, it's 0-5 for a reason currently. Stay true. He's taking a lot of damage. Ooh. Narrowly. Oh, here comes Driver though. Needlework comes out. There's so much damage. Poppy charging up. We'll cancel it though, so it does go on to the shortened cooldown, and we'll have it back up very soon. But Eminem, very, very low. Importantly though, Gwen no longer has an ult, so a lot weaker in this fight.
Yeah.
Xin Zhao going to charge into that tower. Husha making sure to get the damage off, but it will be cleared out.
Yeah.
There was teleport used by Jiang though.
Yeah, and same with... Oh, Driver didn't actually TP. He was just here.
Yeah, he just strolled up.
Oh, that's going to be a problem. That's really big for Beyond. And Driver not wasting any time, just running straight back to bot, making sure they get the crash in, and then running straight back to bot. And now the map pressure might get really hard for Frank to deal with. With Gwen having a TP and Cassante not, they might be able to just put the Azir into the Gwen.
Yeah, Azir does have to risk being dove though. Of course, the Emperor's Divide helps out, but you really wouldn't want to use that to not die.
Yeah.
With the power it can offer you in a team fight, especially against the likes of the Gwen and the Xin Zhao, who just want to run forward.
Will Jimmy go for his Lichbane Azir build?
Yep, I think he is. Those two build into Hextech Alternator, which will eventually turn into a Lichbane. And I think it's a good game for it. You're pretty much against no tank, and the only tank that is in the game has currently got an Amp Tome as its only magic resist. So I think you can afford to go Lichbane and then into the Crypt Bloom afterwards.
Yeah. I feel like Leandri's might actually get a lot of value against, you know, Gwen's building HP, Sin's building HP, Tom is building HP. So it might be high value. You know, they're not pure tanks, but you still get a lot of Leandri's value. It means he's probably just looking for Senna and Orianna as his targets in team fights.
Yeah, even the Gwen. You'll do more damage to Gwen that has no magic resist if you have Lichbane.
As I think it's going to be a Lichbane for Driver? Does that Aether Wisp build into anything else?
Yeah. It builds into... what's that item called? Well, it builds into...
Storm Surge?
Yeah, that, but I was thinking...
I'd be surprised
no,
if it was
I
Storm
was
Surge.
thinking Cosmic Drive.
Right. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, that's a very good Gwen item.
Yeah, and so does the Fiendish Codex, of course, so...
As you're seeing here, Driver is still in the top
we've
lane.
found our way here onto a Xin Zhao, and then he immediately gets ulted away by Gemini, but a lot of damage did come down first, and it also got out the center ult. But Azir missing ult, Culling also down now. A lot of damage onto Feng, but not quite enough as Jiang is ghosted forward. Teleport coming in now. It's going to be Driver, and this is who you have to watch out for. This is the strongest champion on the Rift currently. So far, not going to find an angle to go in, as Jimmy's actually finding himself very low on mana.
Yeah, bit of a wonky engage by Frank there, and I really would have liked to see Driver just not TP and just hit the tower. But it's so hard to make that call, as Beyond are actually going to hit the drag. Decide Frank used enough ults.
Yeah, Husha's here in the pit. Sleichu does manage to get himself in between Frank and the dragon. As a lot of damage coming down. Jiang is really the only person left that does any damage and has mana. Eminem as well as Jimmy, and quite low in terms of those mana reserves. As Dragon now down to 3,000 HP. It should just be going over. This will be the third Dragon now as Hoosh is going to pick it up, and Driver's going forward. There's a needlework. Jimmy is getting very, very low. In comes the third, but he's going to get stopped up by Poppy. All out does come through, and we're looking here on to Driver, but Jiang's going to be the one that goes down 116, claiming that gold as Stay True walks into the tower, but will run away. It's going to only be one going down, but important gold, and the third Dragon for BYG.
And you think Beyond are just...
Who's flashing forward? Gemini. Jimmy in, sorry, will get out.
Bit of a scuffed combo there. Orianna ulting the Xin Zhao before he presses E in. But you think Beyond are just going to get the Dragon and walk away. And Driver on his own just engages into 4 people, and they have no choice but to run. They hit a nice little Cassante combo onto him. He's just on Jimmy here. He knows Jimmy has no ult, and they're just all running for their lives. They hit a nice little Cassante over the wall into Poppy stun him, but there's no follow-up at this point. Lucian and Azir just not enough damage. Don't feel like they can hit him.
Yeah, for sure. That steadfast presence saving Jimmy in so hard.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's what is that item called? Banshee's Veil is going to be what Jimmy's building towards.
Oh, okay. Yeah, makes sense. A lot of AP. Main problem this game is going to be the Gwen.
Yeah. Absolutely. And you're not really buying it either for the shield. Of course, there's not really anything you're going to be shielding. It should be able to just be taken out fairly easily by Senna. But just having that extra magic resist is very important, as we do have a pause. I mean, as the game stands, it does feel like Beyond should be able to run away with it.
Yeah, 3 dragons.
Split pushing win con, Baron win con, Dragon Soul. Yeah, there's just too many things that Frank have to try and deal with, and I don't know that they really have the ability to, especially it's just how far behind they managed to get in the lane phase.
Yeah. Yeah, especially if Beyond start just holding on to this TP a little bit longer from Driver. He ended up making it work there by finding an angle to get onto Frank once their ults were blown. But if he can just hold on to his TP a little more greedily, he's going to get a lot of towers. They're going to get, especially if they're willing to go up dragons and tier 1. You're going to be trading tier 1s for tier 2s, dragons for tier 2s and tier 3s. But we'll see how they navigate it. It also looks like they can just straight up walk in with how big the Gwen is. It also looks like they can just straight up walk in and win a fight, no split push needed.
Yeah. I'm sort of curious as to why we ever press the attack Lucian this game.
Yeah,
maybe I'll ask you, but I do think that first strike against Tarm does feel a lot better. Now, of course, you have to watch out for Senna proccing, you know, making you lose it. But as well as around the mid waves, it's so easy for Lucian to just E forward, get a trade that gives you an extra 50 gold for fun, as well as do the damage, and then you just get your items online just that little bit quicker, which can mean the difference between winning and losing a fight, of course. Maybe it's, wow, I backed with 200 gold less than the item I needed just before Dragon. I mean, we're seeing it now, right? He's so close to Navori, but doesn't have it.
Driver going.
Jiang is getting absolutely eliminated. Does dodge out of that last needlework, but the snip is absolutely enough damage. I mean, I feel bad for Jiang here. It's like, can't really do anything.
Yeah.
There's really nothing for you to do.
This is the matchup, and the hole got dug a little bit deeper with the Poppy pick as well. It just means Gwen's under no pressure from level 1, really.
Yeah. You either had to punish it very, very early on in the game, or face the sort of repercussions. And obviously, Gemini once again playing towards bot side meant that Jiang really was on his own, and it's just pretty impossible for him to play. Baron, though, is going to be looked at here from BYG. Of course, Jiang is going to be up. We'll have teleport, and I have to expect they're going to answer this. Jimmy does have teleport as well. They, of course, know it's happening. It is going down very slow.
Yeah.
You don't have all that much damage without Driver being on it.
Yeah, Driver, no TP, so it's going to take him a while to get here.
It's mid lane now, though.
Yeah, but he's playing the mid wave, and if Frank walk in, he's behind them.
And here we go. So Husha still is on it. No one else is. So, I mean, if Frank can play it slowly, maybe enough damage gets done.
Gwen ult back up.
Yeah, Gwen ult is up. Ghost pop from Jiang. He's going to find his way into the pit here, but he's already taking a lot of damage. Gemini finds his way now into 116, who's going to have to flash away. Culling, though, is going to be used onto nothing as Gemini is getting very low. So is Jimmy, but Jimmy's almost found Feng. He's not going to quite have the damage. Emperor's Divide does come out. In the meantime, Jiang is going to take out 116. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but Driver, importantly, does remain up. He doesn't have ult, so a lot of power is missing, but it looks like Frank have gotten away and managed to stop this Baron.
Yeah, they managed to hold on to a really nice team fight from Gemini and Jiang, just putting a lot of pressure on the backline. 1116 actually caught off out of position. I'm not sure how he ended up split from the team, but he got caught trying to walk back into the Baron pit. Gemini stunned him up, and then Jiang followed him around, managed to get a kill on him. They trade it back onto Jimmy, but he almost gets a kill himself.
Yeah, Fing so low.
And you're seeing maybe the difference in team fight strength. As there's Orianna getting stunned, and Jiang just chases 1-1-1-6 around this entire fight.
Oh,
Jimmy manages to make something out of this fight that looked miserable for him initially.
Yeah, and I've got to say, I mean, that Breath of Life was really, really critical in dodging a lot of Driver's needleworks. I mean, that you see it there, 2,408 damage. When you're this fit as Gwen, could absolutely very easily go up to sort of the 4,000 mark. And I think Kaiwing notices 2 or 3 of them. His team got stunned, or slowed up, sorry, from that needlework. Immediately props that Breath of Life. Movement speed, cleanses the slow. Means that everyone's able to then dodge out of the follow-ups, and so really well played.
Yeah, there's nothing to really pair with the Gwen to make them stick around, so they can just kite the fight out.
Now Banshee's completed here for Jimmy-in. A good amount of magic resist, especially when you're going up against so much AP. Now, of course, there is still a lot of AD. The Xin Zhao, the Senna.
TP advantage for Beyond. Maybe not looking to press it onto the Baron and just play for this Dragon win con. Driver not managing to steal the red there. Has to get out.
That's important, of course.
Yeah, it's a team-wide buff now.
Yeah. Definitely more... I mean, it was impactful still sort of last year, but this year it's even more so. As soon as it's 20 minutes, you really don't want to be giving out buffs.
Husha breaks Jimmy's
now, Drivers
Banshees
on this Dragon, and BYG are just sort of zoning away to try and stop Frank from entering. The Scrying Orb will show that it's being done. As Feng's very low on this mid-wave. Does have to heal to get away, as Gemini was certainly looking for him. Flash available pretty much across the map except Kaiwing.
It's looking like Beyond who can't enter at the moment.
Yeah, 116 also no flash, so he's got to be careful. But it is hard. The team fighting strength of Frank is definitely there. Culling comes out. It's going to chunk out time, even force him to use that shield, so won't have that heal. Of course, Senna can do a little bit, but...
Yep, is there on...
Keeper's Verdict comes
Jungler's
out.
ulted away. This
yeah,
should be the
Husha's gone, so this should be the Dragon, although there might be a fight afterwards, which could be very scary. Driver's on the back line. Eminem's actually dashing forward into him as Needlework 2 comes out. He still has one more usage. Feng trying to find his way forward. It looks like Frank might have just gotten away with murder. Oh, that would have been very sneaky.
Yeah, trying to sneak out of the pit there. Beyond kind of realizing as they're actually going to rush the Baron by the looks of it.
Yeah, and Driver's here this time, so we'll go down a lot quicker. Jimmy does have teleport, so can teleport up here. Is trying to look for the recall first.
Could be very scary.
They're going to have to be very quick. Do they have any Scrying Orbs? I don't know, but by the looks of it, they don't. Jiang going to walk in first. Gemini, oh, that's going to get taken away from him.
I think they just have to get off it.
Yeah, Jimmy did teleport into the play, so... Oh, Driver being looked at. He doesn't have ult yet, so if you're going to look, now would be the time. He still has a lot of damage, though, of course, if you're playing into sort of a choke. Gwen just being that kind of champion. Okay. They get the Scuttle Crab, which is important for vision, although this Baron is still going down. It's at 5,000 health. Driver's now got his ult back. He's found himself on a flank, and Husha's flashing forward. He's found his way onto Jimmy, but does not find the kill as Jiang now in the middle of 4. A lot of damage being found. All out does come out. It's onto Husha as Jimmy's going to flash away from Driver. A lot of damage coming through from this culling as Driver finds a lot back with the needlework. It's 5 alive versus 4. Eminem low on health, low on mana. Jimmy now using these Sand Soldiers to his best of his ability, but it looks like once again Baron will be stopped.
Yeah, Beyond kind of saying just hit the Baron and we'll outplay. Is that essentially? I didn't see anything really that prompted them to hit that Baron, but they just hit it and forced errors out of Frank. Managed to pick themselves up a kill. Not much else, though.
Yeah, not the most impactful, of course. Jiang just going down.
There's an engage onto Jimmy in here, but somehow there's not enough damage to turn this into a kill. Oh, Jiang is just on the backline distracting 3. Does die for it, but saves Jimmy's life. Jimmy having to flash away.
Yeah, I mean, well played by Jiang, really.
Yeah.
To have the wherewithal to realize your carry's in danger and you have to go sacrifice yourself, otherwise you could just be losing Baron.
Yeah, got to be happy to do that as a very behind Cassante.
Yeah.
As he's almost 100 CS behind at this point.
It's so hard here for Frank to ever sort of get themselves any vision control. not very safe to walk anywhere. You don't want to randomly get flanked on. Of course, when you see Driver, it's a little bit more safe. And
yeah, I think while they can see Driver, they should be okay. I think they should have control of the Baron pit, because it really should be Beyond that are struggling to keep Frank off of the Barons. And this state of the map right now really favors Beyond. They want to keep it this way if they can. They want to keep Gwen in a side lane, Cassante shoved into his tower. And yeah, Frank have a bit of Baron vision that Beyond are taking back right now, but you know, Baron vision doesn't win you the game. You got to actually hit it at some point, and then that's where you get, you know, that's where you can get some nasty flank TPs, or you can just even win tempo by chunking the Cassante and getting a TP before he can.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Although Cassante picks up his Juck Show, so becomes quite a lot more durable now all of a sudden. It is also going to be that Serpent's Fang picked up by Feng, which, I mean, I understand it, of course. You're against Emilio, Cassante has a shield, Azir has a shield, Poppy has a shield, so going to have a lot of sort of impact.
So Frank are hitting Baron.
Yeah, they certainly are. And they do have an Azir, so it will go down fairly quickly. Beyond are going to be privy to this information, though. They're going to commit 2 teleports here.
Oh.
That is a big commitment. As long as Frank survive.
Yeah, maybe pulled the trigger a little too fast by Beyond, but maybe they don't get off it if they don't see all the TPs coming through.
Yeah, surprised.
It was really nice timing by Frank to hit the Baron the moment they know Gwen has recalled. You know, so there's not pressure. You know, you're not getting punished for your Cassante walking there. Cassante actually up a TP now.
Yeah, so is Jimmy.
Yeah.
So a lot of pressure around the map can be afforded to Frank. They do have to find a way to use it because, of course, like, Jiang can sit in that side lane against Driver. He's going to have to stay there. His teleport is mainly to answer Drivers, and so if Driver doesn't have it, you're just going to be sat matching the 1-for-1. Although Driver may have found himself a flank anyway. He's back. He's on the back line. He's going to pop that Ghost. Need to work does come through. Jiang manages to find him, but the all-out does not go through the wall. And now Eminem so low is going to be able to flash out of that center ult. Jimmy's on the back line. He's found a lot of damage onto Driver, and it looks like Husha might be the first to go down. Double knock up there from that Notofu strikes. His Feng is the next target, but he is going to be able to get away with that shrouded movement speed. Forward goes Jiang. He finds another knock up. 116. The next target is Gemini in the middle of everyone, but so is Stay True. It's a 1-for-1 now eventually. So much damage, but not many people going down. Eminem is going to try and dash forward, but isn't going to be able to find anything more. Slows continuing to come through here from Feng, and not a whole lot left for either of these teams to use to find any headway in these fights. Both junglers dead, Dragon alive. It could be solved for BYG, but it's Frank who's going to start it.
Yeah, no jungler up on either side means this could be a very interesting Dragon.
Yeah, now Driver is across the wall. He's quite low. Oh, Frugo Stay True, he's in the middle now. He's got a lot of health, but is he going to be able to survive all this damage? No, he's not. Eminem finds it. Needleworker's back up here for Driver. He's finding a lot. Is he going to be able to get the kills? Not yet. Oh my God, Jimmy does get that Dragon. He got a kill on the backside as well, and now Driver with that Ghost. He's trying to run away. Slows coming through. One more Q3. It won't connect as Driver is still going to narrowly escape with his life.
Wow, Driver doing what he can in these fights. In that initial fight, he gets onto 3 people, chunks them out, has them running for their lives, as we're going to see it here. He finds a great flank, but his team is just in no position to follow up. Tom Kench does come in eventually. He gets Lucian so low, but this Milio does such a good job of keeping him alive. Flash from Stay True to keep Driver alive. And Husha just finds himself in the middle of 4 people trying to follow up. Dies. And then we have probably an overchase from Frank. Gemini, realizing he's not as tanky as his Cassante here, just gets blown up the second he goes in. I thought the same might happen to Stay True, but yeah, he's a bit tankier. As Driver on 30% HP looks for a flank here, does find it, but doesn't manage to kill Eminem.
And what's Jimmy on the top side? He finds his way onto Feng and just absolutely annihilates him.
Yeah. And
I think gets the Dragon too. 172 HP.
Yeah. Oh,
we're back. Driver's found his way onto Eminem, but it's going to be Jiang. Going to use that all out. It does keep Eminem alive, but a lot of pressure now. Beyond turning their attention towards this Baron. Eminem being so low, he does not have a teleport, so...
Yeah, it might be hard for Frank to defend this with their Lucian coming out of base.
Yeah, teleport's coming through. Now, admittedly, Azir can poke away at health bars. Feng doesn't have a whole lot of health to work with, as well as Jung can take a jungler out of the fight, but so can Gemini. Now it's 4v4 all of a sudden. Through does go the shockwave. It's going to be Jung who gets his way in. It's going to be eventually Fing who gets the dragon. Gemini running away. He's going to get taken out. Jimmy does find a kill on the backside too. He's looking for 116 as well as Driver picks himself up both the tanks now. Jimmy and Eminem both still alive. Kaiwing in base. It is going to be this Baron picked up. Only one turned around. Fing being the one to get the dragon as well, the Baron as well.
Driver.
Yeah, Driver's found his way onto these carries. Emperor's Divide does come out. Eminem, you're going to have to dodge, pal. He does! And it's going to be Jimmy and picking up the kill on Driver. Eminem dodging, weaving, trying to do the damage. Here is Husha. He's going to get devoured, and eventually they do find the kills. Husha and Stay True managed to survive with the Barons.
We're going to see, and this last 5 minutes has been just all Driver. Every play has been set up by Driver. Every team fight has been started by Driver. Driver forces Lucian out here. He's 1 HP, has to recall, and his team is able to hit the Baron. And then the follow-up play after the Baron is Driver going in, almost just 2v1ing the enemy carries and killing one, and Husha's able to show up and clean up.
Jimmy's damage though. This guy.
Wow.
Yep, we should keep letting him get Azir.
Yeah, he's going crazy on the Azir. He did go for the Lich Bane, right?
No, I think he's gone Crypt Bloom.
Oh, no, okay.
He went Void Staff. Morello, okay.
Morello, a bit of an underrated item. I think it's like 2,200 gold, maybe 2,400.
Yeah.
Very cheap for how much it does.
And you're against Senna, Tam, even the Xin Zhao and Gwen have healing in their kits, so I think this game you can get a lot of utility out of it.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool builds from Jimmy.
I do really hope that he does go for Deathcap last, because he's already doing so much damage that I feel like if you get Deathcap on top of it, that's going to be the big difference maker between sort of people living on 1 HP and not. Of course, so many Canic Recurns coming through means he had to go the Void Staff instead of that Crypt Bloom this game.
Yeah, it's always tempting to go for the Zhonya's here as Azir, but I think, yeah, I agree, he should go for the Rabadons, risk it all. He's been playing these fights well, not finding himself out of position very often.
Driver might have found himself yet another flank. Gemini is trying to mark him before comes Stay True. They are going to get onto Jimmy. Oh my, that was really well played. That Keeper's Verdict inside that Hallowed Mist means that Driver uses that needlework and just immediately gets removed from the play. So Frank, they're going to be able to withstand at least this Baron minion wave. There's only 30 seconds left on the Baron play. And then Dragon will be the next objective, of course. It is still Soul Point for BYG, but Frank now, they're at 2 Dragons. They could put themselves on Soul Point.
As with the Baron XP, you don't see this very often. The Xin is up a level on the enemy top. He's up a level on the Cassante.
Yeah.
Big lead. And honestly, I don't hate Frank's chances in a team fight still.
Me neither. I think it's a lot for Jimmy and Eminem to do.
Yeah.
But these guys are incredibly good players.
But honestly, it's still a lot for Driver to do. You know, we're seeing him put the entire team on his back in these fights, and skirmishes, and objectives.
Yeah. Fing gets himself an LDR, so a little bit more damage now for the center, which could absolutely be the difference between winning and losing a fight. Driver's found himself on a flank too.
Devious flank.
Yeah. Now, Gemini does not have Keeper's Verdict up just yet. So that's something to look out for, of course. Hitting out Driver from a team fight could immediately just mean you win it. Dragon's getting low. It's going to be Husha who actually goes forward, but he's onto Jung, which is not the target you want. Culling comes out. It's all onto 116. He manages to dodge out of that shockwave as well. He's going to get that Devour from Tom Kench as Driver's found him way once again here into the middle of the fight. The Dragon, is at 1,000 health. Jimmy comes forward. He's going to look for both the carries, but they both flash away. The Azir is now down. Eminem, Jiang have so much to do, but it's going to be Kaiwing going down. Driver, he's onto Eminem. Eminem's trying to find the damage, but this Hallowed Mist means he can't. Who's going to get the smite? It's going to be Gemini. Despite the team fight win, Gemini's going to be able to get that smite. Husha being dead, hops into that Dragon Pit, takes the smite, and now it's going to be all up to Eminem and Jiang to try and defend this base. 2 alive against 4. It's going to be a big job, but they might just be able to defend. Culling should be available soon, not the longest cooldown, and no Baron.
Yeah, Gwen ult coming up soon. We'll see if they can end. I imagine they go for it.
Yeah, maybe they do. I mean, this game's getting
1-1-1-6
scary
looking at
now.
TP.
Culling will be up very, very shortly. In comes the Hallowed Mist. They're finding their way onto Eminem, but he's returning a lot of damage here. It does return back onto him, of course, as Kailing will now respawn. Jimmy as well. He's going to respawn. Jimmy has teleport. Look out for a possible flank. There's a lot of wards in the jungle as well as that Dragon Pit. But I think they're just happy now. They've stayed alive. They've kept one Nexus Tower.
As it looks like Driver's flank just flops here as they manage to establish like a front to back on the other side of the map. Jung just distracting Husha, but Driver still just is completely willing to walk into 4 people. And they managed to isolate. Yeah,
Jimmy messes up the combo.
And misses the ult, yeah. Jimmy has a terrible team fight, and as a result, Beyond managed to win the fight, and then a heroic maneuver from Gemini on the Poppy here. He manages to steal this and keep them in the game, frankly.
I think he meant to smite flash, and he flashed, and then realized that he hadn't smited and walked back and smited. But
wow, and I mean, Eminem picking the slack up in this fight for Jimmy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, Jimmy failed his combo, went for the flash, ult, and missed. I mean, to be fair, he got both carries flashes.
Yeah, but that's why the Zhonyas can feel nice on the Azir when it whiffs that hard.
Yeah.
They are going to have flashes, and you're going to look silly in some team fights, being able to push the Zhonyas and buy some time.
For sure, but he has a needlessly large rod, which does build into Zhonya's, but I think if you're building it first, it's most likely going to be Death Cap, because otherwise you just go the Seekers.
Yeah, you get so much value out of the Seekers, it's probably going to be the Rabadons.
Now, Baron yet again alive. I think we're going to have another one of these Frank versus Beyond specialties of a team fight.
Yeah.
Importantly, though, Driver not on a flank, which is a lot harder for him to play. Culling going to come out. Doesn't get the miss, though, which is very important, but does find a lot of damage onto Husha at the back end of the Culling.
No ghost up for Drivers engaged.
Yeah, flash forward. So much damage comes on. Jimmy and is just absolutely annihilated. Young going to use that all out, but it's Eminem. Everyone's getting knocked up. Eminem trying to find the damage. He's got it all to do as Daytrue's looking for him. Jung finds 1 kill on the back. Devour comes out. Everything has gone wrong. It's been some heroic fights from Jimmy, but caught out twice in a row. It's going to be BYG after 40 minutes with a very, very hard-fought victory.
Yeah, Beyond not even interested in split pushing this game. They say, we will meet them 5v5. We criticize their comp for not having engaged, but Husha somehow finds it, gets onto Jimmy Oriana ball on him, and he's one shot.
Yeah, Jimmy out of position, just that little too much, just pays the price for it in the most ultimate of ways. And well played from Beyond. I mean, that game was extremely back and forward. You do think they probably could have ended it a little bit easier, although their team comp didn't really help. Of course, around those Barons, you can't really find a very good engage. Their only engage was Zinzel with a ball on it, and we even saw then, as long as Jiang's around, it's really hard for your backline to actually get there and do damage after that shockwave. And
yeah, I wonder what happened in that last fight. Maybe Jimmy just dying too fast for the Tom Kenchel to come out.
Yeah. Jimmy just absolutely well. Tom Kench was on the other team, but no, Jimmy just got absolutely annihilated.
Tom Kench was busy soloing Eminem at the end of that fight.
That's right, yeah. I mean, he was the one farmer. You know, he was technically the AD carry, so that was just AD carry on AD carry warfare just there. Nothing, nothing to be too surprised about.
Yeah. Driver loses the 1v1. Frank pick the blue side, and then he gets the last pick Gwen counter pick and punishes them for it.
Yeah, we don't really want to see the Cassante blind so much anymore, especially with Gwen buffs. I mean, Gwen already was a really, really solid answer into the Cassante. There's never really anything that Cassante can do. I mean, we saw Jiang there get solo killed out on the bot side by Driver at one stage. Last time we saw the Gwen versus Cassante, Cassante got solo killed out on the bot side by the Gwen. It's just it's something that is consistent because it's just so easy to replicate.
Yeah, if you ever step past your tier 2 tower in that late game, you're just dead.
You're just dead. True damage, she just slows you. All you can really do is all out and try and jump away, but if she has Ghost, you're not really going to be able to get away. And as a Cassante, you don't want to use your Ghost because it's so important for you in those team fights.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, it's really hard for you to pick the Cassante now, I think, if you're not going to ban the Gwen.
Yeah.
And of course, so much jungle priority in that second rotation bans means that Gwen was just open as soon as that Cassante was up. I mean, I said it in Champ Select. We could just see a Gwen here, immediately locked in, and Driver made it work, of course. 8-1 and 8 was his final score.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
I mean, he put the team on his back that game. A really nice engage to end the game by Husha, but yeah, Driver just put the entire team on his back and was engaging team fights as a Gwen 1 versus 4.
Yeah, I mean, that was the only way they could really find fights, though, is having Gwen come from behind somewhere and then just try and disrupt it, because you can't play front to back. You're not going to win a front to back against Cassante Poppy when they have Azir and Lucian as their carriers. It's very, very difficult to do so. And so, yeah, you have to try and disrupt it. You have to get that Gwen into the back line. That's when you can find your success. And admittedly, I think Frank, in the mid to late game, played really well around it. I think Kaiwing realized that the only actual threat onto his carries was that needlework. As soon as it came through, he popped the Breath of Life, gave them move speed, gave them health, got them away from any potential threat that was Driver, but eventually it just was too little too late. They'd found themselves too far behind. One mistake could end it, and we saw it in the mid lane there where Jimmy just gets engaged on, immediately blown up. Got his Emperor's Divide out, but...
Credit to Beyond as well, because every time Driver was finding these amazing flanks, it was always 2 to 3 pink wards in the enemy jungle quadrant of the objective they were playing for. So it was either the Dragon or the Baron. They had a bunch of pink wards in the jungle for him, and he knew he could just safely stand on top of them.
I mean, here we'll see it. This is obviously the fight that ended the game.
Yeah, so we're going to see what happened to Jimmy in here.
I'm pretty sure he just gets warped up on.
I think he gets flashed on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Flash E into just absolutely one shot. A little bit too far up. No flash. Good job by Beyond to punish it.
Yeah, and then the stage 2 knock-up, Abyssal Voyage was really crazy.
Yeah, just gets onto Lucian and murders him here.
Yeah,
Driver doing a lot of damage that fight, of course, but actually, rest of Beyond pulling their weight.
Yeah.
Taking over that fight.
Now, it was Driver top damaging, but, I mean, admittedly, it looks like the people on Frank were doing very well. I mean, they found themselves, they were clawing back into that game. There were some heroics.
Yeah.
But it was a little too late. I mean, importantly as well, that one Baron going over to Feng on the center, if that had been different, maybe the game's an entirely different result too. I mean, so many little things could have changed. I will say, I think Beyond probably could have cleaned this up a little bit, made it look a lot cleaner. I mean, have Gwen spend a little more time in the side lanes.
I don't think they had to do it the way they did it, but kudos to them.
Eventually, Gwen gets to the point where she can just sit in the Cassante's face and auto-attack those towers. I mean, obviously you can't just sit there the whole time, but you can go in, get 1, 2, 3 auto-attacks. That'll take out like a third, a quarter of the turret's health. And then you just do it on repeat each wave, and eventually you're going to be able to get that tower down, especially because they got 6 Void Grubs, right? So it's not only Cassante having to deal with the minions, you also have to take out those Void Grubs, otherwise Gwen's still going to be able to do that damage to the towers. So
I think this is the one game as well where you see a carry versus a tank, and you're not discrediting their top damage, because he wasn't doing that damage to Cassante most of this game. He was doing it onto Lucian, onto Azir, onto Milio. He was finding the backline and doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, for sure. Very well played, of course, by Driver. I mean, this is what I said before, one of the most dominant top laners that we have in our region. This is, I think, the first game he's played a carry outside of some Rumble games, but I mean, this was a true sort of 1v9 performance out of him. Admittedly, his whole team played well, but I mean, if it wasn't for him going crazy, I don't think they win this game.
Now, do you think Frank picked blue side again?
I don't know. I think they will, but I don't know if they should. I mean, I think actually Beyond get to choose now. Yeah, because Frank gets to choose game 1 and 2, I think. Game 1 and 3.
Oh, I thought loser got to choose.
I think that's how it works in playoffs, but yeah, I think the best of 3s is the other.
So we're going to see the key matchup. Pretty obvious MVP for Driver.
Yeah.
Not that the rest of Beyond were slouching, it's just that they could if they wanted to. Driver just was completely in charge that game.
Yeah, I think the only time he died was up in that top play when Jimmy got a bit crazy with Eminem. Almost managed to turn it around.
Yeah.
But yeah, Driver really was the standout performer. Of course, look how far ahead he was.
Yeah. And
I hope we don't see the Cassante Gwen matchup again, because it just feels like you're kneecapping yourself so early on to the game. Admittedly, Jiang in the team fights had a lot of impact, but it just kind of was not enough.
Yeah, as we're gonna see, I can't remember which. There were so many of these fights around the dragons. I can't even remember which one this was.
I believe this is.
Oh, this was Driver comes back on.
Oh, both junglers are dead. Both junglers are dead in this one.
Yeah, and Driver pulling off more heroics really to make this as close as it was. 1116 is showing up late to the fight. Oh, and I believe the dragon is just secured by Jimmian here as Driver is CC'd. Takes out Eminem. He is, by the way, there are 4 of them there. By the way, and the Orion is still walking around. There are 4 of them there, and he is just killing their Lucian and getting out.
Yeah, very well played. I mean, we love to see Driver on a carry. It's so fun to watch. And I do admittedly hope we get to see Jiang on a carry too, because that matchup left a lot to be desired, and I don't even blame Jiang necessarily, because it is just a near-on impossible matchup. He also started the game by getting dove by Husha and by
amazingly
Driver.
Played dive.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, That was millimeters off him turning it around for a 1v1, one for one. Admittedly, would have lost a few minions anyway, but yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to see something different in terms of the draft, of course. We say this pretty much every game, but this did feel like the Cassante just certainly couldn't stand up to the pressure of the event.
You cannot ignore the Gwen when it's up against the Cassante in the double tank matchup. Sometimes we've seen when it's the tank, you get, you know, you gank it early and you gank the Gwen early and, again, with 2 tanks, and it just falls behind and you know, ends up being useless. But yeah, ran away with the game.
For sure, but did run away with game number 1, but we certainly have more games in store, maybe even 2. Of course, once we come back, game number 2 will be on between Frank and Eminem. So Frank and Eminem. Frank will be on, so do stick around.
Dangerous games. We're playing dangerous games. Dangerous games. We're playing dangerous games. Behind these walls, the truth you'll find. These rooms where secrets lie. Amidst the dark, we'll find some light. But we're running out of time. We're talking dangerous games. Dangerous games.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to a bit of a thriller of a series we have on our hands here between Frank and Beyond. And of course, game number one going in favor of Beyond. It was very closely fought, but eventually they did manage to get it done after a couple of mistakes from Jimmy, which makes me think maybe Pretender will come out for game number two.
Yeah, I imagine Pretender will be put in here, especially if they're going to be on the red side. They seem to like Pretender on the red side. They swap him in usually when they lose, but I think they're predicting to be on the red side here, and they'll put in Pretender, especially, yeah, as you said, with Jimmy and losing them the last two fights maybe is a bit harsh. Driver was just kind of carrying, but Beyond, with the worst comp, Driver managing to put it all on his shoulders and just taking out the game. We'll see what kind of draft they go for with Pretender, if they do put him in. Yeah, there he is.
So it will be Pretender.
Yeah.
So I think if we have Pretender, we're more likely to have higher priority on the Orianna. Nico as well can be left open now if you want to try and snag that one away from 116.
Yeah.
Of course, Pretender being very, very good at the champion as well.
Yeah.
Do we expect to see the Lucian Milio bot lane? I actually think it was fine. I think you should have gone first strike against the Tom Senna, but I mean, I think just first strike's better and then going for that sort of Energizer build.
Yeah, maybe the idea was that they were going to always be going for those dives from the start. Top lane was, you know, a lost cause from draft.
Yeah.
So just play the dive bot lane. You get as much damage as you can early game with the press the attack. Obviously not working out, but maybe that was the idea.
Yeah, I guess, but the problem is you're never going to be able to dive the Senna Tom. Especially as soon as they're level 6.
Credit to Feng. Anytime Poppy was bot lane, he was borderline at his tier 2. He gave them no chance.
Yeah. And honestly, that's one thing that the Senna can afford you. She is your sort of 80 carry, obviously building support and not farming, but will be the 80 damage that an 80 carry traditionally fills,
Yeah.
but doesn't actually have to farm. So can actually give up some of those
Yeah.
waves of XP, waves of gold,
Yeah.
in order to stay safe and not give over 300 gold worth of kill gold, and also pressure, of course, when things are happening on the top side.
Yeah, you lose 2 waves on Senna. What's that? 5 souls, maybe 6 souls, something like that.
Yeah, like on a good day. To be fair, like if you get lucky, you get like 3 on 1 wave. You know, it's not very likely that you're losing all that much, and it is just a lot better to play safe. Of course, a lot of priority with the Xin and Gwen on your top side means that your bot side doesn't really have to do anything. And we saw it, 6 Void Grubs picked up, dive top, and it really was just Driver who was able to take over from that. Of course, credit to the rest of the team for being able to facilitate that, but also credit to Frank for being able to pull it back as much as they did. Now, they will be on the exact same sides, but the draft might be a little different. Of course, Nico now is a pick that the side of Frank might look towards instead of banning it out, and so we'll see if that comes to fruition or not.
Yeah, I imagine we'll see the standard, maybe Nautilus, Ash ban.
Yeah.
There's the Ash.
And Nautilus may be the answer, of course, Kaiwing. Makes sense.
Yeah. I mean,
there we go.
I think as Frank, you've got to be happy to take the Milio Lucian again.
I think so too. Maybe you ban Senna and just, you know, make it a more standard bot lane.
Yeah. Then you might have to leave the Callista open. I can't remember what the second ban was. Rumble.
No,
yeah.
it was BYG banned Callista. They banned Rumble and Nico, Frank, I believe. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, it would make sense that Beyond would have to ban the Callista.
Varus. Okay.
Yeah, same as last time.
Nico open. This was where Nico was banned last game. Let's see.
Yeah, so you could replace the Nico ban.
Okay, they're banning Lucian. So I think this means that they want to first pick Nico, because Nico is one of, if not the most safe blind pick, maybe alongside something like mid lane Karma, which also is very, very strong now if either of these teams want to play it. I think both these mid laners are mid laners that would fare well on a pick like the mid lane Karma. Of course, very strong in lane. Can come to skirmishes nice and early. It has so much lane priority. Oh, Orianna, I don't like it. I don't like it because I feel like this is just going to get answered by Nico, which is Orianna's probably hardest lane.
Yeah.
And 116 should feel very, very comfortable. Riven, of course, hovered here by Driver as a sort of shout out or I don't know, taunt? A taunt towards Jiang, maybe?
Reminder of the 1v1.
Yeah, but Jiang won it. So.
Not going for Senna here is interesting.
Okay, Xayah. Xayah Rakan. Okay, there's an answer. What's your answer here if you're Frank? I think you could look for a Senna yourself if you really wanted to. Of course, Eminem should be capable of playing Senna. It's fairly akin to just a normal AD carry in many ways. And then we know Kaiwing can play Tahm Kench.
Now, this is a Frank staple, at least from their first 2 series, the first 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Gemini on the rel, on blue side, tower diving bot lane. Or at least flanking behind them. You have a huge terrain advantage when you gank bot lane.
For sure.
From the blue side.
Xayah Rakan as well is a lot more gankable or diveable than Senna Tahm.
Yeah, definitely.
Kai'Sa as well will help out with that. A lot of burst damage comes through when you're able to combo with CC, and maybe it's going to be the Aphelios.
Aphelios makes sense to me. I would like to see an Ezreal here. I think it matches really well into the Xayah Rakan, but we'll get the Kai'Sa. Maybe better follow-up on probably the Nautilus band, but probably the Ali Leona they'll be looking to pick.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised to see Leona, I think, more so than the Alistar.
I wouldn't
Especially
be
if
surprised
Silas
to see
gets picked, but Silas won't get picked. It's going to be Nico.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you just said, it could just end up getting banned, at which point, what do you pair then with the Kai'Sa if you expect... Well, you could also just still put the Rel bot lane.
Yeah, you might have to send the Rel bot, because I'm trying to think of other engaged supports. With Nautilus, Leona,
I mean, there is still
band.
Blitzcrank as an option. That's something that Kaiwing's played in the past.
Yeah, Blitzcrank actually a little bit nerfed in the patch notes. I think it was damage on his E, maybe cooldown on his Q.
Cooldown on his Q matters. Damage on his E, I don't think anyone cares about.
Might be relevant for early game if you're diving towers or something.
A little bit, but I don't think anyone's really picking Blitz for the damage.
Yeah. I mean,
except Shall See last year when he went AP item first. Everfrost every game.
We saw a lot of that actually.
Yeah.
Kind of weird, but...
No, it was based. Chelsea was so good at Blitzcrank.
Vi ban, probably 2 jungle bans.
Yeah, Vi Nocturne.
Might even see 4 jungle bans again. Kind of going to be scary for Frank if they do that, though, because what are they blinding top? I mean, Udyr is still there, untouched in the patch notes.
Gwen, good into Udyr. I honestly, do you ban the Nocturne? Do you ban the Gwen? Maybe you pick Jax. That means you cannot pick Gwen. It might get answered by Udyr, but we saw at least Lakai do very well as the Jax into Udyr. A lot better than Jiang did as the Cassandra into Gwen anyway.
Aatrox ban. We've seen Aatrox mostly picked as an answer into the Udyr.
Yes. I think we've only seen Aatrox once, right? Here in the PCS at least.
Yeah.
Overseas, it's seeing a lot of play. LCK and LPL playing Aatrox a fairly high amount of times.
Terrifying lethality builds.
Yeah.
Nocturne banned away.
Okay. So Gwen remains open. Jax, I think, is probably what Frank will pick up here. Just on nature of what happened last game, and Gwen cannot be played into Jax.
Beyond might pick it themselves. Aatrox is a reasonable ban if you're going Jax as well.
Yeah. Viego, Husha obviously having some standout performances on it.
Yeah, right. The 11-0, 12-0 or something game.
Yeah. Into CFO even, so. All right.
Yeah, and it looks like you might be right with the Jax blind. Cassante blind definitely didn't work out last game.
For sure. And you, admittedly, this game still have a tank. You have that Rel. Could still be going support.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll have to see. Obviously, both Leona and Alistair were left up, so
yeah,
could just pick either of those.
I think Ali is generally the better pick into Rakan, but I think Kaiwing prefers the Leona from what I've seen.
Yeah, I think Leona tends to do better into the Rakan, but Ali does better into the Xayah in general.
Really?
Yeah, because if you go forward as Rakan into Leona, then you pretty much have to immediately jump backwards, otherwise you are just going to get stun locked. Whereas against the Alistair, you can get knocked up and hit away, but you're still going to be able to find your way out. There's just more CC chain.
Looks like it will be the Rel going into the jungle and the Maokai.
No, I think this will be I think this will be Maokai jungle. Now, admittedly on live, at least in solo queue, Maokai support is one of the strongest picks on the patch. Yeah. Nothing actually changed. It was just something that got discovered with these new items. Trailblazer, I think, being the big one and giving him a whole lot more movement speed and freedom around the map is what opened him up to be a support. Now,
and Gragas.
This is a Driver classic. Now, we see Driver as the Gragas into Jax last year. Yeah. There were multiple times where he just found himself up like 40, 50 CS, 4 or 5 solo kills. Yeah. This guy is an absolute menace in this matchup. Yeah. And how he usually plays it, and something that we should be looking out for, is basically the first couple of waves, he lets the Jax push, but then freezes it just outside his tower, at which point the Jax can no longer contest the wave, because unlike a lot of Jax's matchups where he can just walk up, counter-strike, push the wave, and walk back, it doesn't really do anything against the Gragas, who just throws out a barrel roll, has the threat of body slam. You can't really walk up and contest anymore. Now, when Driver plays the opposite side of the matchup as Jax, he just hard shoves as much as possible to not let it be frozen at the tower, proxies a wave and recalls, and then the lane is a lot playable from then on out.
Yeah, I would imagine Jiang will do the same thing. He's probably played this matchup plenty, so he should know the proxy. But one thing to note is that Jax was nerfed on this patch, and Gragas got pretty massive buffs, especially on his ult cooldown. 20 seconds
at
shorter. 20 seconds shorter at level 1, and then it goes 15-10.
Yeah.
But
okay.
Yeah, massive.
And he also got
HP
armor
growth.
and HP buffs as well. So
Gragas looking good on this patch. I wonder if he'll go for a tanky build or an AP build. I think generally into the Jax,
AP.
You go AP. Yeah.
Driver is not a fraud. He always goes the AP build. Although that was with Everfrost, so maybe it's different now, in fairness.
Oh, yeah. I wonder what AP Gragas even looks like now without the Everfrost.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Obviously, the Everfrost being so powerful had an extra lockdown, had CDR on it. Of course, you want CDR. Now, he has Grasp, so almost certainly will be a tankier build.
Yeah, it makes sense. Gragas loves Frozen Heart, a very strong item. It got 100 gold nerf. It costs a little bit more now, but still a very strong item.
Yeah. As we do get a pause.
Yeah, and this game is going to be a story of can Gemini pull off his usual shenanigans in the bot lane. He's blue side against a fairly easy to gank bot lane with a lot of setup.
Yeah, exactly.
On his side, and damage in the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I expect him to pressure bot side. I don't think you want to be around top all that much. Of course, maybe you will have to if Driver's able to find his perfect lane state, which he does a lot of the time.
Yeah.
You might have to go there to help Jax break the freeze or something like that. But in general, I don't think any kills should be occurring up top. And if there are kills up top, it's almost certainly going to be pressure towards Beyond and Driver finding them, which he usually just does solo anyway. So I think both junglers really should be playing towards bot side. Maybe you could argue Husha can play top because it opens them up to invades as well as those void grubs like he did last game. But Dragon, I mean, you saw how powerful Dragon can be. Once you're at 3, it forces the game to be an entirely different sort of mindset.
Just leads to all the shenanigans we saw last game.
Just battles after battles, and eventually, if you have the 3 dragons and the other team makes a mistake, then you're feeling really good.
Yeah, it helps a lot when the enemy team, like last game, they had probably a strictly better front-to-back comp. You just cause so much chaos by how much pressure you put on them when you've got 3 dragons. It can stretch the enemy team pretty thin and give you big advantages. I imagine the dragons will be a bit more contested. He maybe shouldn't have gotten as many dragons as he did last game, because
I think it just came off mid-pressure. It was just so hard to answer. And as well as, of course, Xin Zhao being so strong early, whereas Poppy is, but Poppy's not that strong in the direct skirmish. She's very good at ganking and things like that. So she has a lot of early pressure, but not a lot of early power, which is a different sort of...
in those early skirmishes, the power around objective is going to be in her ult. If you can ult the enemy jungler, you got the objective. Yeah,
we even see often, well, not often, but occasionally that objectives get stolen by top laners because they've ulted away the enemy jungler, and then they're able to just take it for themselves. And so, there is a lot of power, of course, in the Poppy ult. But, of course, just the straight-up 1v1, the Xin Zhao is always going to win. Now, it is going to be the Maokai in the jungle, of course, as we said. Phase Rush, which is pretty typical. Eerie, this
Everyone's
game...
hanging out, spamming the Braum emote.
We've all got it.
Airy in the middle lane. We've seen a lot more Airy than Comet on these Orianas.
And health runes, flat health runes, pretty much around the map, except up top lane and jungle, where there is some tenacity and slow resist for both the Jax as well as the Maokai.
Yeah. Cleanse on the Xayah makes sense when you're into the Maokai. You can expect him to be flash Wing you at some point in this game.
Oh, Jung did some fishing. He's got 2 extra gold.
Nice. Oh, got twice, I guess.
Pretender got 5. He's pinged a ward. Oh, he even took it down.
Wow. See if he can snowball this lead.
Well, he does get level 2 off the first wave.
Oh, right.
Admittedly,
still a hard matchup for Oriana.
1-1-6 really shouldn't be too worried, Oriana really does not fare well into the Nico. It fares better than a lot of champs. Nico is just very, very strong in lane, but the Oriana tends to be a lane bully, and
a lot of the time that's what you're picking the Oriana for. Of course, the Dream ults in team fights, but you really want the Oriana to have some pressure early too.
Yeah, for sure. Now, okay, looks like Drive will be pushing out this wave.
Yeah.
It's a little bit different than what we saw last year, and that might be the nature of you've got Grasp instead of the Arcane Comet, which he pretty much always had.
Yeah, probably a different playstyle. Maybe looking more to neutralize than to straight up kill the Jax.
Well, I think he'll still be looking to kill the Jax.
All right. Beyond on a bit of a timer to get this bot lane reset.
See? I told you. No, I know Driver. This guy's, that's why he's called Dr. Ivor. He's surgical. Guy's insane at everything he does.
Yeah, it's a good matchup for Gragas, but a lot of the time you see people as Gemini's going to look for the gank bot.
Yeah, here we go.
It's on a ward.
Yeah, and there is cleanse available for Feng, so he shouldn't be too scared. Of course, Feng leaving first means Stage can use his Battle Dance, get back there. Ooh.
You're still not out of trouble yet as Beyond's bot lane.
Yeah, you're not. Gemini is still here. It looks like it might be a 3v3. Now, they're actually going on to Feng very aggressively early. Oh my god. Eminem's just going to claim it for himself anyway. Feng holding onto that flash a little bit too long, and this has gone to be a disaster as a second kill now found. Kyming, is he going to get the CC up in time? Flash available for Husha means he should be safe in any case, but 2 very early kills here. 1 and a first blood, importantly, going over to Eminem. And Jiang even trading positively for himself up here.
Yeah, same game plan as last game, essentially. Gemini rushed to his Krugs to make a play onto bot lane. This time, maybe Frank's bot lane just controlling the wave a little bit better. And a nice play out of Eminem to flash. No, he's got the damage to finish off the Xayah there. So they think they're safe because the Maokai's walked away. Really nice engage by Kaiwing.
Yeah.
Cleanse is burned early, meaning Maokai can just flash at any point. Feng does a good job of staying far away from the Maokai, but it's just Eminem that picks him up. And they managed to get Stay True for their troubles as well. No hope of Viego trading this back 1v3.
Yeah, and it kind of should be said as well, this is part of the power that you get for being able to take Ghost as an AD carry, because there was no way, once Feng had received all that sort of CC and damage, that he was ever getting away from Eminem.
Yeah.
Eminem obviously flashing to follow Feng's flash, but just having the Ghost active means he's always going to have a speed advantage, and it makes it so much easier for him to pick up that kill.
Yeah, Ghost's very strong whenever you can take it. And that's partially the power of these engaged supports like the Leona and the Rel. And just having a Maokai on your team in general is if you force the enemy AD to have cleanse, they obviously don't have flash, which is probably everyone's favorite summoner.
Ghost, yeah,
sorry.
I hope they have flash.
Yeah.
Unless you're Nyla. Nyla takes Ghost cleanse.
Oh, wow. Usually reserved for Nunu and Zillion.
The occasional Ramos.
Yeah. As Xiang maybe is in trouble. Driver but...
Oh, this is a classic driver, Gragas. He's up 10 CS. His wave's in about as good as a spot you'd ever want it.
Wave's actually okay for Xiang here. It's going to push back to him. He might not even have to TP looking at Driver's mana. So he's hanging in there, but the CS is looking pretty rough.
For sure. And it just gets worse and worse as mana becomes less and less of a problem, and base damages from levels becomes more and more of a problem.
Yeah, I wonder what he will pick up for his mana. Probably just a tier, even if he's going tank. Because
could go
usually you go the
Fimbulwinter.
Lost Chapter. Yeah, Fimbulwinter very good on Gragas.
It's not really an item we see all that much, but...
Yeah, he can just proc it so easily.
Yeah, and it's got cooldown, which isn't the easiest to come across these days.
Yeah.
Obviously, a lot of the ability haste was removed from the game, this split.
Frank deciding to trade the Void Grubs for the Baron. For the Dragon.
Yeah. This is so slow.
Yeah, taking his time.
Yeah, this is the difference between Rel jungle and Maokai jungle, because Rel just insta-kills these things.
Yeah.
Obviously, Q breaking that shield immediately. Do you remember when Scuttle Crab used to have a shield?
Yeah, and you could only play CC junglers, or you had to open with Smite on the Scuttle. Early Null Magic Mantle in the mid lane. Pretender maybe just trying to get through the lane, rush some Merc Treads. Probably just sit on the Null Magic for a while too.
What build do you reckon we're going to see at Eminem? Give me your input.
Oh god. I mean, it's Kai'Sa. It's so hard to call it.
It is.
And we don't see much Kai'Sa. I'm guessing... Oh, nice engage. It actually hits the real Nico. Wow. I mean, 2 people show up to Pretender's lane, and 2 people run away scurrying. As he's actually up quite a bit of CS.
Yeah, no, Pretender's doing really well. Oh, he didn't find the angle.
Still pretty happy with that trade, I imagine.
I think he's going Rod of Ages. Well, he is. Definitely going Rod of Ages.
I think maybe that builds into Abyssal Mask too? Does it still? Maybe not.
I don't remember. I don't build that item. I build Kainic Recurn if I'm building Magic Resist.
Yeah.
Because I want to win the game. I think, to be fair, Abyssal, not the worst this game. A lot of AoE AP. Is Feng going to be engaged on here? Very, very low on mana. Does have to run away. Eminem does pop Ghost, though.
I wonder if Gemini is hitting this crab to get 6.
I don't think they can die with the mana. Although...
Well, they're going to hang around for a sec. Gemini not 6, though, makes this probably an unrealistic dive. As Pretender is dominating this matchup.
Yeah.
Maybe we doubted the Orianna first pick.
Yeah, apparently Pretender's just the best Orianna in the world.
Yeah.
Wow. Whew. Yeah, this is not typically how the Nico
Orianna
matchup goes. So something's gone horribly wrong.
Yeah, he's got a...
I also think if you're Nico, you probably want to get boots first against Orianna.
Yeah.
And in general, if you're against a skill shot based champ, boots first feel really good.
Yeah, Pretender just straight up went Merc Treads.
Yeah. It makes a lot of sense, right? If you can dodge out of those Qs, if you can dodge out of the E, you're feeling pretty good about yourself. And having boots makes that a lot easier to do. Same as, I think, 116 probably. Oh, Pretender going to get stunned up, but... Oh, he does go down. Wow, that was a lot of burst. I actually thought he might be able to get out. Husha gonna get stunned up. Wow, that was well played by Kaiwing, and we're seeing some of this mastery on these engaged supports.
Yeah.
Finds the stun, finds the knock up to where that heartbreaker was used, and just absolutely outplays.
This Pretender's gonna have a Viego appear out of the bush here. He has no flash.
Yeah, he saw Kaiwing topside, so he just felt safe.
Yeah. Yeah, and then Rel just appears out of nowhere. No one's expecting a Rel to show up here from topside. Gets the flash
How
Q.
well played is that?
Perfect combo. It's easy to miss that follow-up
crash down
when they flash your Q like that. It's really easy to miss it and just put it in the spot.
Yeah. Husha actually did get hit by it but I mean, that didn't matter. Even if he didn't get hit by it, that crash down was so
it was weird.
perfectly
He
placed.
flashed after the stun hit him. You can miss that crash down right after that easily, but it ends up with 2 kills on Maokai. You trade your mid laner, but with Pretender being up so much CS, he's not too upset about going down and getting an assist.
Yeah. I mean, in general, the trade was even for mid laners, right? Both mid laners picking up an assist. Admittedly, Pretender got a little bit less gold because that assist was also shared with Kaiwing, but it's not as much gold as he's up in CS, almost 30 at this point, which is a crazy number, really, when you think of Nico as...
Well, at 9 minutes as well, at 10 minutes,
I think something has seriously gone wrong in this mid lane matchup for it to look like this. But admittedly, Nico is she's a facilitatory sort of mid laner, and so even if she's behind, she still will have quite a lot of threat.
Yeah, you're going to get plenty of value out of the champ still.
The Pop Blossom really is what you're looking for, and if you can find a 3-4 man of one of those, then you're feeling quite happy about yourself anyway.
Yeah, beyond looking to punish Pretender, maybe stem the bleeding mid. Yeah, these Qs are just doing a lot more than your usual.
In comes Nature's Grasp. Husha does have his ultimate, so should be okay to live this one anyway.
Nice play from Gemini to just be there.
Yeah.
For his mid laner. You got to, when your mid laner is crushing like this, you just got to hang around to facilitate it. Because a lot of the good plays Pretender could be making are going to be over-aggressive if he doesn't have his team with him.
Wow, he even finds the shockwave. He's going to find the solo kill, perhaps. He has flash. One auto airy. Oh, my God. 116 gets away with absolute murder.
Yeah. Ends up being a trade of flashes.
Top tower's not looking so good.
Yeah, you don't expect the Gragas to really take the tower like this.
No, you do. It's Driver.
Yeah.
This guy is so good at this matchup.
He's got his Roa so early as well.
Yeah. Yeah, an 11-minute Roa means 21 minutes or 20-ish minutes, actually. It's going to be upgraded. I wonder what he goes next, though. He has the grass. Oh, my God.
Xiang cannot even CS in peace under his tower.
Yep. This looks fun.
Yeah. 2 torture matchups for Zhang so far. And Driver playing them excellently.
For sure. But this game, I think you have a lot more to be happy about if you're Zhang. You haven't died, you haven't been dove, you are getting little bits of CS here and there, but ultimately the map's winning.
Yeah, and you're mid-zoning.
Yeah, so you've got a winning bot, you've got a winning mid. You should feel pretty happy. Kraken Slayer completed for Eminem, so going to be the more traditional AD carry build, which is kind of interesting because we don't usually see that with the Hail of Blades.
Yeah.
So interesting to see that he chose that. Hail of Blades tends to be reserved for something like Storm Razor or Ghost Blade. But, yeah.
Yeah, we saw that build out of Cascada, yeah. Going a lethality Kai'Sa build.
Just dropped an absolute nuke in that series.
Yeah.
Who was that against? I feel like it was against one of these teams, but maybe it was against CFO. No, it was. It was against CFO.
Yeah.
He just went absolutely nuclear on mid lane.
They couldn't quite take the series down.
No.
But Cascada had a ridiculous series overall, I think.
Sure.
Because it looks like Pretender looking to take over from the mid lane this game.
Yeah, I mean, I like his chances. He's very, very strong. He did it against PSG. Oh, Husha and 116 do have to be careful. A little lockdown coming through from the Rao and the Maokai.
Yeah.
There's not really an objective down here. All of this is just happening over the Scuttle Crab. Although we've found our way onto stage true. In comes the Nature's Grasp onto Husha. He's going to get knocked up. He's going to get locked up. He's going to be going down. Eminem picking up that one. That's a second kill now onto this Kai'Sa.
Yeah, so scary to just be anywhere near this Maokai Rel when you know a Kai'Sa could be coming with the ult. But Pretender just finds him on his own a little bit too far up. And the kill goes over to Kai'Sa, which you love to see if you're a Frank. Asusha actually goes on Pretender here, and Pretender just punishes him. No angle for Nico to really go in here. Kai'Sa's just going to be at these fights so much sooner than your Xayah.
For sure. Nature of having an item versus a non-completed item means you will have lane priority as long as both supports are somewhat matched. Oh!
This tower might just be dead.
Yeah, it's not looking good. Luckily, Jiang does dodge out of that explosive cask. Otherwise, there's a chance he goes down there.
Yeah. Kaiwing feels like he has to be here just to maybe protect the tower, but...
I'm inclined to agree.
I don't know if it's a winning play because Beyond are just going to match.
Yeah, but it feels extremely scary to walk up to a tower when Ral's at it.
Yeah.
Now, Pretender's going to be up here now. Jiang going to the bot side. We'll see if it's matched from BYG. I do suspect it will be. I think both teams wanting to play now for this Rift Herald.
It's a really smart rotation by Frank as well, just because it gets this Gragas-Jax matchup away from the low HP tower, as actually Gragas is going top. Pretender should just be okay.
Yeah. Kaiwing stuns up Feng, but nothing really can follow. He's going to have that Celestial popped. And so thus doesn't take too much damage. Same can be said for Stay True, though, as he's got the Slay, so offering his team a very minute amount of healing, but movement speed more importantly on his CC abilities.
Yeah, Driver's actually here pretty early on. Dragon up in a minute. Maybe they're planning to just fight over the mid waves.
I think this is a winning fight, though, for Frank, because Nico is a massive teamfight powerhouse, whereas Jax really isn't. And I think Orianna versus Gragas, you'd rather have the Orianna most of the time. Now, admittedly, this Gragas is extremely scary. Has that Rod of Ages, a lot of tower plates to his names.
Yeah, it's a champ with a really high ceiling in fights, too.
Yeah. But we will have another technical pause. Series has been riddled with them a little bit, but I'm sure we'll get back into it soon. And
yeah.
I mean, so far, it looks like we might have a win for Frank if all things continue on the current trajectory, at which point I think game number 3 we'll see Pretender again.
Well, I'm worried about how Jiang is going to find his impact this game.
It gets easier for him later on. As he gets some MR, it does get easier for him.
Yeah, so. Especially if his team can distract this Gragas and nothing goes too disastrous in this mid lane play.
Yeah. And team fights in general, Gragas isn't really focused on the Jax anymore, and Jax can just be Jax, try and get onto that bot lane and disrupt.
Yeah.
And so at that stage, it does become easier. It's just really this lane phase. And in fairness, Driver's done everything he'd ever need to get ahead.
Yeah.
To pretty much, he's done his job, absolutely. And so it's really up to the rest of the team to hold their own, and unfortunately, they haven't been able to. And that's not even because of sort of jungle pressure going top like it was in game number 1. This game, there was no jungle pressure top. It's been an absolutely isolated 1v1, and Driver's just had the best of it. Of course, counterpick. But yeah, and it's really up to the rest of the team.
Yeah, not everyone is using counterpick that well. We've seen a lot of counterpicks go the wrong way.
The Mord?
Yeah, the Mord is a good example. Taco, was it?
Yeah,
on
twice.
The Mord? Yeah, twice on the Mord. Not having the greatest games.
Well, he did win the second one, which is, I mean, it took a while, but he got there.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, I think as things stands though, 1-1 in Dragons, Rift Herald is up. I don't know if either team are going to look for it. I think someone should, and at what point we'll probably have a team fight. I mean, teams are positioned around the mid lane right now, which tends to be when it happens. You can see there, someone's reconnecting to the game. Maybe everyone's reconnecting to the game.
I wonder if this Udyr champ's just been doing terribly in scrims, if someone's found some answer to it.
Maybe, yeah. I think what it could be, at least in this series, is that they don't want to blind pick the Udyr because it can be answered by the Gwen.
Yeah, maybe the Gwen buffs.
And so they think K'Sante does better in team fights, which I tend to agree. K'Sante does offer a little bit more in team fights, I think, in general.
Yeah.
And so maybe they're just not picking it because it could get countered, and then Driver would prefer to counter with the Gragas than with the Udyr.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm just thinking for Frank, wouldn't the Udyr be doing just a lot better?
Yeah, I think maybe they were just worried about the Gwen coming through. Because Jax is an answer that forces no Gwen, because Gwen can't lane into Jax.
Yeah.
And so I think that's why, because K'Sante was open again, they could have looked for that if they wanted to have like a tank. And I think K'Sante offers more in team fights from further behind.
Yeah.
Whereas Udyr probably going to be falling behind against Gwen as well, and at which point it's very difficult to sort of function.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm seeing someone reconnect in the background there.
That's right. We're getting back in.
Yep.
It was Pretender.
Reconnected, do all the ready checks.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to continue this game without your Orianna, because she is an absolute menace as things stand.
Yep. Kind of a lot on the Orianna shoulders here for Tender.
And Eminem's 2-0.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Off to a good start.
It isn't the easiest. I mean, it's not the hardest game for Kaiser, don't get me wrong. Kaiser generally fits in fairly well to most comps, has a bit of safety in that invisibility, movement speed, and the killer instinct. But
you're short range against Nico Gragas, so you have to be careful there.
Yeah, for sure. That's kind of what I'm referencing as well. You do have to be careful against that. As well as if Rakan gets on you, you don't have cleanse, and so you can just be going down immediately. But I think Eminem's certainly a player that can pilot around those.
We've seen him have some incredible team fights.
Yeah.
Especially against PSG.
Yeah, for sure.
Even in the last game, some fights where Jimmy was kind of falling apart or maybe getting caught, he was able to pick up the slack and carry damage a bit.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Kaiwing as well, I think this game looking a lot better on the Ral than he was on the Emilio. And
I see the difference. You see the difference when he's on an engaged champ.
And I don't even know if it's necessarily just for him, but I think it's how the team functions as a whole as well. When he's able to facilitate plays, start looking for angles himself, I think the team looks a lot better. I think
because it hasn't been Gemini looking for the angles, it's been Kaiwing.
Yeah, and I think in general that's how it works, and that's also how it's more successful for them to find bot lane ganks and bot lane dives. There's more setup on this Ral than there was on Emilio, and so there's just more chance for success.
Yeah, he honestly played the Milio well, but there's only so much you can do on the Milio.
Yeah. Now, hopefully, we'll get back in. I saw Pretender still trying to reconnect, so possibly a client issue there.
Okay. Yeah, you definitely want Pretender going at 100%, as we said.
Yeah.
As I'm not sure if anyone's going to hit the Rift Herald.
Yeah, I think they should. I think Frank should. I think they're ahead enough to start pushing the issue. It's really.
I'd be worried if I hit the Rift Herald here. I'd be worried that with the Gragas there, they're going to take mid priority. Beyond are going to take mid priority and get the next dragon. And it's going to be way too hard to contest the next dragon if you're walking into Rakan Gragas. And I don't know if either team are going to prioritize the Rift Herald that hard.
Okay.
We'll see what they decide to go for, but I think it's just going to be contesting mid waves.
I think you can, though, right? Because it's really hard to walk in on the Maokai. And the Maokai, as well as set up around Orianna, you can put a ball onto the Maokai and then do Twisted Advance and then follow it up with the Shockwave, as well as the Nature's Grux.
They can get the Rift. Yeah, they can get the Rift. I'm just worried about being able to contest the Dragon after.
Ooh.
That might be a problem. Dragon up in 1 minute 20, I think, at the time of the pause.
Okay. Well, we'll see.
I'd definitely prioritize a Dragon over a Rift. It's about
I generally do too, especially now, because the Rift Shield does just do a lot less damage. The payoff is if you drive it in there, you do get those Void Mites, but I'm not sure how effective they are.
Yeah, and some cool knock-ups if you manage to hit any champs. We don't see that.
We have seen, was it Husha that did the most impressive Rift Shield play, where he like left the fight, popped down the Rift Shield, hopped into it, and then found a massive knock-up in a team fight?
Yeah, found a way to be... He was 1 HP as well. He gets out of the fight on 1 HP, gets back in with the Rift Herald. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, definitely
in this game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a bit of a quieter game for him, especially on the Viego. His last performances were really awe-inspiring almost. So
yeah, not off to as hot of a start. And I wonder if he should have just played around this bot lane more. Would his bot lane, his top lane more? If he did that, would his bot lane have just been dived?
Yeah, that is.
Maybe.
I think that's a big risk you do face, and especially against a team like Frank, who we know do look for those time and time again. And it also does give over a lot of priority towards the Dragon, which definitely they would have been able to take. In this game, it is 1-to-1 in Dragons, and so you definitely found at least a little bit there for prioritizing bot side.
Yeah. But this Jax was definitely diveable at many, many stages of this game.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it looked like Driver was going to do it himself at some point.
Yeah. Even that one explosive cast that missed.
Yeah.
So how you liking Driver on carries, though?
My God. Yeah, he had a bit of a slow start to the season, you know, kind of on tanks, relaxing a bit. And I think maybe that's been because Beyond has been on blue side a lot.
Yeah,
so
for
they've
sure.
just been picking him as safe blind. But yeah, with counter pick, he's a bit of a monster.
Yeah, I think he's the best counter pick player, maybe in the entire league, like in any role. I think possibly.
Yeah.
We've seen him pick out, and he just has such a big champ pool too. Like we haven't seen it, and I don't think we will see it. But something like the Gangplank is things that he picks out as a counter pick in times, and
yeah. As here is the man to contest this mid-wave, I assume.
Yeah.
Will he look for an engage onto Kai'Sa or something? Problem is, there's not a huge amount of single target follow-up. Xayah pretty short range.
Yeah,
There's
and just
plenty of
weaker.
CC.
Doesn't have Kraken Slayer yet. Maybe has it on this recall, so they are going to be giving over this Rift Shield, certainly.
Yeah.
Driver will spot it out with a ward, but it shouldn't be all that meaningful.
Yeah, and you really want to get Driver out of here and get him to bot lane, so he can be back into this Jax, I think.
Yeah. Jax, you can see on your screen down the bottom once this graphic disappears, is actually pretty much caught up in CS now, and
yeah,
I think that's the nature of this lane swap.
Yeah, you're not looking for a monster CS game on Gragas. He does actually end up taking this tower.
It is the first as well.
Might
now,
get punished.
Dragon spawning soon, and Frank are still up topside, but I think they should just now look for the recall. Pretender probably pushing in this wave, and then much the same for him, I would imagine.
Or maybe, honestly, Beyond are happy to have their Nico into the Jax and just stem the bleeding. It could be both teams thinking their weaker solo laner is getting away with farming for free, and it's up to who prefers that.
Yeah, but I'd be more scared of Jax getting back into this game than Nico.
Yeah,
so.
Nico's going to be useful with barely any farm, in my opinion.
Yeah, mostly, of course. Oh, the more damage you have, the better. But yeah, I think a lot of her usage comes out of the utility, whereas Jax needs some items to be able to sort of tank through a lot of the return damage that will come through.
Yeah. Triforce completed on the Jax. I think he'll probably need one more item before he feels okay against this Gragas. Usually the Titanic Hydra, as Beyond are just hitting the dragon.
They are. Pretender's teleporting in, and Jiang is on the way. Now, of course, Maokai ult is extremely scary around this river. They're finding Driver. A lot of damage onto this dragon. It's going to be taken. Husha is the one that picks that up. There's a massive lot of CC here as Slaytrue is trying to deny any follow-up here from the side of Frank, but it's 116 who's going to have to flash away. The first kill onto Slaytrue does come over. It's Eminem who picks it up, and there's another two. One for Eminem, one for Pretender, and Husha as well. He's going to have to flash away, but Eminem's hot on his heels. Not going to be able to look for it, at least for now, although the Void Seeker will connect, and Gemini being behind there on the flank will confirm that one. Going to hop in that Rift Shield, crash it, get the Void Mites, get a lot of team fight kills and a lot of follow-up kills afterwards. So big win for Frank.
Yeah, so Beyond we're actually looking for the flank with the Nico onto Frank as they were coming in, but Jiang actually manages to find the Nico on the flank and just stops him from ever getting into the fight. There's no damage in these fights if the Nico isn't there.
Yeah, and so you got the dragon, but you are at a massive deficit now, and Frank really have all the keys here to get this one done.
Yeah. I mean, this Kaisa is massive.
Yeah. And so is the Maokai.
Yeah. As you can see on your minimap here, Nico getting caught out, but it's a Flash Smite attempt, 4-man engage from Kaiwing, justifying this Rel support pick for sure. As a lot of CC actually lands onto the Kaisa, but there's no follow-up.
Yeah.
It's pretty much full HP.
Yeah, feels very, very good here to be Eminem. You are now up almost an entire item. You're in Ivori, which we've seen this matchup specifically something like 1,000 times last year.
Yeah.
And we know really the AD carry that gets the Ivori first really, really has control over these sort of mid-waves.
Yeah,
as well as just
Feng not even
damage.
close to it.
Yeah, exactly. Just has that pickaxe.
Banshees from the Orianna, I quite like this game. Xayah behind. So is Viego, as Maokai
Nature's Grasp, and 116 is not where he'd want to be. As wow, the knockback actually...
No Kaisa ult up, but I think he still just goes down here.
Oh yeah, movement speed picked up from that Scry's Orb. Void Seeker will connect, and Eminem's found himself yet another one.
Yeah. Treasure
Hunter as well, netting him an extra 130 gold for fun.
Yeah. The Banshee's really nice on Pretender. It means that this Gragas, who's going for a tanky build, is just never going to be a threat to him. However fed this Gragas gets, because he's building tanky, he's never really going to be a threat onto the Orianna with the Banshees. And Xayah behind, as we said. And it is so difficult to play into this Maokai from behind.
Yeah. Yeah, it's almost impossible, especially when you don't have a sort of honest frontliner, right? You have this Gragas, but he doesn't have all that many resists. And
no,
so
he's not going to comfortably just stand in front of his team and tank the... You know, he wants to be like ducking and diving.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, sort of get in, blow his cooldowns, get out, do it again later.
Disruption.
Yeah, but you can't sort of like the Cassante last game that was behind, was able to actually stand there and withstand quite a bit of damage.
Yeah.
The Gragas isn't going to be able to, especially when you're up against what is nearly a 3-item Kaisa, and I mean, 2-item Orianna now.
Yeah. And his job made harder by the amount of mixed damage coming out. Just mixed damage in general from Kaisa and Orianna. 700 gold shut down on Eminem.
Yeah, and now Jiang feels completely fine in this lane now.
Yeah, already. I thought he might need his Titanic to tank up a bit, but Because Driver went for a tankier build, he's doing okay.
I think the levels also matter a lot. It's just you get a lot from being Jax. Now, Feng being looked at again, does have Cleanse available, does also have that Feather Storm, and it looks like this is turning around. Kaiwing gonna have that 3-man Magnet Storm, but eventually it's turned around, and Husha picks himself up a kill. He gets himself a reset, but won't be able to do much more as Pretender being looked at by 116. Pop Blossom does come out. There's a lot of damage. Are they going to be able to get him down? It's a massive turnaround for Pretender, but he does eventually be taken out. Baron is up. This is going to force out teleport from Jiang. They do have Eminem still alive, so it is still very scary and maybe not doable, but we'll see.
No, they're not going to look for it, but really nice turnaround from Beyond. No follow-up damage really there as Feng gets his recall interrupted. So Eminem just not feeling like he can hit there. They find a decent engage onto 2. So we're going to see it here. Maokai ult. And this is, I thought this is what I was talking about. Playing against the Maokai here is so difficult. But, oh, really nice sidestep from Feng. As it's actually Beyond who find the engage onto 2. And, yeah, Frank just get out of there. They weren't ready for that at all.
Yeah.
And nice play from 116. He's a bit behind, so he is just spending a lot of time flanking, looking for picks.
Back to live. Husha does go down. Feng's going to use that Feather Storm. Is looking for Jiang. Flash forward from Kaiwing. Cleanse is going to be used here now by Feng, but Tower claimed 1 kill as well over the side of Frank.
Frank not deterred at all by one play going wrong. They keep the pressure up, and you love to see that. They are just diving the enemy team. The whole team is there, as far as I can tell. They're just confident to dive them under their tower.
Yeah, and that nets themselves the second dragon. Of course, that evens up the dragon score 2-2. So feel pretty good about that.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel like Dragon WinCon really on the cards, just because of how far ahead Frank have found themselves, almost 6k gold up.
Yeah.
Feels
it is
like
always there if they want it, though.
It is, of course. They should always have pressure as long as there's no big mistakes.
Yeah, I don't think they're in a rush to end this game at all. I think they outscale pretty comfortably.
Yep.
2.5 items on the Maokai to 1.5 on the Viego.
Yeah, that's a concern as well. If you're one of these sort of carry junglers, you kind of need to find yourself an early advantage. And in general, you should be able to. But the problem really was here that bot lane level 3 went so pear-shaped that Gemini found himself ahead. And it's very hard for you to find anything after that.
Yeah, and everywhere he ran, he was just running into...
mid lane a lot.
Maybe playing topside would have just avoided a lot of this, because he tried to play around mid and bot, and everywhere he went, he was just getting beaten up by stronger laners. Every time he went anywhere near Pretender, he was getting ulted and just beaten up.
Now, admittedly, I think part of why he was in those lanes was to protect his lanes as well, because he was just behind from level 3, and so it became a point where if Maokai's there's a chance they look for a dive, and I have to be there to stop that from happening. But it did mean that, Husha has continued to find himself sort of more and more behind as the game progresses. Admittedly, he's up in terms of camps, but definitely Maokai has more gold and is more effective.
As well as just more impact right now. It's a bit of a wonky Maokai ult. Maybe misjudges where beyond our positioning.
It's a short cooldown. It's not the worst thing in the world, but it does alleviate some pressure. He's going to get locked up. There's going to be this quickness used out of Rakan, but there's not a whole lot of follow-up. 116 looking, though. He finds a massive Pop Blossom. Eminem is going to get absolutely annihilated. Pretender managing to survive, at least for now. Finds himself a blast cone, does get himself out. But with Eminem dead, that's a lot of your damage. But meanwhile, Jiang's actually taking...
An inhib.
Yeah, inhib's going down. Someone's going to have to answer this. Gemini's also still here. Doesn't have flash, which is important. Kaiwing, they might just try and stop back. I think that's all they really have to do is Jiang's now...
Hex flash.
Yeah, Hex flash comes through. Kaiwing's going to find a massive amount of CC, and we're trying to find our way into the pit. It's actually going to be a fight. Jiang turns around. We're not going to push any further, but it is going to be a turnaround. Driver now being looked at. Should get stunned up, should be going down, but it is Baron picked up here for BYG, maybe giving themselves a little bit more time in the game.
Yeah, and honestly, you're not that upset losing the inhib either, as this was an amazing turnaround. Maokai ult, just way too far up without your Maokai ult. Amazing TP by 1116, and he's about to pick himself up a 700 gold bounty for it. And he has been playing so well with a disadvantage this game. Just vanishes, Eminem does.
Yeah.
Pretender flashes and manages to get away, but yeah, the fight's over once you land that kind of a Nico ult.
Absolutely. And now, I mean, still it is Frank that are fairly comfortably ahead, but it is Baron now off the cards for a sizable amount of time, at least 5 more minutes, so maybe even with what's left of this Baron, they could get sort of side lane, mid lane pressure and look for the third dragon for themselves, although a team fight I think unless you get in a massive pop blossom like that one, it should still be Frank favored.
Generally, in these situations, though, the team that takes the inhib is under pressure to do something with the inhib. Otherwise, you are down a lane of farm, or it's very risky for the Jax to be in this lane. He's going to be very far up if he wants to farm it. As honestly, Jiang completely back in this game.
Yeah, he's a real threat again.
Yeah. But the fights are winnable for Beyond. They're very hard to execute. It's kind of the same story as last game.
Yeah.
Difficulty in execution, but they're winnable.
For sure. Oh, 1-6.
Jiang is going.
Yeah. You have to be scared of this Jax now. Merc Tread's online. Your CC really isn't going to matter all that much.
Yeah.
Topside as well. Driver, he doesn't have pressure against Pretender.
Yeah. Both teams happy with these lane assignments. I guess it's past the point where Driver's pressuring this Jax at all in the side lane. Might even be the opposite.
Yeah, I would assume so, and 1-1-6 just a little bit safer. Although maybe he even isn't. Body Slam probably a little bit better against the Jax.
I don't think the Gragas is ever dying in the side lane, but he's probably just under his tower.
Especially with that Titanic, means that Jax now has a lot more sort of shove, yeah. Pretender, this might be scary. Yeah, okay, Husha's found his way onto him. Does pop out that Verdant Veil. It's going to be turned around, though. Husha not being able to connect, and the Magnet Storm comes through. Featherstorm's not going to be able to land the damage, and so a lot of cooldowns used. Pretender gets away without Flash even being up.
The Gragas ult, really unfortunately, knocks Pretender out of the Viego ult.
Yeah.
So he ends up living, and they actually blow Xayah ult there as well. If Pretender can get back, and he can with his TP, Frank should be in a very good position to contest this.
Yeah, still have Maokai ult, don't have Xayah ult. I don't think this is a winnable fight if you're BYG without some absolute heroics coming out of 1-1-6.
Yep. Hasn't found himself a flank this time.
It's going to be very hard to, because Jiang obviously on bot side of River. The rest of Frank on top side.
Look at base.
Yeah, base is getting pressured. No teleport. Jiang actually does have teleport, but someone's going to have to answer that. This will be third dragon.
Yep. Wow. There's one tower. 1-1-1-6 going to get back and clear up most of these minions, as I can't imagine it's too long until Baron is back up.
For sure.
This is a very interesting Kai'Sa build. I don't know if I've seen it before. The Runans sticks out as a bit weird to me.
I think generally this used to be a good Kai'Sa build, and I think it still is, but you usually go against a lot of melees. And I mean, in fairness, you're probably hitting Gragas and Viego the most, but yeah, generally you get Runans if you're targeting, 3-4 melee champs.
Yeah.
Because obviously it just means you're doing more damage.
Yeah, there's a bit more value when they're a bit bulkier too. I think these fights are going to be very quick. I mean, it is a very tanky Gragas.
Yeah, for sure.
Frank in no rush to do anything this game. They are happy sitting in side lanes, clearing out waves, scaling up, and I think they should be.
For sure.
A little bit of a cheeky flank from Stay True there, but decides to just recall. As Pretender has his flash back up now. And actually bought a blue elixir. Maybe overestimated that fight happening around the dragon. And because of the shutdown he got, this Nico is pretty massive now, honestly. He is going to be killing pretty much anyone he catches in his ulti.
Yeah, I think really if you're the side of BYG, you need to wait for Xayah to get her LDR online before you can really contest these fights. And admittedly, even then, this Kai'Sa should still be a lot stronger.
Yeah, she'll have BT by then, probably. Unless Feng has it right now. Oh, but Kai'Sa's got BT now anyway.
Yeah, okay.
You hope he has LDR now. Yeah.
It does.
Okay.
There's a one-item lead still for Eminem, and he should be able to just put this game on his back, really, whenever there's a fight.
Yeah.
Baron, of course, spawning in 20 seconds. I do expect Frank to pretty much start it immediately. As long as there's tabs on where 1-1-6 is, and importantly, no teleport flank available. No teleport ward, shall I say.
Yeah, I worry about Beyond in the straight-up fight, where Nico doesn't have a flank onto the Kai'Sa. At that point, it's up to Stay True or Driver to just make some magic happen and get onto this backline. Made a lot harder by the Banshees on Pretender.
Okay, now Baron up. Not really all that much vision here for BYG. A lot is in favor of Frank, and 116 is going to have to try and find himself an angle, but it's definitely not going to be very easy. Looking like a front to back, at least for now, as both top laners do remain the bottom side. Yeah, 4k HP on this Baron. Eminem playing very, very safely. Nature's Grasp comes out. A little bit wonky again, but a massive shockwave means that Baron's picked up, but it's also going to be a big shock. Pop Blossom here found from 116. He finds his way somehow into this fight as Eminem is going to get taken out by Feng. It's going to be so far 2 for 2. Going to be made now a 3 for 2 as Feng is 1 HP. Gemini's not going to have the damage. Oh, it does eventually, but here comes Jiang. Husha gets the reset. Now it might be Jiang that's in trouble. Lots of damage coming through from Husha as Jiang now just trying to run away with his life. Explosive cast will go wide. There is a blast cone available as well, so Jiang does get away. Eventually, it does result in a 3 for 4 in favor of BYG, but importantly, Frank pick up the Baron.
Yeah, Frank managed to get the Baron, and that fight, I think both top laners were just disrupting each other. Neither of them able to get a TP. 1116 finding another miracle ulti, I think a 3-man ulti with the Kai'Sa in it.
Yeah, somehow.
Yeah, after looking like a really bad start to the fight, and Feng has a really nice play at the end of this fight too. As the Maokai ult again, they've been a bit rough, but that looked like a terrible start, but 1116 just saves it. As you're going to watch Feng on the Kai'Sa here get a little outplay on Eminem, yeah. And Gemini decides, he sees blood and just decides to take out the Kai'Sa. Barely gets her. Jiang shows up later, ends up losing his flash to escape. As I think both top laners just walked.
Yep,
they kind of walked next,
there.
and they walked next to each other, just fighting the entire way there because neither of them can get the TP off. Yeah, great fight from Feng.
Yeah, absolutely big. Obviously topping the damage charts there.
Yeah, facilitated by 1116.
Yeah. Now, it is the Dragon Soul opportunity for Frank here. BYG would be picking up their Soul point. So a big fight. I believe 116 is who we see farming the Raptors, or the Krugs, shall I say. And he's going to be looking for a flank. Pretender is the one tasked with
watching the flank.
Yeah, guarding it. He's gonna find him now. Oh, he's actually looking. Okay, that's going to be at least
no flank from Nico.
116 won't be in here, but Oriana's also not. So it is just a 4v4. And Husha's eliminated, so this will be Dragon Soul that should just be picked up, and it is going to be. As Jiang is being an absolute menace in the back line, Feng stunned up, in comes the Killer Instinct. It should be a wipe. Gemini's also found his way onto 116, his driver running for his life. There's an open inhibitor at least. One tower stands between them, but I think after all is said and done, it should now be Frank who pick up game number 2 in spectacular fashion.
Yeah, you see once the Nico can't get the flanks on these fights, that's interrupted. Once the Nico can't get the flanks in these fights, there's no hope.
Yeah.
They're just so one-sided. You can just pretty relentlessly pile onto this beyond backline. The Xayah doesn't have as much of a chance.
Jiang's damage.
Yeah. Yeah, and he salvages a really difficult game. It's tough to have that kind of laning phase and then just farm up, scale up, and have that much impact in a team fight.
Sure, Driver's trying to do what he can. Husha respawns, but this will be the game all said and done.
Go to game 3.
Yeah, game number 3 on our hands. And I mean, I wouldn't want anything less between Frank and Beyond. Obviously, both sitting at first, equal on the scoreboard. I mean, now we get to find out really who the better of the two is.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty dominant look from both. Maybe not as dominant game 1 in the Beyond win, but you see the strengths of Beyond in these team fights. Games where they have no business winning. Team fights they have no business winning. Mostly on the back of 1116 and some nice team fighting from Feng. They make that game much closer than it should be. I think the kills at one point were 9-1.
Yeah.
Maybe 8-1.
Yeah, it started off, I think it was 9-1. I think you're right. And yeah, really looked like from there on, Frank should just be able to take over it. But I think, 116 finding some incredible angles. I mean, the ones where he teleports in, of course, big angles, but that last one around the Baron where he just had to walk around, find the perfect timing, flash, proto-bout, ult, manages to connect onto Eminem and really solves what was well, looked like it shouldn't have ever been a contestable fight.
All of those fights should have been impossible, but 1116, you see the power of the Nico.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
And why they were maybe banning it against him.
Yeah, his Nico along with Pretenders has traditionally been the best two in the league, as I said sort of prior to the game. And I mean, we saw it there, right? It looked like an absolutely lost game, and he almost single-handedly brought it back. So I think that's really a testament to his skill. And maybe it's something now that even though they managed to win, Frank might have to be scared of in the future. Yeah. Although somehow Pretender just dominated him in lane.
Yeah, but imagine if this Nico's not 20, 30 CS down. It might even be a more difficult lane, as honestly Pretender out of the lane phase found 1 or 2 good ults, but didn't really manage to get much done. Jiang on the other hand, both solo laners on opposite sides having really rough laning phases, and then
turning
pretty
around.
Stellar team fighting.
Yeah, and I think also a big sort of swinger was obviously when it was that fight happening around the Baron. I don't even think it was the Baron that actually happened. It was the first one, and Driver was there. The Jiang just takes down an inhib and a Nexus tower as well. So it's like, that was a massive thing. Obviously, Frank should have already been winning, but I think that happening just essentially for free meant that the game was even harder for BYG from there, because any mistake you make from then on, they can just walk down bot and end the game.
Yeah, and that's what ends up happening.
Yeah, for sure.
After a failed flank. Really smart play on that last team fight from Pretender. Yeah. Just to know that if he fights the Nico, these fights are over. If the Nico's just 1v1ing him, it doesn't matter if he wins or loses. If the Nico's 1v1ing him, what happened was 116 ends up getting away from him and trying to TP back into the fight. But at that point, he's, it's just a front-to-back fight that you have no hope of winning against a very fed Kai'Sa at that point.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, credit to both teams now, both taking one each. And I think, in general, I'd like to say Frank have looked a little bit cleaner. Between both games, I think the only standout so far for BYG, of course, 116 that game, but Driver in both games has performed. He's done pretty much what he can. And so maybe, I guess, coming into the next game, I'd almost expect that now Frank take red side, because that will eliminate Driver's opportunity to get that counter pick. And when you've got this one guy that's looking like he's the main threat, the main guy that could get this across the line, I don't know. I think maybe taking away the counter pick's good. Yeah,
it kind of has been the only thing going for Beyond in general. But I wonder if, because that game looked so good, because they were able to make their play on the bot lane, as you see Pretender, he misses the ult, but honestly, it doesn't even matter. With 116 not in this fight, you see Jiang actually doing so much. He just finds Husha and just 100 to zeros him.
Yeah, I think he did 7,000 or something in this fight.
Yeah, and then he's just on the backline, and the Zaya's hitting him. But at this point, he has a Titanic, a Frozen Heart, and a behind Zaya is just not killing that. Driver doesn't manage to keep him away. Driver's busy keeping the Rel and the Maokai off his team.
For sure. And damaged out, I mean, Jiang certainly came back. Eminem topping it, but he should have. He started the game very, very far ahead, and you'd expect him to top the damage after that.
Yeah, Driver having a great game, considering the way this game started for him. And Gemini quietly having a good game. I think he died once, maybe?
Yeah, I don't remember. I think so, yeah. I think around that mid lane when he missed that ult. Oh, no, and around the Baron. Was that 2? Maybe 2 deaths.
No, I think he got away and Kaiwing died. But either way, he had a good game. He had a good game quietly, just playing well on the Maokai. Actually, some of his ults maybe left a little to be desired.
Yeah, that's true. But to be fair, you're allowed that when you're winning the game.
Yeah, and when he got his team the lead.
He did, yeah. Bot lane, obviously, that level 3 was a big sort of momentum picker-upper.
Yeah.
Really damaged out. I mean, we saw it, right? Fing doing a lot. I think 116 didn't do that much, but honestly, just the impact that he had in his team fights were definitely felt. It was just sort of felt a bit too far behind for it to really matter.
If all that damage is on, and mostly was on a 6-0 Kai'Sa, 700 gold shutdown, then it's a lot more impactful than the damage looks.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, Gemini got the most kills. 7 kill Maokai. I didn't actually realize that. I thought Eminem would have.
Yeah, manages to. I think they were very close in kills most of the game. Gemini must have picked up a couple extra.
Yeah. He got that solo one on Fing. Well, not solo. I mean, Fing was very low, but got down. That came down to the wire. And then clean game from Frank. Looking to game number 3. I mean, I honestly wouldn't mind seeing a run back of the drafts. I think, again, top lane was very scary. The fact that Driver got so far ahead. Oh, and it's going to be Gemini on the Maokai picking it up.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
No, neither.
He just had a pretty good game start to finish. 100% KP from Husha.
Yeah, which is surprising on Viego, because it's not the easiest champ to
get KP.
To get a lot of KP on. Yeah. I don't know how many kills their team had, though. which might play an effect.
Yeah, when you're behind, you're only fighting, you know, as
When
5,
you
so your
have to.
KP is going to be high. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, it was just difficult for him to do anything with 2 losing lanes that he was just constantly protecting. And Viego's not the type of champion you want to be in that position, just defending losing lanes.
Yeah.
You want to be snowballing a bit.
For sure, and invading, right? You want to try and invade Gemini's jungle. And I think in general, that probably was the plan because you had the Nico into Orianna matchup, so you should be winning mid.
Yeah.
You, honestly, bot lane can go either way. It just depends on how it starts, and obviously it started poorly. But you can just look to invade the Maokai as the Viego, but it never ended up happening. And
this is the final team fight,
yeah.
I think.
Is it? No, I think this is an earlier one. Yeah.
No, it is an earlier one. Yeah, it is. This is the one where
Kaiwing finds a 4-man.
6.
Yeah, and just taking him out. Look at this Maokai. This Meowkai even. Yep. He's on the pink Meowkai skin. I think it's Rose Quartz, is that Chroma's name? I always buy the pink one, that's how I know.
Oh. Susha getting...
Yeah, just brambled, smashed. Well,
jumps straight into the Rift Herald.
We have a series on our hands now. Yeah. I'm excited. I mean, again, this is the 2 teams that were topping our scoreboard. Frank obviously taking a game over PSG and Beyond taking one over CFO. So we knew these guys were good. Didn't know really how they stood in terms of each other. And now we're finding out it's very, very close. And I think this just says the top 4 are all very close.
Yeah. And honestly, I wonder which side they're going to pick. I'm excited to see. I think side selection is going to decide a lot, and I think maybe we can see some more Jax blinds.
More Jax blinds? Maybe. I think it's a little bit scary, but that's a story for game number 3. Of course, we will be headed for a break, but do stick around because game number 3 and the decider of who will remain undefeated will come after the break.
got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. But my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You got me off the ground, and I was earthbound. When my mirror was invisible, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You got me lost for words, and it might sound absurd. You're like dope and adrenaline, it's like both well and genuine. Hey, you got me off the ground when I was earthbound. Hey, 'cause I was waiting for a miracle. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire. You're like a fire. I feel safe in your wildfire, in your flames, in your barbed wire.
Hello and welcome back everybody ahead of game number 3 of our first series of the night, and what a banger it's been so far. We've got Frank and Beyond one apiece, and I'm excited to see what happens now.
Yeah, even when we thought we had a blowout game 2, somehow Beyond were in it and making it look close. So neither team's really gone down without a fight, and the drafts have been super competitive, the games have been super competitive, just about every objective not going down without a fight. And be interesting to see how Game 3 plays out.
Yeah, I'm very excited too, and I wonder if we're going to see Pretender again. I do think we will, but maybe they'll sub in Jimmy, and maybe they're wanting the red side, put in Jimmy and look for something like an Akali or something like that into the champion pool that 116 we know he has. I mean,
I think they'll keep Pretender because their early game looked
better.
Yeah, much better with Pretender, and that's kind of a trend we're seeing. Pretender maybe having a stronger laning phase. Jimmyin maybe builds a little CS lead, maybe gets a little bit of an advantage in the lane, but nothing like what Pretender has managed to do, just up below out in the mid lane.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely been playing very, very well. Has our good friend Pretender on the Orianna last game, of course, finding himself an advantage in what was a very difficult lane, and it is going to be side swaps.
I will say, though, that 1116 has outperformed both mid laners in team fights.
Yes, I am inclined to agree.
Which is very impressive considering these have been two very impressive mid laners so far. Even against PSG, Jimmyin and Pretender just really performing.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, the Nautilus remains as a ban. Do Frank want to ban the Ashe?
We
I mean, they banned it on blue side. There we go, yeah.
We do have the side swap, so Frank have one less headache to worry about in the top lane counterpick.
Yeah, we'll see if they want to give it to themselves. I mean, I have to assume you do, right? Like, why else are you...
Yeah.
Why else are you choosing red side? I feel like it has to be for that top lane counterpick.
Yeah. Surprisingly, ban's not changing too much so far.
Yeah, everything does remain the same, at least now. But maybe we're going to... Yeah, I was going to say, maybe we're going to have to see a Lucian ban here out of Frank, because we know Fing's very good at it, and now that they have first pick, likely to pick it up.
Expecting Beyond to leave the Kalista up, maybe ban away a Nico or an Orianna.
Yeah.
Rumble's still open, too.
Rumble, Kalista, and Orianna in theory.
If you ban Rumble here, though, it maybe makes the Kalista ban a little bit too easy for Frank. So maybe you ban something other than the Rumble.
Yeah. Okay, they just ban the Kalista.
I expect the Rumble ban. You don't want to finally get red side, have a favorable top matchup, and then you're against Thanos. Thanos in the top lane. Yeah,
there it goes. All right. Now, what are we going to see
first pick
for Beyond first? Yeah, I mean, what strikes out? The Orianna does, but no, we'll see. I mean,
might get to see how Pretender does in the opposite side of this matchup. That should be very interesting.
Yeah, perhaps. I wouldn't be too surprised to see that happening.
Rel, a high priority for Frank. Usually on the blue side, though. Maybe just Xayah Rakan. Denying the Rakan Orianna combo. So the Xayah is going to get locked in.
Okay.
Maybe some Maokai priority too, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you want the Rakan or do you want the Maokai? Because I feel like... Oh, Rel even.
Rel.
Yeah, maybe I'm just delusional. But it is a flex pick, which on red side can be quite powerful, of course, because you are able to save up until 5th pick, and you don't really know where this Rel's going. It could be going support, could be going top.
Yeah.
And it makes the second phase bans a little bit more sort of difficult to navigate.
It doesn't hurt that Gemini and Kaiwing both have had incredible games on the Rel.
For sure.
So we're going to see the Senna come out. Xayah does not have a great time into Senna.
Xayah does not have a great time into Senna, and I imagine it'll be, it should be the Senna Tarm. Now, admittedly, in team fights, Xayah should, in general, have more impact, just by nature of you are just outputting more DPS in general.
Yeah, if you've got targets to hit, though.
Oh, there'll always be someone to hit. Tarm Kench.
Yeah, maybe just the Tarm.
Nah, Tarm will be around Senna. It'll be whatever top lane is. Rakan, not awfully surprising, but that does already give away what their flex is. I think it's expected anyway, so.
I don't think they can play. They don't have the luxury of actually using the flex this game, just because last pick is top lane.
Yeah.
Well, 100% of the time. And I wouldn't be surprised to see the Jax ban, because I don't think Jiang is going to be as willing to pick the Gragas as Driver is.
No. I would be surprised if he was.
And then I don't know what you go for if they pick the Jax. Maybe you just take a comfort matchup. Maybe Aatrox.
Aatrox exists. I mean, banning out junglers at least for now. Zinzao, of course, who should play in that in game number 1.
And maybe we're banning
Nocturnal Vi. No, actually,
I would think top lane bans for Beyond.
Yeah, no. Oh yeah, the other side. I imagine You could wear mid laners that do well into Ori.
Oh
Yep.
yeah. Akali. Very
Akali,
popular pick
Nico's
into
another
the-
one. Although I don't know I mean, obviously, I'm sure Pretender can play Akali. But I
Yeah.
think you're more scared about Jimmy and playing Akali than you are Pretender. I think
Yeah.
if you have Pretender in, you're probably looking for a different game plan in general.
Yeah.
Because they kind of excel at different things.
As maybe a Vi ban at this point, though you're not too worried about the Vi.
Yeah,
You've
no,
got,
Vi doesn't do well
Xayah.
into Xayah. I think you can leave Vi up. Maybe you'd want to get rid of... Okay,
Here.
Udyr is the answer.
Deny them a good blind pick in the top lane. Makes sense to me. As maybe it'll just be the Nico ban. Maybe force Pretender onto an Azir or something.
Yeah? Maybe. I don't think you'd... yeah, I was
Actually,
going to say, I
ban the
don't think
Azir.
you'd want to force them onto Azir. I think Azir does quite well into Senna. I mean, we saw in game 1, obviously, a couple of fumbled engages, but...
No-brainer Nico pick. It was either going to be the Nico or Azir, whatever they banned last.
Yeah. I mean, in theory, there is a Corki. There's, you know, an argument for Corki.
So far,
But-
this Frank comp team fighting is looking terrifying.
There's
only so much that Tom Kench can do.
And Tom Kench has a lot less safety up against Rel, because if you do pop that shield, Rel can just completely deny it.
Yeah.
Now, Aatrox, is it going to be locked in? We haven't actually seen... I don't think Driver played a single Aatrox game last split, so I'd be surprised.
Aatrox was very popular
Yeah,
last split as well. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't believe he played a game of it, but I could be just misremembering. Now, Jarvan will be the lock-in. That's
Jarvan.
interesting.
Jarvan Orianna. Bit of an old school combo, but
And admittedly, it does really well into Xayah. Xayah, while having safety in her Feather Storm, doesn't actually have
the mobility.
any way to get out of that Cataclysm outside of Flash.
Same story with Nico.
Yeah. Okay, now...
Maybe the Jack's blind, as expected, maybe. Wow, taking the Cassante, not worried about the Gwen or the Jax pick.
Yeah, I think Gwen is a real easy pick here because you're not really wanting Nico to be your solo AP. Not into what is essentially 3 tanky champions.
Yeah.
I think it should be Gwen. You
Yeah.
can make an argument for Nah does fine into Cassante. Not as good as Gwen, admittedly.
Zhang did have a really good Jax game, so we might just see that into the Cassante.
Could do.
As
Although, okay.
last second switch to Aatrox. Don't hate the Aatrox. We'll see how it matches up into the Cassante. Zhang's finally gotten to pick his matchup instead of having a blind pick a tank.
Yeah, that feels very good. I honestly don't think the Aatrox should make that much headway into the Cassante, but I do think it's quite menacing when you get to team fights. Of course, it has pressure onto the Orianna, onto the Senna. Even pressures to Jarvan, who will struggle to get items as this game progresses. So
Yeah. And I'm kind of worried for Beyond this game. This is very similar to the first game, just without the X factor of a Gwen hard counter pick. They're going to have to get something done in the mid game with the Orianna Jarvan combo, or else there's not much hope in team fights, but I've said that before, and they've managed to make the team fights very close or just straight up win team fights they shouldn't.
yeah, and I'm hoping. I mean, obviously you've picked this, you've had practice on it, so you'd have to hope that at some stage of this we will see a successful Jarvan Orianna combo. And
Yeah.
it isn't. Well, obviously there is no mobility for the Xayah outside of a movement speed buff. You're not often going to be able to Cataclysm her into the Orianna ball because she will be able to just Featherstorm one of those.
Yeah.
And so, do you have enough damage after that? Maybe. If Cassante's there as well, probably.
Yeah.
But it isn't the easiest job, really, killing Eminem on the Xayah.
Yeah.
I think lane, though, should be pretty hard for Frank. I think, yeah, the Senna Tarm should actually do fairly well. Just by nature of Senna's always going to be able to try pressure you off these waves while Tarm CS's. And
Yeah, Xayah has a hard time putting pressure onto Senna.
yeah, exactly. And so it should be a pretty easy, straightforward lane for Beyond's bot lane.
Yeah.
But when it comes to team fight, Xayah definitely should be offering more FPS, just the nature of crit 80 carries against Senna, who traditionally builds lethality.
Yeah. As well with how much CC and disruption she's got on her team in the Nico,
Yeah.
the Rel, and the Aatrox. They're just all going to be, you know, creating space for the Xayah
For sure.
to be hitting this Cassante, Tom, Jarvan.
And now, into game, getting ready for game number 3, of course, as we have a tight series between our two top of the leaderboard teams, BYG as well as Frank. And I mean, every game we've had somewhat of a different draft. This time, finally getting to see Jiang's counterpick over to Driver, who...
Yeah, we'll see how he manages.
Yeah, I don't even know if it is a counterpick, in fairness, in this game, but...
I think it does quite well. We've seen it a bit. You know, we've seen just about every Cassante matchup under the sun when the champ was freshly released and people were trying to figure out what to play to beat it. We saw just about everything come out. Aatrox was a decent champ into it. And Aatrox really likes some of these new items. We've already seen one Aatrox with the Hydra, the new Hydra. I can't remember its name.
Profound Hydra?
Profound Hydra.
It is obviously very good. Has that auto attack reset on it, so it does feel nice if you're Aatrox to have that.
Yep. Xiang getting a nice little trade. Maybe going to mess with Jarvan a bit, but decides not to. Q a very long cooldown at level 1 for Aatrox.
Yeah, progressively becomes less and less, of course, and starts to be essentially negligible.
Yeah, Driver tanks that up for, you know, his jungler and spares him the misery of fighting an Aatrox as a level 1 Jarvan. As, yeah, Feng being very aggressive in this lane. Xayah, especially at level 1, is just not doing much to you. Probably has skilled the Q. Just to be able to pick up some
last
CS.
hit some of those CS.
Yeah. Feng is borderline just 1v2 zoning.
It is often what you get to do as a sort of a ranged champion into melees at level 1.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
No flash on Driver. That looks scary for a sec.
That's Ghost gone already. So, I mean, things looking pretty good so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely
nice.
a great start.
Jung will be getting his revenge.
Will he get the solo kill, though? That's really where the question lies.
Yeah. I'm not sure if he even needs to, but...
No, definitely not.
Aatrox a little bit harder to have impact on in team fights. Oh, -1.
Oh.
It's hard. It's hard. There are a lot of creeps. It's hard.
I actually suck at last hitting when there's that many creeps around too. Just like have like a half a second, not even that, timer to try and get your auto attack in before it just goes off to the nether.
Yeah. As Gemini clearing to bot, same story for Husha on the Jarvan. As Pretender on the opposite side of the matchup, getting better trades, but is just shoved in. Gonna be a pretty easy recall for 1116.
Now, I mean, we're seeing the junglers meet in the river, but of course this will be favored towards Husha, as well as his bot lane have prio, so this should just be the scuttle crab given.
Yeah.
Kind of curious that Gemini's staying so long for this. I think he's risking more than he stands to gain.
Yeah.
So yeah, eventually Husha will force him out. There's going to be
do you have to worry about the dive if you're Frank here? Low mana on your Xayah. Pretty high HP on both though. Doesn't decide to go for the dive. Gemini back to his Raptors. Not hitting the crab yet. Guess he'll have plenty of time to take it before Jarvan shows up from base.
Okay, Pretender so far in this matchup remaining even.
Yeah, it must have been a disaster in the last game, I'm guessing.
Who was the AD carry? It was also Xayah. So they didn't even, it's not like it was Caitlyn where...
Yeah, you have an advantage.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay.
Well, that's her fake health. There we go. Oh.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just Orianna favored now.
Yeah, maybe
Jiang?
we've misjudged this matchup. It looks kind of hard. Oh.
Well, Jiang,
he could be in trouble.
He does have flash available for him, and he is not in trouble. Driver has been completely gobbled up as flash does come through there from Gemini, but it's going to be matched also by Husha. Teleport now for Driver means that he'll be able to catch this wave, but 400 gold just out of pure gameplay from Jiang. The rookie really standing up to who was often hailed as the best top laner, I think from most people.
Yeah, and this will be really good for his confidence too. You know, he finally gets counterpick, isn't just getting destroyed.
Yeah, isn't just blue side top laner.
Yeah. It's going to be a fight over the Rift. No, Gemini just has to get out. Aatrox is TPing in, so they might be able to contest the next two, but Gemini kind of okay with giving it up. Because we're going to get a replay of what happened to Driver here. So Aatrox still has flash here, so any decent go from Jiang is just going to be a death for Driver. Actually dodges the Q2. I guess the W just connects and he gets position on him and actually goes into him.
Yeah,
he could maybe just W'd away. Maybe he's baiting.
Oh, maybe, but yeah. I guess it's just maybe overestimated how much he could tank up and got absolutely claimed down.
That answers the question, I think, of Aatrox is definitely a strong pick into the Cassante.
Yeah, well, at least so far. Brutalizer, of course, picked up, so he will be going for that Profound Hydra.
Yeah.
We'll see if that... See if he's able to find effect. Of course, it means that he's a lot squishier in these team fights, but it's a lot easier for him to get these resets. So I guess it's like the skill ceiling's very, very high, and the skill floor is also very high, so it's really up to how well he can
Pretender messes up the E flash there.
He did, he did. Was matched for the flash, though, for
he gets a flash
116.
anyway.
And was that Ignite used?
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah. As Feng had to flash away.
For sure. Oh, Driver now, maybe looking for return. Jiang getting very, very low, and it just might be Driver.
Wow.
He goes down once, but he will not go down a second time as Jiang overextends, gets taken out from that all-out. And that's a return kill.
Takes advantage of Aatrox not having the flash, has a massive wave on his side, and Aatrox is going to lose a lot for this.
Yeah.
Yeah, CS lead for the Cassante and some plates.
Okay, it is going to be Dragon, though, picked up. First of the game, of course, going to Frank, so not all is lost, but...
Got to be very upset with that.
Yeah.
For
this is going to be crushing for your confidence after...
Suddenly you're 20 CS down a couple plates.
Yeah, that's a bit of a disaster. You lose your top side red buff as well.
As it looks good. It looks good right now. Oh, he Qs backwards. Just gets ult. Oh, I mean, like, so well played by Driver.
Yeah, lands everything.
Yeah. Just one little mistake from Jiang.
Oh, what's happened here? Kyrie's just slapped him around the chaps, and that's going to be a kill mid there.
Yeah. No flash on the Orianna, gets punished pretty quickly.
And again, we're seeing the power of Kaiwing having one of these engaged supports. I definitely think it just looks a lot better.
Yeah, they look like a completely different team.
Yeah, for sure. So, all is well. One little slip up top, and you have found yourself with a little bit of a goal disadvantage despite the kill lead. But ultimately, things are fairly even. And you have got yourself a Dragon. So, I think in terms of the actual game, you are pretty confident and feeling pretty ahead.
Wow. They just he just cannot move. Unfortunately, Kaiwing gets it on the Rakan. Pretender does miss the Nico either, so just anyone has to take the kill who can.
Yeah, now, Driver actually just very ahead at this point. So, game's gotten a lot harder for Jiang after his solo kill.
Yeah, it's probably at a point now where he has to wait to get some items before he can fight this Cassante.
It might even be at the point where you can't really fight the Cassandra. You just farm it out and then hope you do more in a team fight.
Yeah, maybe.
Assuming you play it well, you probably can. Obviously, just so much damage.
Yeah, very high skill ceiling on the Aatrox. If you do hit everything, you know, you beat anything.
Yeah, pretty much. A few champions like that, but Aatrox seems pretty predominant in the meta a lot of the times. I think Ezreal's the absolute king of that.
Yeah. Yeah, extremely high skill ceiling. Sad we haven't seen an Ezreal yet.
Yeah.
It's a fun champ to watch.
Now, in fairness, I think Eminem really does strike me as a crit 80 carry player more so than anything, and so it's not overly surprising to see him prefer the crit 80 carries. But yeah, I mean, we're getting Senatam. I guess that's its own thing, but I would like to see an Ezreal too. I think Ezreal's look really, really strong. Yeah. At least in my solo queue games. So I don't know how. I think they're pretty good to base off.
Yeah. About the same caliber. Gemini is going to contest these.
Oh, that's just one gobbled up.
Oh. Maybe he's just trying to...
Oh, okay. Now, Pretender's in there. Everyone's really in there, and a lot of knockups coming through with that Pop Blossom. Driver, though, he's popped the NOS. He's trying to get in there. Jiang will join the fight as well. But it's going to be Kasante at least picking up the scraps for the first one. All Out comes through. It's onto Jiang, who might be able to find himself a reset. But Driver is dipping. He's diving and he's picking himself up. Yet another as Jiang is not able to secure the kill.
And you see Driver in his cam. He's happy about that. Just well played, but I'm really surprised that Gemini decides to contest that around the Aatrox, who's the weak point on the map right now. Maybe the only weak point on the map. Maybe they're too worried about giving up the 6 Void Grubs. He does manage to get one away, but it's just so hard to... And Driver's here at the fight first, of course, because he's got priority. It looks okay. We land a massive Nico combo.
3-man.
But there's no damage to follow it up. And
Even
Driver,
here, when Jiang gets ulted, I think, wow, this could be good.
Wow. And Driver plays that fight amazingly. Somehow manages to live here. Orianna shields, Senna heals. Just save him. And Jiang is probably devastated with that one.
Yeah, bro was happy. I would be too.
Yeah.
Has himself his Iceborne Gauntlet now, so even has damage reduction onto the Kassan. Sorry, not the Cassandre, onto the Aatrox.
Yeah.
And then isolated 1v1 even. So
yeah, look at the items top.
yeah, no, it's not particularly close. I mean, obviously picked himself up that first kill, picked himself up another, and then an assist as well as 2 plates. This is a very rich Cassante in what was a blind pick, so...
Yeah, and Cassante, he is, you know, a relatively safe blind pick tank, but don't let that fool you. When he's got item advantages, he is extremely difficult to deal with in team fights.
Oh, Fing being looked at. Is going to be able to stop any engage here in its tracks. It's pretended roaming on down. This could be dangerous, but the ward spots Husha.
Jiang is going to be under pressure for a long time in this lane. Maybe just the rest of the game. Behind Aatrox is not the most useful.
No.
Engage onto Gemini.
Yeah, Crashdown does come out to block out a lot of that damage. Fing's trying to get there. The Blade Caller not actually finding the route onto Stay True means a lot of damage will now be missing for the Xayah. Oh.
Uh-oh.
What is going on here? World Ender is going to be popped. All Out still available for Driver though.
Still wants to fight.
Going to use it All Out now. Is Jiang going to be able to fight it? Does have Flash. Oh, damage reduction coming through from Driver. Oh my god, the flash away. This is so intense, but...
Wow.
Oh my god, he's found it.
I can't believe he gets that kill with a Brutalizer against, I mean, a full item and a half. He's down a full item and finds a kill there.
Yeah, does find the kill, and that's massive, right? That's big gold, much needed onto Aatrox. He's going to get some time alone with his tower as well.
Yeah. I mean, and Driver wanted that. He was definitely making no attempts to escape there.
No.
He was looking for the outplay.
That was very, very close, but it was Jiang who picks it up. Also, I believe, got himself a 500 gold shutdown for his troubles, so...
Yeah, he's got himself back in the game now.
Yeah, absolutely. Should be the Profound Hydra picked up now, I think, which makes his time a lot easier. So what happened? How did Driver end up so low?
I think he just lands 2
Qs. He's got
Qs.
Bramble Vest, so he just gets autoed and he's taking tower damage.
He greets for the plate. And this fight from this HP is still very close.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, it was.
And Driver looking for it. Doesn't have Ghost, so maybe he feels like he can't even get away. It is very close to him just winning the fight as well. Amazing flash by Jiang.
Yeah, that was incredibly fast reaction times.
Yeah. He's got his full item now. Should be okay in the lane.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
It took a
miracle. Yeah, it took a miracle as engaged from Kaiwing.
Okay, Stay True getting locked down. He should have that Abyssal Voyage available to him if he wants to use it. He doesn't even need to. Now Pretender sprinting on in there with that clone. Driver also being here means that...
That might be top tower.
Yeah, this top tower should be going down, and I think I favor that trade for the side of Frank. Obviously, Dragons are only going to be even 1-1 now, and... This is gold, much needed gold over to the Aatrox.
Yeah. This might be getting Aatrox just to where you wanted him to be, you know, when you picked him as a counter. It went downhill for a second there, but with this picked up and a couple waves, he should be about where you expect him, like nothing happened.
That's right. Nothing to see here, fellas. Just a honest day's work up in the top lane.
Yeah, just a counter pick, slightly winning lane.
Now... I mean, this is on a ward. I don't know about this.
Yeah.
You also haven't recalled after picking up first Blood Tower.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's cooking here. Maybe they know that Jarvan hasn't backed yet. They are on top of a ward, though. Gemini Sweeper coming up.
Okay.
But they're just going to kill it. Okay.
It's very low, and yeah, Jarvan's not here, so it should be fine.
Oh.
Oh, but is Eminem going to be able to get out? Does pop the goes. Featherstorm now.
Okay.
So it does get out, but not before losing a lot of his health. And
maybe Beyond can look for a tower here. Who can wave clear? They've got Xayah and Nico here, but they might be diveable.
yeah, Xayah, no Featherstorm.
No flash on
Makes her
Pretender.
extremely vulnerable, but here comes Gemini. So,
There's a TP.
yeah, this is going to be Jiang now arriving as well. Does have World Ender, and we've found our way now onto Fing in the back line, and he's just going to be gone. No time to even use the Devourers. It's a double kill for Jiang. It's going to be the third picked up now for Gemini, and a massive team fight.
Down. I think that TP just had Beyond scrambling. Tom Kench was nowhere near Feng, and Feng gets caught out, one shot, and the rest of the team falls down soon after. As they're going to definitely get 2 charges, whether they go for the second tower or not.
I think they should.
Oh.
116, you're in trouble, pal.
What a
very, very
sidestep.
good sidestep, yeah.
Wow.
He very much saved himself of that. Now it is the tower going down.
Oh, Jiang's got himself a 300 gold shutdown. As I think once this TP comes out, they scramble a bit. I think if they all ran in the same direction, as Jiang is on the Tahm Kench, he can't get anywhere near his Senna. He flashes and gets Rakan taunted away from his Senna, and the Senna goes down. The rest of the fight is doomed. That's about the one thing you're not expecting to happen in these fights, is Senna going down early with a Tahm Kench.
One thing you're not needing as well, really.
Yeah.
Now, it's going to be 2 items picked up for Jiang on the Aatrox. Admittedly, Driver also has himself 2 items, and his items are fantastic because there is solo AP Nico, which you are not scared of at all if you're Cassante.
She's
really,
not a problem.
Yeah, exactly. This champion has a bit of burst, is more there for the team fighting ability that the Engage it offers, not there to kill out a tank. And so, yeah.
The number of combos she would have to throw onto the Cassante is just
outrageous.
Yeah, she's never really going to be a threat on him.
Yeah, and it's going to be a while before Eminem is too, so I think right now, Jiang and Driver should really be the people that are just running the map. I think Jiang, obviously, he's picked himself up 4 kills now, and definitely looks very, very strong.
Yeah, both top laners actually just end up through all the shenanigans very accelerated. It is Driver with TP though, so you imagine Frank on the back foot for a bit. Yeah, considering both tops are strong, and one of them has TP, the other one doesn't. You kind of just have to chill out under your towers if you're Frank.
I don't think you should be okay to do that. You do kind of want Xayah to get to Navori before you look for any fights. But here comes a teleport. It's going to be Pretender this time. He's going to find himself away onto Husha. Husha's going to get locked up. We do have Jiang here. He's just walked up to the fight, so you don't have to worry about teleports if you can just dawdle there, and it's just going to be the 1 kill found, but importantly...
Yeah. Pretender's disguised as a minion. They get an engage.
We've locked up Stay True. The shield isn't going to get popped here, but the Pop Blossom is, and it's going to land onto that Tahm Kench. He does eventually go down. Pretender going to pick that one up, and Driver's looking for Eminem. Eminem's going to dodge out, but is he going to live? No, he's not. Now Fing's on the back line. Fing is not going to be able to deal with the Aatrox, and out of nowhere, it's a clean ace.
Just ace them. I wonder how that started onto the Jarvan. Usually Jarvan's really difficult to catch, and I think Beyond had TP advantage. They were playing far up in their lanes, but it's actually Pretender who TP's behind them. And again, I think a flank TP just sends Beyond scrambling. They lose 1, but losing 1 somehow turns into losing all 5.
Yeah, that was... I don't know what really occurred for that second part of the fight to happen. I mean...
Yeah.
Driver almost got himself 1 there onto Eminem, but...
Yeah.
Unfortunately, just not quite. Eminem did lose pretty much everything, though, so it was a bit vulnerable.
At this point, Jarvan's already dead. And Beyond can just back off here. They don't have to.
Oh, it's a classic. Oh,
yeah.
This minion's just walking up.
But again, you don't really need to look for the fight here.
No.
But Driver does find a good angle onto Eminem. But at this point, the Rel ult, you can come down a 1-man Rel ult onto the Cassante, and Jung making very light work of a Senna without her top Gensh.
Husha's dead.
Susha's caught again.
Bit of a rough game.
Yeah.
So far for Husha. Now, jungler's dead. Do we look towards the Baron? We do have teleport available for our Aatrox. We do have Pop Blossom and Flash available for Pretender. So it does feel very, very scary now for BYG to ever face check onto this Baron. Of course, as long as you can get some form of ward behind them,
it is the OG Baron pit, where you are going to have to worry a bit about an Orianna ult, but Jung's found Tahm Kench.
Jung has absolutely found Tahm Kench and eventually found his Flash and eventually popped his World Ender and eventually is going to take him down. There comes Pretender once again claiming the bounty on that one. 306 now on the Nico, and Jung finding infinite sort of value in this Aatrox pick after one mistake early.
I mean, it doesn't seem like anything can phase Jung after 2 really rough games with counter pick. His driver's looking to maybe contest this.
Gonna be able to tank up quite a bit. He does not have his Unstoppable available for him. Kaiwing guarding. Pop Blossom coming through. It only lands onto Driver. Maybe they're going to be able to take him down. Through comes the center shield. And it's a massive cataclysm. But is it going to matter? Driver's found his way in. All out comes out. Eminem's down. Driver's running the team fight. But so is Jiang as he's trying to find the kills on the backside. Through comes the quickness. Driver, he's still alive. He's going to go down. It's going to be Jiang, the ultimate winner in this top lane. Triple kill. Will it be the Quadra? Yes, it will. This Aatrox is going insane.
In spite of a 4-man Orianna Jarvan combo landing, we were wondering if they would land the combo. They find it onto 4. Jung is just running around the entire fight. The one guy you didn't hit with the combo is just killing everyone.
Not even in Aatrox ult. Just in regular old,
his ult ran out. He didn't get a reset.
Fella form.
So Driver looks like he's just running it here, to be honest. But then ball on Jarvan, and they actually find the combo. It connects, but I think they're just maybe too far behind for it to make a difference at this point. 4-man combo, and Jung actually is in it. Kaiwing distracts the Orianna from really following up, and Jung just finds his way onto 1116. Murders him. On to the next one. As Senna just doesn't have the DPS to deal with this Aatrox.
No, not at all.
I mean, it takes him a long time to get to the Senna, but they just all go down one by one. Enough CC for this Aatrox too to really set him up, and what a game! Just as we were praising him as well.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
those are late game AD carry-esque damage levels. So, oh, that was close. Coming obviously a very safe champ, but if he got knocked up there, could have quickly found himself going down. Yeah, the Youmuu's Senna is not really...
Yeah, it's not threatening this.
Yeah.
This Aatrox anytime soon.
Now, we once again have a... Was that Serpent's Fang?
Yeah.
This time on the Aatrox. A little bit more curious. Obviously, Tahm Kench has a shield. Senna provides a shield with her ult. Jarvan has a shield. Orianna. Actually, all of them have a shield. But they aren't the most impactful shields in the world. I think Senna and Tahm obviously very impactful. And Orianna's can be. But in general, Orianna's shield isn't even going to be there when it's important because it's just being used before the fight to put it on Jarvan.
Yeah, it is a very cheap item. But I imagine if he's hitting someone, they're dying, shield or not.
I guess it just makes it easier.
Yeah. It's a very cheap item as well. Sometimes if you can just finish an item, you finish it. TP from Pretender.
Oh, he's looking for a flank. Jiang's on a flank.
Oh.
Feng is going to be... Oh, okay. Oh, here he comes. World Ender comes in. Wow, that's a very nice quickness. Pedal Dance also finds its mark as Stay True is going to be ulting Driver. Eventually does go down. It's a double kill and a 3-man stun there actually found from Feng on this Senna. Unstoppable will go Driver. He's in all-out mode. He's going to dash over that wall. Jiang's going to knock him up, though. He follows suit. Should be another kill here. Found Jiang picking up that one. He is now legendary. That's 3 in the team fight. And another team fight wipe here in favor of Frank.
You see how strong Driver is. He can jump into 5 people and kill the Xayah by himself, but the rest of the team just cannot deal with this Aatrox. There's so much CC to set him up. You saw that fight Kaiwing. So he actually TPs in here, instantly flashes out, as 1116 really held onto his ult well there to get everything out of Xayah. As he TPs in, flashes out, and then the quickness into the Rakan knockup. into the Aatrox, just killing your entire team. And Feng just, I mean, he's got 3 tanks in front of him as a center.
Driver
Doesn't even bother autoing anyone. And yeah, Driver somehow finds a kill there.
just claims his bounty. Is it going to be anathemas on Driver? Be Warmogs.
Maybe. I can think of someone he'd really want to put that on.
Rakan?
Yeah.
All right, Dragon is going to be taken here from Jiang. It shouldn't really be answered. He's actually doing it pretty quickly as well. 12 and 2 does help.
Yeah.
Finishes his Eclipse now, so even more damage, more cooldown reduction.
Yeah.
And he is 4,000 ahead of the next highest in the game in terms of gold.
Yeah.
I think this might be the first time I've ever seen a gold graph like that.
Yeah, and with lethality items too cheap, he might just, he's like 2 items ahead of anyone else in the game. Making the Aatrox last pick, we wondered if they could use the last pick as well as Beyond could,
and then we wondered again when he died solo after picking up First Blood.
Yeah.
But now he's certainly making it work. BYG control over River.
I mean, Gemini is safe to face check because who's killing him when he face checks here?
Yeah, you've got Luden's Oriana. I mean, Driver. Driver probably could. Driver could probably kill everyone that isn't called Jiang right now.
Yeah, if given time, but...
But yeah, no, I don't know. This game feels very, very difficult. Rakan even got the redemption, so even more survivability in these fights. Now, there are 2 Thornmails and also, Driver's being caught out, does go unstoppable. Is he going to be able to get out? Magnustorm does find him. Emnem's going to be able to come in here, find a bit of damage. Jiang still got that World Ender. Q3 used, a lot of cooldowns being used, but it's going to be the double kill for Jiang. He's going to find himself a triple onto Driver. There won't be a penta. Eminem claims himself his bounty onto Husha, and now 5 men strong against 1116. You are not long for this world, especially when Jiang's able to get onto you like this. And pop goes the Weasel. That's going to be a clean ace. And Frank are going to take the series 2-1 for the battle of our first place here in the Spring Split.
Wow, and Frank looking amazing all series, even in the game they lost. It took some heroics from Driver, but we get some heroics from Jiang.
Yep. I'm going to hazard a guess and say the player of the game might just be this Aatrox in this game.
Yeah, you just pretend minute 5 through about 8 or 10 just didn't happen.
Yeah, and he was flawless the whole time, didn't even falter once.
Yeah, and it may as well have not happened. He's picking up quadras, triples, solo carrying these team fights.
How wild was top lane? First blood solo kill, solo killed in return, solo killed in return.
Yeah.
What is going on up there, fellas? I mean, they are 2 very aggressive top laners. They also both tend to find themselves a lot of solo kills, and they're just adding to those stats.
Yeah.
As I say, just
Padding
another honest shift up in top lane.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, wild series. And of course, that means now that Frank will be sitting there alone at the first place on our podium. At least for now. Of course, there's still a lot of games to get through until we see the end of the regular season. But massively well played. 2 weeks in a row now. They take out PSG. Now they take out Beyond. The only name for them left to claim in terms of those top teams is now CFO. And I mean, Beyond took down CFO. Frank took down Beyond. We're either having paper, scissors, rock, or we've just got to clear first place.
Yeah. And I mean, CFO have been improving a bit throughout the split.
For sure.
You can clearly see they're a bit stronger. Beyond got them in week 1, and they were looking maybe a bit rusty, and they've had some cleaner games since then. So it'll be a really good clash to see. One thing that's really interesting is it looks like with Pretender in, there's a lot more room for the other carries on the team to shine. We were seeing Jimmy and pop off in fights, go absolutely crazy, but with Pretender in, he's got a really strong lane phase, plays those facilitating champs like we said, and just allows Jiang or Eminem to go crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think sort of, as you said, but put it a little bit differently, I think what it is Jimmy is quite resource intensive, where he likes to get himself a lot of farm. If he can take a jungle camp, he will. Those sort of things, whereas when you put in Pretender, he's happy just, I'll go match this guy in the side lane, teleport up to the fight immediately when there's an opportunity, and look for something to gain the team an advantage, whereas Jimmy, he'd rather get himself, not in a selfish way, because he's definitely the caliber of player that should be getting gold to be able to carry your team, but Pretender can do just as much carrying, just in a different way, and I think Eminem is also a very resource-intensive player. We saw it last year where a lot of the focus was on him getting gold, to him to carry. And admittedly, last year they also had a player called Solo Kill up in top, and he was very resource-intensive as well. So sometimes it wouldn't work out because those two players together. But when you have Pretender, I think Jiang, not very resource-intensive as well. So there are the opportunities, I think, where you give Eminem some resources, see if he can get it done. But you also just have this other game plan where you're looking for constant sort of not even back to front team fights, the exact opposite, which is what Pretender offers you a lot.
Yeah.
And I think that is just an exciting dynamic that Frank alone have currently because they're the only team using a sub.
And the scary thing is they're good at both styles.
Yes, yeah.
Which is surprising. Yeah, it's amazing that they can just play two different styles and completely switch styles based on which mid laner they've got in. Yeah, you saw Pretender in Game 2 get a massive CS lead in the mid lane and then not really push it. Not expect his team to play around it, not expect his team to just facilitate him to carry, but just use it for map pressure and then maintain a bit of a lead and
Yeah, and I think like we then saw the reverse of that matchup, right? We got to see him on Nico against Orianna and he didn't find himself down 20 CS. So I think he's just very, very solid at laning, and now we've never really hailed 116 as an amazing laner. He's never been bad by any means, but Pretender certainly sort of taking advantage of him in that Orianna versus Nico matchup, which you don't expect. And it's good to see, right? It's good because they are the first place team. I mean, I have my questions about whether they are actually better than PSG. I think today made me feel like perhaps there's an argument that can be definitely made that they are. I mean, they beat PSG, they've now beaten Beyond.
Yeah, if you only look at recent performance,
Yeah, for sure.
Nameplate's off. As I believe this was
the top lanes just both going crazy.
Yeah, this was the 4-man ulti maybe?
Yeah, it was. Eminem does dodge it with Featherstorm, but
at this point, it's just too late in the game, and Kaiwing does a good job of keeping Orianna from following up, and the Senna has no follow-up damage. As Driver is murdering everyone, Jiang is murdering everyone.
Yeah, it is just top laners.
Kaiwing has done an amazing job this entire game of just setting up Jiang.
Yeah, for sure.
They played really well off of each other in these team fights. Not easy to do.
Yeah, I guess the only thing for Frank that I'll say that I am genuinely concerned about in terms of their strength is what happens if Kaiwing is forced off of Engage? Because
they look way different.
They look like an entirely different team. They're not finding the same fights they can. Their early game looks a lot weaker. They gave up 3 dragons, for example, and the next games they got all the dragons they pretty much wanted. And so I think they look like an entirely different and honestly worse team when he's not on an engaged support. And I don't know if that's because he can't play sort of the enchanters. I would assume not. I think it's just how the team's able to play around him. And I believe last split, I can't speak for this split, he was the shot caller. And I feel like when you are on an engaged support, you have a lot more confidence to make those calls. And if you're on Milio and you're like, oh, let's fight here, you can't really start the fight. So the idea of how do you fight here may be a little bit missing in terms of that sort of conversation.
Yeah, in the mid game and the late game, you see the difference. Even just in the team fights, he's playing out of his mind on the engaged supports, both mechanically and then they just look like a different team playing around objectives and picks and even just early game rotations. Because you saw in Game 1 on the Milio, he showed up to a mid fight where he managed to save Jimmian. But the impact you're going to have for making those good rotations, you're going to get a lot more reward on an engaged support.
Yes, for sure. And I think the opposite side of this is if you play double enchanters or double range into his melee supports and his engaged supports and you're able to bully the lane, I think that is a really good way that you can exploit it, because I don't think you have to ban all these melee supports. I just think you have to find a way to punish it with the double range, because right now double range is very, very strong. I mean, last sort of summer of last year it wasn't. All the support items for range got nerfed, and so it just became, well, we just play these Nautilus,
Leona,
yeah, exactly. And so now it's not the same. Now you can pick stuff like the Ashe. Well, obviously he's banned every game, but we see a lot of other things. The Seraphine Senna comes out a lot, and I think that has the opportunity to do very well. Other things with Senna, like the Tarm, you could see the Nautilus to match it. I think there are answers, and I think that's the main thing I'm scared of for Frank. Of course, key matchup will be top lane. I mean, both of them honestly performed pretty valiantly. I mean, Driver somehow turning around that lane, and then Jiang somehow turning it around yet again, down pretty much half an item.
Yep. Driver with
15-2.
Driver with 100% KP as well, doing what he could that game. But
But he was down 6,000 gold to this man.
Yeah.
15 kills, by the way. I think that again, like I was saying, this is a lot. I think this is the most kills I've ever seen a top laner have in Pro as well.
Yeah, that's a lot. He
15?
just completely took over the game. And here you thought, you know, smooth sailing.
We just played on a shift.
If you just watch this and then skip about 10 minutes, you're seeing exactly what you expected.
Yeah.
But the 10 minutes between were very...
We couldn't be much more different from what we saw there.
For a second, it looked like Driver had just outclassed him, you know?
Yeah.
He got an early kill on Driver, but then Driver just got his kill back, won his team a skirmish, and Aatrox was doomed, down a full item.
then just sits there with Bramble Vest, gets autoed once, and is like, we'll die to the tower for fun.
Yeah.
Almost wins that fight too, which was, I think, the most impressive part. But, I mean, honestly, he probably does win it if Jiang doesn't have that 0.1 of a millisecond flash to be able to get out. But, yeah, really well played. Now Frank going to sit there comfortably at the top of our leaderboard, of course. Still a lot of games to go, still a lot that can happen. But beating PSG, beating Beyond, and now only having really CFO left to try and beat, I think you're looking pretty hot for coming out of the first round robin in that first position.
Yeah, I mean, once they beat CFO, they have done the World Tour.
For sure. Now we are going to go to an interview with Patty and Pretender, but we will join you after a break afterwards. But do enjoy the interview.
采访的是 FAK 的中路选手 Pretender， 请 Pretender 先跟大家打声招呼吧。
Hello， 我是 FAK 的中路 Pretender。
Congratulations for the win today and became the only team in PCS right now that has 4 wins and 0 losses. How do you feel about the game you just played? 恭喜你们赢下今天的比赛，也成为 PCS 赛区唯一4胜0败的队伍。觉得自己打得如何？
觉得还可以吧，就扛好队友分就可以了。就队友会 carry 我。
I think we did pretty well. Our players all work very well together, and my teammates all carried me. So I think we're doing pretty well right now. With 2 congruent matches, you came to play to save the team after the team had lost 1 game, and you reserved still 0 losses so far. Are you the safeguard player on the team? 连续2个系列赛，你都在队伍落败之后出来救火，并且维持本季全胜的成绩。你是队上的救火员吗？你是队上的定位？
我也不知道，应该不是吧？是看教练先派谁出场，都看教练决定。
It really depends on our coach to decide which player to play. So I'm not really like the safeguard player for the team, but it really depends on the matches and the composition. In the second game, your Orianna won lane against Nico. In the third game, you reversed it and you picked Nico and won the lane and won the game. What do you think is the key to that win? 第2场比赛，你的奥利安娜在线上压制尼可。第3场呢，你反过来使用尼可主宰了对局。你觉得制胜关键是什么？
制胜关键应该就是走位吧。反正我觉得这个对局就是谁躲到技能就谁能赢。
I think the reason I won is that I'm really good at escaping and my the way I move around. So in this, I think in this patch, in this match, the key to winning is that you have to know how to move around very fast and not get hit by your opponent. FAK's performance so far is out of expectations. Did you think you were that good before the season? What did you think you improved on? FAK 目前表现出乎预料，在季前有觉得自己那么强吗？跟去年比起来，你觉得你的进步在哪里？
一开始是没觉得会全赢，我也不知道为什么突然就全赢。进步的点就是觉得今年比上一年讲话讲多很多吧，上一年就是个哑巴，今年会讲很多话。
I didn't really expect us to win all the games, so it's really out of my expectations too. I think the thing that I improved on is that I talk more. The communication between me and my teammates were more than before, so that's how I improved over the year. Thank you so much for the interview and congratulations for the win today. 再次恭喜你们赢得今天的比赛，也感谢 Pretender 选手来到今天的赛后采访。我们先进广告，再回来是 PSG 与 WP 的精彩对决。
This is where the story ends. 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 Don't know how to comprehend. It's something that we can't defend. much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, shit in my eyes. Way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. You can see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah. You can see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, see it in my eyes. It's way too much to lose, way too much on the line. I'm focused, let my enemies fall behind. Paying no mind, it's about that time. Saturday night, yeah, yeah.
What I believe in, I just do. You say you love me, but is it true? You keep lying, cheating, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, having the person I do. Oh, it just feels so good. Oh, it just feels so good. You keep lying, cheating, I'm not buying all your lies again. Makes me feel good, walking away from you. Makes me feel good, having the person I do. Oh, it just feels so good. I've been dreaming, I've been stuck since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me. Since you said you're leaving. Since you said you're leaving me.
Hello and welcome back to the PCS week number 3. And of course, if you just missed it, we had probably one of the best series we've had yet. It was between Beyond and Frank, so definitely go back and watch if you missed it. But now we have PSG up against West Point. PSG trying to prove that they are still a top 4 team, of course, should be. And West Point trying to get their first win on the board. What are we thinking?
Pretty polarized, this matchup. Should be very one-sided towards PSG. I have to imagine if you're Frank Gaming, you are looking for a win here. if you can take one game off of them, you get yourself an extra point. Rather than receiving negative points, you'll just be on a 0.
Yeah.
And that's going to help your placement against the likes of J-Team and Hellpigs, who are the other teams you're fighting for that playoff spot. As PSG, you want just like a dominant win. They get the bonus point for a 2-0 as well, so they're going to be fighting for every game.
Yeah, for sure. And also, one thing I need to tell you guys, that there is no 1v1 in for this one because there was a forfeit. West Point weren't able to field someone for that 1v1, so forfeited that, which means PSG will get side selection. But unfortunate, because one of my favorite things now is watching that 1v1.
Yeah.
It's always exciting. I mean, like, the anticipation of what's going to happen, and honestly never really pans out how I expect most of the time. But
no, I think we've been wrong on every matchup.
Yeah, what was the early one? I forget.
Kennen, Riven.
Oh, I think I was right, but I think I thought Riven would win, but I didn't expect it to be
Just
how it happened.
hitting the tower.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to just sit in Kennen's face and take the tower.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, yeah, usually I have been wrong, but
yeah, have to imagine PSG are going to be taking the blue side.
Yeah, are they? I think they tend to take the red side more often. I can't remember. I actually, yeah, I can't remember. I think they often take the red side, but when they're on blue, they just put massive priority over the Nocturne.
Yeah.
And yeah, they have lost a few 1v1s, so quite often they didn't get side selection and they just ended up on the blue side.
Oh, yeah. That's
this
a good
will
point.
be obviously the lineup for PSG. It is RJ, Junji, Maple, Biddy, and Woody.
Yeah, Maple having a rough game 3.
Yeah.
In their last series against Frank with a 1-4 start. He managed to get it back together.
Yeah,
but it was too little too late at that point, as they will take the blue side. I think last series was a bit of an exception where red side was actually the stronger pick just because the top lane was such a deciding factor. You had two very strong players in the top lane.
Yeah, no, definitely it did feel like red side was sort of being used well. And I think, honestly, at least in terms of driver, we're still yet to see it from Jiang ultimately. But, I mean, game number 3, obviously, it looked like he popped off, but he did still falter.
Yeah.
But driver, definitely, he is probably the best red side player.
Yeah, and PSG are more happy with the blue side because they've got their top lane blind pick.
Yeah,
and yeah.
Our
Udyr.
7th and 8th games of Udyr.
Yeah.
God, I can't wait.
Aja just happy to go on the Udyr every game.
Udyr Judy every single game of spring.
Yeah. And even getting counterpick, it hardly feels like he's weak side.
No, yeah.
He finds a way to have impact every time, whether it's messing with the enemy jungler, setting up Junjia.
Yeah. Kind of, if he's got a bad matchup, he sacks his lane to make sure Junjia gets ahead, and then Junjia walks up and claims himself 2 kills at level 4. So, yeah, it hasn't really looked weak at all. Obviously did, unfortunately, go down to Frank last week, but hard to say that was because of the Udyr. Of course, it didn't help, but yeah, definitely, I mean, it faltered. We'll see. Maybe they'll change it up. Maybe they won't. Relia, obviously, a player that really likes his strong counter picks, the likes of the Aurelia, the likes of Gwen, even Fiora and Camille, things that he's picked out in the past. But will we see it here? I mean, I expect to. I think he feels like he's the real carry threat on this team. We haven't really seen much out of anyone else.
Yeah.
Last split, Nuli looked quite good on the Jace, but Jace not really in priority or in favor.
Yeah. Nuli having pretty quiet games so far. Not bad games, but he's farming well, team fighting well, but nothing standing out.
Yeah. Same can be said for Maple, though. I think this has been quite a quiet split for Maple. Forward percentage is quite high, so even though he hasn't been finding a whole lot, he has been maintaining a lot of pressure within his lane, which obviously helps around the map. And Junjia has been the highlight, really, for PSG thus far. And I think that is largely because of the setup that he gets through RJ, but also largely because if you have mid lane priority, you are offered a lot more maneuverability around the map.
Yeah. Yeah, Junjia taking full advantage of his solo lanes, usually having strong lane performances and finding kills on even Nocturne.
What do you mean Nocturne? That's the strongest level 4 ganker in the game.
Yeah.
What other jungler have you seen pick up as many level 4 kills as Nocturne?
No one.
I think Rel would be the closest.
Yeah.
And still, I don't think she's done as much as Junjia's Nocturne, because Nocturne, very strong level 4 ganker.
Yeah,
can throw out the Q and just walk at you.
Yeah.
Very impressive. All right, into draft.
PSG tend to ban out players rather than big pocket picks, so I wonder what they will have assessed. I imagine an Irelia ban. Yeah, there's the Irelia ban. they tend to like to ban against their opponents rather than the meta.
Yeah, largely I agree.
I think they'll be happy to pick up a Nocturne first pick if it's left open. West Point gonna have to ban a lot of top tier picks. Probably Rumble, probably Ashe.
Definitely Ashe. I think the only reason they'd give over the Nocturne is to pick up Ashe.
Yeah.
Orianna, okay, taking that one away from Nuli. He's found a lot of comfort on that pick. Hasn't performed all that well on it, but certainly has been something he just tends to pick up.
Yeah, he has solid performances on it. As the Udyr's banned away, we'll have to see
No
Ashe
way.
on a different champ.
I can't believe this guy's going to have to play a second champ in his 7th or 8th game.
I think he did play one Rumble game.
Did he? Oh, that's right. Oh, wow. Maybe even the 3rd unique champion. That's crazy. This guy's played so much.
Ashe banned is going to draw a Kalista ban, I imagine.
Okay, so PSG banning out the Ashe is interesting.
They're threatening to first pick Kalista, I think, with this, so I imagine West Point will leave Kalista open.
Well, we have banned RJ out. Kappa?
Yeah.
We have not banned RJ out. He plays a lot of things.
Yeah, he does have to blind pick now, and I wonder what he'll go for.
Kled. Imagine that.
That'd be fun.
It's all Quinn.
Can't imagine it's coming out first,
Yeah,
though.
no. Okay, Zeri. A lot of people.
This is a Kalista, no? Oh, Lucian
yeah,
instead.
no. So hold your horses, fellas. Lucian's open.
Yeah.
Now, Woody, unlike Kaiwing, very, very, very good at playing the more enchantery style support. So
I have to imagine this is.
I think this is first
Kalista Renata, but you're in no rush to pick.
No.
The Kalista. You could also pick away the Milio and go for something like a Milio of Helios.
You could, but I think honestly PSG are just going to be just as happy picking up the Nami anyway. Senna, we're going to Senna Tam or Senna Seraphine. I swear Senna Seraphine is like good into Lucian and Milio.
A lot of the time in LCK, at least, you'll just see a blind Corki here.
Yeah, fair. I don't know if you'd want to into Maple.
Yeah,
just nameplates on type thing.
Yeah.
Blind Nico though, that's a lot easier to get away with.
Yeah. Not a lot that's going to be punishing the Nico.
I wouldn't be too surprised to see the answer for the next 2 picks to be, I was going to say Milio Azir, but if you want to pick your jungler.
I don't think Azir feels too amazing into Nico, but what else do you really go for?
Oh, the Orianna, but no, Orianna's banned. I think it's Azir, and the reason I think that is because obviously before it was really hard to play, but now you get the fleet footwork, it actually has become a lot easier for the Azir to pilot the matchup.
Yeah.
You're able to dodge out of more of those Qs, and obviously the E's a lot harder to hit. Milio going to be the lock-in. No surprises there whatsoever. And I mean, you could also go for something like the Corki. Again, the Karma mid is still an option. Maokai maybe for Junjia.
Yeah, I like the Maokai.
Yeah, it's a broken champ.
So usually we see Junjia on... I mean, the Nocturne is open, but maybe expecting a Senatom, Nocturne doesn't feel as good.
Yeah, for sure. So it is going to be the Maokai now, and 3rd pick to come through. Are they going to lock in a jungler? Feels like maybe you want to. Maybe you want to look at the Tom.
The Tom might get banned, but you've also got... We've seen Nautilus.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it might be the Nautilus. We'll see how they do on this Nautilus if they do lock it in. Usually it takes TP.
Okay. It looks like it will be locked in, so we are going to have that Senna Nautilus lane almost certainly. Which feels like it's got a lot of setup. You're going to have to try and get a jungler to pair well with it. Now, Vi seems like a logical ban, as does Nocturne in fairness.
Yeah. Actually go for the Viego ban.
Viego, I mean, Xin Zhao, if you're wanting to ban carries, would be the logical one here. Of course, you don't really want to pick Jarvan into the Lucian Milio. First of all, you can get denied your EQ by Milio's Q, and then furthermore, if you Cataclysm Lucian, you can just dash out.
Probably another mid lane ban. Banning AD mids.
It's a bit curious. I mean...
Yeah. PSG banning more damage-orientated junglers makes sense, just because we've seen these Senna comps lack a bit of damage. If you pick a tank jungle here, you're not getting DPS out of mid, you're not getting much DPS out of AD, and you know, you're pretty light on options for consistent damage in the top lane. Vi banned away.
Yeah, will be the Vi. Makes a lot of sense. Has a pretty certain pathway to be able to get onto Lucian.
Yeah, it allows the Lucian, without a Vi in the game, it just allows the Lucian to play a lot more aggressively. There is a Nautilus, though, who functionally does the same thing.
Certainly does. I think the lockdown's a little bit less, as well as it's a little bit easier for Lucian because he can E away and still be sort of without threat.
Yeah.
It's not nearly as quick. And also, the Vi certainly sets up for the Nico better than the Nautilus does in general. Now, I was going to say earlier, RJ almost certainly will pick up the Jax here. It is something that he's blinded time and time again. I'm certain he's going to feel very comfortable on it. Azir, the current hover. Surprised that 2 ADs got banned, but...
Yeah. Yeah, when you weren't really expecting an AP top blind.
Yeah, I mean, not really. Gragas would be the only one that comes to mind, but I don't think that you're just randomly picking up a Gragas.
Yeah.
Jax is the logical pick here.
Yeah.
Offers AD, offers AP. I'd love to see the Darius. Don't think we will. Nah.
Darius did get some buffs.
Nah feels terrible into Rallia's champion pool.
Yeah.
Olaf feels really good into Rallia's champion pool. But at this point, they're just hovering the champions of the guy that eliminated them from Worlds. Okay, Aatrox.
Yeah, the gods.
Yeah.
Aatrox blind.
Yone has been an answer that T1 Zeus has found success with.
No hesitation, just insta-locks the Yone.
Yeah, okay, exciting. This is a matchup that, at least at the very, very top level of play, tends to be Yone favored, but
yeah. And they're not,
I don't think it's easy to execute by any means.
Yeah, and they're certainly not lacking for damage anymore.
No. Absolutely not. Neither team really is, and honestly, looking at team comps, I don't even think it's close. I think PSG came out way, way ahead. Honestly, I
actually don't think it's too bad for West Point. I think a big difference with this Aatrox game versus the last one is there's a lot less CC to set up the Aatrox.
Yeah.
So even if he has a good game, it's going to be hard to connect onto some of these champs. Senna may be vulnerable without the Tahm Kench, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's true. I also don't find that there should be that much threat onto the Azir as well as the Lucian. And then Maokai set up. I mean, Maokai already puts you at a +1 for your team comp, and I think when you compare it to the Lee Sin, Lee Sin has a lot to do early game to prove the worth of this Lee Sin. You're going to have to try and get the early dragons, try and find an advantage in one of these lanes to really have impact more than the Maokai can just have from existing. So
yeah, Maokai just justifies himself by being locked in,
just
pushing
having
R
his,
objective.
well, I've clicked W on someone and they are now rooted. I've then knocked them up and slowed them. It's like, well...
Yeah, also their AD is down to some because they probably had to take cleanse.
Yeah. Although, does Senna want cleanse? Probably not.
She doesn't want it. I wouldn't be surprised if he takes it, though.
I think she'll still go barrier. I mean...
Not a lot of help coming if that Maokai Flash W is on her.
That is true, but maybe you're justifying it and sort of the Yone being able to then have freedom in the team fight.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you take cleanse, but I just don't think it's a sum that tends to really want to be picked up from Senna simply because you should be so far away. It's not really a threat.
Yeah, he does go for the heal, and we've actually got another press the attack Lucian, so maybe we're a bit behind on the Lucian Milio lanes.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's both times it's been against Senna, but...
Yeah.
I mean, maybe, I don't really know. I feel like First Strike against these melee supports is really good, but...
Yeah, First Strike scales so well into the game.
Yeah, you just start doing lots of true damage, you continue to gain gold, so you build a gold advantage. And obviously in pro play, gold isn't the easiest to come by. It's not like solo queue where you can just randomly find yourself with 4 kills solo killing your bot lane. That barely ever happens, and if it does, the game's pretty much over anyway. But generally it's just 0-0 or 1-0 at best, and the First Strike's giving you more gold than you'd ever really want.
Actually, Conqueror for Aatrox.
Same as last game.
Sometimes you see in these carry matchups, you go for the Comet on the Aatrox and try to play for poke, especially against a melee carry. But he's decided for the Conqueror.
It's something that Camille's used to do a lot too, is take the Arcane Comet and just proc it with that W.
Yeah, spam W.
Then it got nerfed by 2 seconds and Camille was no longer a champion, thank you.
Yeah, I don't mind that. What is this Lee Sin skin?
I actually don't know.
It's got like claws.
Yeah, it looks like a cat.
Yeah.
I've never seen this before. I thought everyone just plays God. What is it? God Fist and Muay Thai.
Yeah.
Very occasionally you get the boxing one. You know reference?
Yeah.
With the little paddy cat.
And he's got a towel over his shoulder.
Yeah.
Senna doesn't feel like the best pickup for Nico. bit of a slow auto attack animation.
Yeah. I definitely agree. I mean, obviously the best is Caitlyn. It's so absurd when you get to play Caitlyn as Nico. Every time you have your passive auto attack up from W, you just walk up and claim an extra 100 damage for fun.
Well, he tried to get a little bit tricky there, moving the clone around, but Maple sees right through it.
That's right.
Probably because there was a pot rolling or something.
Could help. Now, Relia getting the best of the very early stages of this lane, but of course it is pushing into Aatrox, so RJ should feel okay to pick up a lot of the CS. Ooh, if that E had connected. I don't think Maple goes down, but he certainly finds himself without a flash pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Oh. Betty just eating a tower shot.
Getting a bit shoved in on the Senna Nautilus. So picking Senna Nautilus just means that this Milio Lucian are going to get a free lane, which is usually where we see this lane struggle.
Yeah.
We saw some Lucian struggles in game 1 of last series.
Yeah,
where he wasn't really able to come online. Was that against the Senna?
It was against Senna Tom that game, yeah, which is interesting.
Can find himself just outranged in team fights.
Ooh, really getting a bit lippy.
Yeah. So Maokai's made his way to the bot lane, and seems like a pretty difficult dive to me, but he is pathing that way. Maybe just checking if Grump is up.
Ooh. Take it.
Actually connected the Q.
You never kill that, but, you know.
Assert some dominance.
Would have been Giga Chad.
Is Cha9 doing his best to keep up on CS?
Yeah, and it will get harder as this wave pushes out.
Actually, a D-Blade on the Senna.
Oh, wow.
So no one is the support in this lane.
I think we might have seen that not last game, maybe the first game. I don't remember. But I did see a noticeably late upgrade on one of the World Atlases from the Senna.
Yeah.
And I didn't check the first item, so maybe it was just late, but I think maybe we saw it once last series as well.
Okay.
But yeah, things are pretty quiet.
You wouldn't expect to fight too much in this lane, but
yeah, I think we shouldn't really be seeing too much action anywhere for a while.
Yeah.
Relia will continue to trade on his W cooldown, and
yeah, if he can farm this wave safely under tower, he'll have a nice little CS lead. Nothing really drastic yet. It is this pick that scales. He does fine in the early game into the Aatrox, but as the Yone picks up items, it's just really hard for Aatrox to deal with him.
For sure. All right, I got a really important question for you.
Go on.
You're playing AD carry. Oh, hold up. Renier is looking for an angle here. Flash out from RG. Won't find the knock up as Relia will flash forward. W's going to time out, but it's going to be Renier who picks up the first blood. And
really well-timed gank by Renya. He's there just as the wave is crashing.
Oh, Junjia, though, he's not looking to go down easily. He finds Cha9, will hit that knock up. Phase Rush will be procced. Hook now gone from this Nautilus. He's going to have to use the flash. He'll also use from Ching9, but does survive the pressure for now.
Still has his TP, as we're going to see this gank. He's desperately trying to get this wave to crash, but I mean, it's a disaster spot for his wave with his jungler bot lane. Tries his best to live, but really nice flash from Relia following up. Renier picks up a kill so far. So good. Maybe needs a couple more to fully justify the Lee Sin pick, but good start.
Yeah, I think importantly, though, is that it wasn't Relia who picked up that kill. So I think you're feeling a little bit better as Arja.
Yeah, I think most of that wave might have died to the tower while they were fighting or something. Because the CS stays kind of even in the top lane.
For sure. Okay, Void Grub should be picked up here, and Jinji on the bottom side, but I don't think that he'll be starting up Dragon anytime soon, as their bot lane only just coming back to the lane. Now, World Atlas is picked up from Ching9 now, so does have access to it. Now, as I was going to say, very important question.
Yeah.
You're playing AD carry in the bottom lane, right? You're Lucian Milio.
Go on.
And this is solo queue.
Yeah.
Right? Solo queue. Who do you want your mid lane champ to be?
If I'm Lucian Milio.
Yeah, you're the Lucian, not AD carry Milio. Don't get that part confused.
Oh, I want a Galio or a TF on my team.
Yeah? So you can just stroll on down bot?
Yeah, so they're coming bot.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about your top laner? That can be always important.
Top laner Ornn, so he can upgrade my item.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about the Jungler? God, this is an easy one.
Ivern, so he can shield me.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we on.
Yeah.
All right. Classic AD carry player.
Junjie getting a little cheeky, but I don't imagine he wins this fight.
No, the Maokai not known for its 1v1 prowess into champs like Lee Sin. But he is going to punch. Yeah, he's going to start this dragon up. Now, the bot lane, of course, Lucian, Milio should be a little bit stronger in a skirmish than the Nautilus Senna. Well, maybe the Nautilus is very good in a skirmish.
Maybe not, though. And I imagine Nico is better than the Azir. I'm actually surprised West Point don't take the fight. Maybe looking to just get a fast 6 on this Lee Sin and keep punishing this top lane.
Yeah, he is up there. RJ's going to have to play carefully, and I'm sure he's aware that he's very, very weak side right now.
Yeah. Maybe a problem for the spot lane as Junjie has hit 6 and he is running at enemy bot lane. We're going to have cross map plays.
Right roll. Now, this lane is a lot easier to dive than the Senna Tarm.
Yeah. I mean, Nautilus is usually good for a kill on these dives, though. It's kind of hard to get away scot-free. Yeah,
I think Junjie, if he wants to do it, has to commit the engage without using Twisted Advance and use the Twisted Advance to drop aggro.
Drop aggro,
yeah. Here comes Nature's Grasp, though. They are walking forward. It's still going to hit them. Junjie is tanking up. He's got Nature's Grasp. He's rooted. He's going to change aggro. No, he's not, but he does get out. Oh, my God.
It's the Nautilus ult with this W.
Yeah.
And unfortunate there for West Point spot lane. Sha9 tried to block the Maokai ultimate, but it actually ends up hitting both and makes that dive still not trivial, but a lot easier for PSG to play.
Yeah, and Junjie with nerves of steel didn't even use his flash to get out there.
No, just walks it out.
There is no way I'm holding my flash, but...
So you're going to see the Maokai ult here not quite blocked out, and it's because of this weird angle. They maybe could have just walked forward and got out of it. And watch him dodge the Nautilus ulti here. The moment Nautilus casts it, he Twisted Advances onto him and it just fizzles out. Goes on cooldown and doesn't hit anything.
Yeah, one thing I said about Junjie last year is it's like, especially in Split 1 in the spring, where it was literally just Maokai, Sejuani, Wukong every game, is that he actually manages to make these less enjoyable champions, less, real fun, and it actually makes them seem like they have a real potential to carry games, and obviously they do just through the nature of their kits. But like, what he does there is like not everyone would be able to pull off that reaction time and that timing. So it is it does make these champions like the Maokai a lot more impressive to watch.
Yeah, they're slept on a bit because even just on the Maokai, you've got your Q and W that have a lot of interactions you can take advantage of. For example, Q interrupting Lee Sin, Q2 as he flies in. You can just avoid all damage on the Lee Sin, jump in. And Twisted Advance, obviously, as we saw there.
Dodge everything.
Yeah, can dodge anything.
For sure.
Looking like a Stormrazor for the Lucian this time.
Yeah, I like this better. But again, I don't know why we haven't gone first strike, but maybe it's something that I am not, some information I'm not privy to. Some
probably helped with that dive. It was a close play.
Oh, okay, RJ's not going to get knocked up, but he does use his dash. It's going to clear out that minion wave. And no one really around to help him. Mabel does have teleport.
Does have ult on the Aatrox. They decide not to go for it.
Now lane swap's coming through. So we've sent Nully bot. And PSG are feeling pretty good about this, especially their bot lane, as Lucian and Milio now just claiming themselves plates.
Nully can't walk up.
Yeah, Nully can't walk up. I mean, in fairness, neither can Azir, but Azir is going to have an easier time walking up now. As looks like...
Maybe looking to collapse.
Yeah, but they're not going to be able to. Too much movement speed.
Just do a quick lap.
And somehow, despite 3 people of West Point being bot, they've actually picked themselves up some Void Grubs. So really this match up top favoring Rallier enough that they are able to, even on their weak side of the map, pick up advantages. But now he might be in trouble. Is he going to use that Fate's Call? No.
Junjie are not even bothering to flash W just because...
Yeah. We'll be just matched with either flash or ults,
As staying even in CS on the Aatrox.
Yeah, but that might not be for long as we see Renier. Oh, did you see the jungle pit? I think he saw the jungle pit. Oh, there it is.
I think it's invisible while you're in a bush.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. I know at one stage it wasn't. Like you would actually be found out because your jungle pit would just walk out of a bush for fun. And like, maybe it was like at the very start, but yeah. I know definitely at one stage you could see the jungle pits even when you're in the bush. Sort of like, who was it? There was one champion. Oh, Aurelian Soul. You remember old Aurelian Soul?
Yeah, his W
and
would
the
be sticking
stars
out.
that just like are permanently around him. If he just goes in a bush, you could just still see the stars.
Yeah. As an item completed for Renier on this Lee Sin.
And Biddy.
Should be the strongest on the map. So any plays around this Lee Sin Nico for a brief while, probably for quite a bit. Even if Azir and Maokai pick up their items, you're going to favor Nico and Lee Sin.
For sure. But we do have items here for Milio as well as Lucian. So I think the Moonstone now, a really, really big item to have.
Yeah.
Has picked that up. Stormrazor, of course, for Betty, and then the Nash's too. So I don't think that the side of West Point are just strictly favored. I think it's going to come down to a lot of execution. But I even might favor sort of the side of PSG, assuming that Maple and Betty aren't just getting locked down. Now, I saw Ignite was used. It was onto Char, who was just still at full health, but Ching9 definitely chunked down a bit.
Yeah. And you're just going to see a lot of that from the Lucian. If no one's around to punish him, he can just dash onto your center for free, even if the Nautilus ult comes out.
Norley going to be looked at. Pop Blossom comes out. Twisted Advance was not able to pop off, but he's going to be able to get it now. Is Norley going to get very low, going to go down eventually. Renier, though, he's joining in. As you said, he's got one item. He's going to look for Junjia. Picks up that kill, but here comes RJ. He's got the World Ender. Rally is also in the fight, but Ching9 is going to survive with that shield, but not for long as RZ. We're seeing another Aatrox go wild, as so is Betty. He's chasing on now to Char9, who should be able to get away. That dredge line certainly helping him go to wall like Spider-Man, but ultimately it is PSG who end up winning that fight. Junji is respawning now, headed towards that dragon.
Yeah, Relia finds his way onto the Lucian during that fight as they engage onto Nully and watch this Lee Sin Q from over the wall. Maple manages to flash it. Maybe just flashing the Nico combo, but Renier, good job here to kick the Maokai into his team, finish off the kill, but at this point they're surrounded on all sides and there is no escape.
Like how Renier just walks idly by.
Yeah, Relia finds his way onto the backline, but without an item completed, he just doesn't have the damage to really threaten.
Yeah, absolutely. Does have the item now, of course. Rift Shield being started, although it will be walked away from. Junji and no ult. Actually, there's just no ults across the map at the moment.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, I don't think either team really want to fight without him. Renier, though, flashing forward. He's actually looking for it. Betty going to get stunned up, but the team is going to be here. So play will fizzle out, and that's an important cooldown. Renier, without that flash, makes life as Betty and Maple just that much easier.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot easier to play against the Lee Sin with no flash. Maple's got a lot of prio in bot lane, and Nully's chunked.
Yeah, this
it's going to be a tower.
It's another game where we're seeing a Nico lane lose.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even see this mini-map.
Is he going to commit to this? Wow.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Okay, what other jungler goes for the kill there with the Bramble, the Bramble smash? Yeah.
Dead.
He just goes down. Again, PSG winning on both sides of the map.
Yeah, with their jungler bot, they managed to pick up a kill and a Rift Herald.
Yeah, and things aren't looking so good.
Yeah.
Mid and jungler dead. Relia really got the counter pick, made it look okay in lane, but now certainly faltering.
I mean, look at top lane items. You'd think it would favor them.
We even got
Junjia just finds them.
Oh, that proto bout just a little bit too late. I swear.
Just pushes the ult, waits for a second out of tower aggro. Just cleans him up.
Yeah, this guy is really, really good at League of Legends.
Yeah.
Now, okay.
We're going to see what happened on this fight here. Relia and Cheng getting caught in the Azir combo.
Oh, even
just
losing the
picked
flash.
Up, yeah, loses his flash, gets picked up by a Lucian auto. Well played by the Aatrox. We're seeing Aatrox have massive impact in these games.
Yeah, we really are, right? And, I mean, this game's certainly harder than the last.
Yeah, no setup for him. He just lands the raw Q2, Q1
Got himself
on 2.
his Profane Hydra now too, so
yeah.
Game slowly but surely getting to the point where he's going to be even more threatening. We saw it last game. Renier, though, he's once again sneaked into that bush. Maple, though, he's awfully aware.
Yeah. He's got his whole team behind him.
Okay.
I think PSG have an idea this is happening.
God, that... I mean, you tried. That was incredibly fast reaction times, again, from Maple.
Yeah.
As soon as Renier ward jumps, he immediately gets out to the perfect spot, which dodges the Pop Blossom.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
He might be out.
He might. Oh, he's out. But that's not a good look.
Yeah. Counterpick going down. He is 0-2 at this point. Some disastrous team fights.
For sure. Teleport coming in. This is Relia. Oh, no, it's Char. Sorry, Relia's recalling.
Probably.
Yeah, Nautilus ult onto Maple. He does have Emperor's Divide. Junji is in the thick of it right now, but Twisted advance forwards. These Sand Soldiers are doing a lot of damage. Woody as well. He's going to land that kick. Just not, but RG does land with that slow. Forward goes Junji. He's in with the boys, and now the knock-up coming through. This team fight certainly isn't looking all that certain, but of course it is just a 4v5. In the meantime, Betty taking down one tower, getting to work on the second. RJ going to try stop the backs. He will be going down. Relia picking up that one, as well as maybe... Wow, okay.
I mean, it's going to be
Char just going to get away?
It's going to be the tier 2 for Lucian.
Did he stop him? No, he didn't stop it. Okay, tier 2 for Lucian.
A little bit over-aggressive by the Aatrox there, looking for more when, you know, you're getting everything with the Lucian just sitting mid. As it feels like West Point making plays and PSG just deflecting them.
Oh, no way.
Nico ult is up, but he's got no one anywhere near him.
Oh, no.
Just gets the wave and just going to save his ult.
He does. I think that's the right call.
Yeah.
You are never killing anyone there unless it is tragically misplayed by PSG. And Nico ult, very, very important to the champion, of course. Going to want to keep that in case any fire breaks out in the near future.
Yeah, didn't expect the overstay there from PSG. West Point are going to get position on bot lane. Maybe look for a dive on this Aatrox, but Woody is here very, very quickly. Maybe not able to do enough.
Does land the knock up. Does not. Oh, does have ults available, so should feel pretty safe. Although now there's 4 members. Going to use that World Ender. There's a lot of healing coming through from this Milio. Through comes a Breath of Light, and RJ is still alive. He's still healing up. Relia is going to go down. That's a reset now as Renier maybe next on the menu. Getting herded in absolutely by Junji with the Nature's Grasp. It's another kill. Renier going down, and Ching9, my friend, you have nowhere to go. You are going to go down. It's just a matter of when. He's dodging out of everything except the Q3. And with that, yet another casualty. It's 4-0 in favor of PSG and what started off as a 4v1 dive.
And Aatrox is full HP. It's actually Betty on a giant flank on the Lucian, picks up the Nautilus on his way out too. Yes, story of this game. West Point trying to make plays, playing proactively with a comp they should be playing proactively with, and PSG just outplaying it. As we're seeing time and time again, this Senna into Aatrox, even though he's going full damage on the Aatrox, just doesn't have the damage to kill him. As it looks good, but yeah, they just don't have enough damage to kill him. He tanks everything. And
he does.
I mean, they're just winning this 2v4 anyway. But with the rest of PSG coming down, they're going to be able to clean all these kills. As Betty goes on a long flank with the gate, maybe an unnecessary TP from Maple here.
Maple wanted the kill and then it got stolen. Wait, the Nautilus ult even came now. Wait, everyone's using ult. It's a competition of who can get the kills.
Yeah. Maple picking up the Lich Bane on his ear. We've seen that a couple times.
Full house Veils.
Turned into a minion.
That's right. Oh, they might know. I think they might have an idea.
Yeah.
Through will come this Nature's Grasp, unfortunately. Well, fortunately for West Point, really good usage there of the Nico clone. Gets him out, Relia as well. Going to have to use that ult. In comes Renier. Betty only just dodges out of that dredge line.
Yeah, nice dodge from Betty. I'm not sure if they really could have turned it around with the hook landing. But Maple's looking for something.
Maple is doing a lot of damage, and Junji has found his way to Char, or Ching even. That guy's dead. Next up, Nuli, is he going to be able to get away? He's trying to use that clone to do so. Betty, in the meanwhile, is going to take down Char, or is he? Char does get away with that slow. And so far, it's only the one to go down. Nuli being looked at. Hextech Gate is going to be used, but hello. The boys are, in fact, here. Which one's the real one? That one. Even I got full, but he will go down. Betty picking that one up. Now, Baron started. Not a whole lot of mana for Betty.
Yep.
They should be able to pick this one up. Yeah, Renier not in the area. Relia doesn't have ult, so...
Maple not interested in helping. He's grabbing some waves, I think.
Yeah, you need that CS as a Zia. Baron doesn't even matter. No, but in all seriousness, I think from here, PSG really should be able to just close out. I mean, consolation prize for West Point. They're going to pick themselves up a Dragon, maybe. Although Maple's headed down there, so probably not.
Yeah.
14 to 10 in levels. So,
if you can just delay this, his team probably gets here in time.
Yeah, I don't even think you need to. I think you can just charge down mid at this point. Dragon win con's really off the table when you're this far ahead, but...
Yeah.
You what is it, 9k up. I mean, they're teleporting to this, but
yeah,
cool. You get one Hextech Dragon. Do you even?
I don't think they do.
It's all or nothing here. Char's going to get hooked up. Actually, Maple gets hooked up, but kind of feels like Char did. 3-man Pop Blossom, 3-man Center rolled, and a 3-man Rally rolled. Is it going to be enough? Betty certainly has gone down, but Aatrox now will arrive to the fight. Rally, you are going to be taken down, and it's no trivial thing here. Maple going to take down Char9 perhaps, or maybe not. One more auto. He's going to get it. But no reset for Aatrox, importantly, so not going to get that movement speed, and the rest of West Point will be able to run it out. But right there, we saw what was the exact perfect setup.
Yeah.
Exactly what they needed, and they still lost the fight. So I think this one might be for the books, as they're going to pick up the dragon, but
about
should be able to get it done.
all you could hope for out of a team fight from West Point. Maybe a Yone ult on top is about all you could get on top of that, but yeah, just still not even really close. They do manage to pick up Betty.
Yeah, that's an important shutdown. I don't know. I didn't see who got it.
Hook lands onto Maple.
Oh, Betty just dashes straight in.
Yeah. And then there's the Yone to follow up. He does pick up 1k on the Yone, but as soon as Aatrox arrives, the fight is over. All you can do is run. And they somehow managed to get this Nautilus too. Oh. So a couple of 0 autos. Lichbane coming in clutch there.
Oh, Rallia. You have done goofed, my friend. Yeah, Betty dodges out of that. You don't hurt Betty there.
Yeah, tries to find something onto Maple, but he is just dead.
Yeah, the culling will confirm that one. And of course, there is still 1 minute left on this Baron. See how much they can break. It's now going to be a 4v5 for it. They still have the Maokai ult, so they certainly have a get off this tower, it's mine button, at least for one wave.
Nuli gets a wave out bot, so at least they're not dealing with 3 waves.
For sure.
But it's going to be very hard to defend this, especially since you can just push Maokai ulti and take the tower.
RJ going to be taking down this mid tower.
Yep.
No questions asked about that one. Now, top tower also being looked at the same time as mid lane inhib, sorry. Maokai will come out. This will confirm they do get the tower. Are they going to look for the fight as well? RG pops ult. They are going to. That's a 2-man knockup with Q1. It's a 1-man knockup with Q2. He does get stunned up. He does get hooked, but he lands the Q3 onto Char9, who now has to limp it back to his base. We have 6 seconds left of Baron, which means this should be all she wrote for the Baron buff, but maybe PSG are confident enough to just take the fight. I feel like they probably are favored to win it. Nuli looking for the Pop Blossom. He finds 2, but Betty gets out of it. Maple, though, is going to get very low. That's another shutdown. That Rally is going to find Betty, though. He is kiting. Maple there, staying full health. Betty staying full health. It's 2 down here for PSG. Only Nuli going down for the side of West Point, but still, PSG are feeling confident. Maple trying to find the damage here onto Cheng9. Only not quite able to, and with that, PSG will back away. No point risking the entire game to end here when they can just back out. Choose their pickings between the Baron and the Hextech Soul and end there.
Another great engage from Nuli. He finds himself 0-5, but he's pretty much given them the signs of life that they've had in this game.
Yeah.
With giant ultis. We'll see how this gets started. He's disguised as Lee Sin at the moment. Is it just a Nautilus ult into the Nico engage? No, it's just a Nico engage straight up. Finds Woody and the Aatrox. Without Woody alive, Betty kind of has trouble dealing with the Yone, gets massively chunked out, and it's both your carries are up, but it's a 3v4. So no reason to risk it, just recall and end the game on the next push.
Yeah, definitely agree. Now, West Point, of course, have now picked up 2 1,000 gold shutdowns on Rallia, so really, if you're Rallia, it's all on to you to try and find your way back into this game, and you know, it feels a little hard, of course. You have such a hard time playing Yone up against the Milio, just with the additional movement speed, the extra health and healing and shields and whatnot it gives. And then, of course, there's just a Maokai who can follow you no matter where you go.
Yeah, he's actually finding his way onto Betty or Woody in just about all of these fights. But as we even saw in last series, the 9-1 Gwen was having trouble killing the Solution Milio combo.
Yeah. Yeah, now, third inhibitor will be taken out. Of course, both objectives are spawning in a minute. I don't think they need them. They still have Maokai ult this time. Makes the push a lot easier. In come the minion waves. I imagine we're going to see it come out of Junjie right now. In comes the hook. Junjie, really not the target you want. He is just living and living and living. Char9, oh, he just gets taken out. Just absolutely headshot on the back there from Betty is going to be the towers now. Renier finds his way onto Junji with that flash kick, but both the bot lane is getting absolutely eliminated from RJ. Crypt Bloom comes through, a bit of healing for that Azir. And now Nuli going to find his Pop Blossom, but it's a little bit too little, too late, with only Ching9 as well as Renier left standing. They've herded into their base.
Some of those engages felt personal. I feel like he blew a lot of ults on Junji there. He's trying to ruin his KDA maybe.
And they didn't. They did not.
No.
They, you may have tried to ruin Junji's KDA, but bro was in fact a Maokai, and quite ahead as a Maokai for that. So, yeah, definitely wasn't going down. I mean, clean game, really. Yeah. The only time it looked a little bit iffy, well, it didn't look iffy, but the only time they really did anything wrong was that second to last push where they just tried to end it a bit overzealously. But ultimately, the game was already done there, and those 2 kills didn't mean anything.
Yeah, some suspicious team fights.
Yeah.
Big Nico ults landing onto priority targets. Yone finding his way onto the backline, but at that point they were just way too far behind. But it is the kind of thing we saw Frank punish.
Yeah.
Frank, falling behind PSG a lot in their series, but through those big team fights. So if West Point can hang on to the early game a little bit better and find similar team fights, they might just win.
Yeah, I mean, if your Nico wasn't so far behind, maybe those team fights look different. But even if your Senna wasn't so far behind, if your Nautilus wasn't so far behind. But yeah, everyone did just fall behind. And honestly, when I see these 2 teams just on paper, I do expect that to continue to happen because, I mean, we've seen the amount of dominance that PSG can have. And so far, West Point really haven't proven they have it in them. Again, I always come back to this, but that game where they had 4 Barons,
Elder,
Hex, Tech, Soul, which is the highest win rate Soul there is, Elder, and they still couldn't get it done. It's kind of...
It was against DCG, who you are imagining is a lower caliber team.
That's right. Yeah, and admittedly, it was the first time I believe we'd seen DCG, so we kind of didn't know exactly what to think of them. But yeah, it was... After that, it's like, yeah, okay, like they have it in them. They absolutely can get it done.
Yeah.
But they just... Even if they get ahead, they need to find a better way of closing it out. And unfortunately... I don't think they're good enough to get ahead against a team like PSG, who have probably some of the biggest names in PCS LMS history.
Yeah. Yeah, rough road ahead for West Point. And I'm really not liking these Senna picks, honestly.
Yeah, so far. I mean, to be fair, I think it can work. It's just, again, it's kind of similar to the Varus, where the team you expect to just lose is picking them and then loses. Now, admittedly, BYG did win with it on the first game, the Senna Tarm in game 1 of our first series.
Yeah.
And it looked okay there. It didn't look like anything special, but maybe it's just another case of sort of the LeBlanc where teams don't really play around it.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure, honestly. It's hard to tell from a game like this one where it was just so one-sided the entire time.
Yeah.
But again, I think you don't really want to lose lane as Senna in all seriousness. Like,
it's making life a little bit harder that you're picking Senna on the red side as well, when it's so punishable, especially by a pick like the Maokai, who's just, as you saw that game, he just got behind the enemy bot lane, ulted them, and there wasn't much you could do. They played the dive reasonably well. They did both get hit by the Maokai ult, which probably didn't need to happen, but...
Yeah. And again, it's more diveable when you have the Nautilus instead of the Time Kench, right? Because if you have the Time Kench, if that happens, you don't have to worry about Nautilus ulting the Maokai and getting dodged. You just eat the Senna. No one wants to go in and target the Nautilus. Now, he did go down, I believe, but ultimately, you didn't need to target the Senna. If you have Time Kench as well, the Grey Health, I think you just end up living.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think maybe... I haven't really seen a whole lot of the Nautilus Senna, so I have to wait till I actually watch some of those games. But but at least for now, it doesn't seem as strong, or maybe it just feels harder.
Yeah, I mean, the game was already very hard at this point, but this just... I mean, it showed when you're behind on Senna. 2-man Q2 landing from the Aatrox there.
Misses Q3.
Yeah, but it just has so much sustain, and Woody's in perfect position to protect him. Just reads this dive coming and has recalled early. The rest of his team arrives a little bit later and just cleans up.
And if you think Junji can gank well on Nocturne, well, wait till you see his Maokai. I also want to see, who do you think gets the MVP this game? Because I feel like Junji is probably who I think deserves it.
It has to be Junji, I would think. But I wouldn't be surprised seeing...
11k damage on the Kai.
I wouldn't be surprised seeing anyone grab it.
RG I could see. Obviously had a counter matchup like in favor of Rallia. Still came out obviously doing very well. Betty and Woody, they both played fine.
Yeah.
But I think it's most things were set up by Junjia.
Yeah,
so I think
had an amazing early game.
Yeah, amazing early game. Got Betty ahead, kept finding things in the mid game. Obviously, just the utility that Maokai provides meant that when they were ahead, they cemented the fact that they were ahead.
Yeah.
And
I wonder if the PCS is just a little bit behind on the Senna lanes. We're maybe a little bit too late to the party, because I think a big strength of this combo is that you can both pick up support item. Or you used to both be able to pick up support item. Now you're only getting one in the lane, which definitely hurts the strength of the lane.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. But I don't know. I haven't really watched a whole lot of Senna games in other regions, so I'm not entirely sure. But yeah. I kind of feel like at least what we've seen so far, it looks weak. But again, it is just a weaker team going up against one of the strongest teams.
Yeah, it's hard to judge it.
Yeah, it's very difficult to judge. I think like if we see a game like, I mean, we saw it in Game 1, right? Game 1, it looked good, actually. They were winning their lane, they were doing well, and then came to game number 3, and it didn't look so good. But it's just, I don't know, I guess maybe it's how the junglers play around it as well. I think there's a lot to it, more so than just looking at the eye test. It is going to be Betty who gets it. Obviously, looking at stats, he well outperformed Ching9, but it's a little bit skewed because Ching9 was, in some regards, a support.
Betty with another Lucian game.
Yeah.
I feel like he's played quite a lot of Lucian.
I think this is his first game.
Is it?
I'm pretty sure.
Who am I thinking of? Who always gets Lucian?
Shun.
Oh, yeah.
Shun's just gifted Lucian games for fun.
Every single time, yeah. Betty did have a good game. He had a Yone to deal with who was incessantly diving onto him, and he died maybe once to it in a very suspicious team fight.
Yeah, when he E'd over the wall straight into a Nico ult. I mean, to be fair, I mean, Nuli did play those mid games really well, and I think you got to give credit to that. And looking forward to game number 2, because of course the series isn't over. There is still a chance, and I do hope that West Point show us something more convincing. But I think obviously you don't want to start falling behind in lane, and you got to come into this mid stage sort of not really far behind, because I think if there was a 1k gold lead instead of what was a 9k gold lead, I think you have a genuine chance in those team fights to turn it around. I mean, we saw Rallia picking up, like, I think he picked up 3, if not 2 or 3 shutdowns anyway, 2 of which being 1,000 gold shutdowns. So I think game's a bit closer. Game feels a whole lot more winnable for West Point. But of course, that is game number 1 done and dusted. Of course, when we're back, PSG versus West Point will come back, and we'll see if they can get it done. But so far, PSG looking strong. Welcome. We're back. We're back for game number 2 between PSG and West Point. Game number 1, bit of a stomp.
Yeah.
Game number 2, I predict, bit of a stomp.
Yeah, hard to imagine it going differently. There were signs of life from West Point. They managed to get a few team fights together from very behind. A couple of good picks. I just want to see less hesitation out of them. They had the winning lane and top side. They had the Aatrox ready to be dived, and a few times Renier on the Lee Sin walked up top and just decided not to go for the dive. And I hope that this game they feel, you know, they've got nothing to lose. They're expected to lose this matchup against PSG, so take some risks, try the dives out, see how it goes.
Yeah, I definitely think in terms of the signs of life thing that you said, they certainly were, right? They had some of the craziest engages you could ever possibly hope for, and I mean, if you can find that when you're not so far behind, things would look pretty good for you, but we'll see if they can manage that. Of course, I think straying a little bit from how Renier usually plays, he usually just finds a lane and camps it relentlessly, and he didn't really do that. Now, admittedly, he did show himself top quite a lot, but wasn't able to capitalize on it so well.
Yeah, I think he just wasn't willing to pull the trigger.
Yeah, it is a bit scary because
it's an Aatrox.
You don't have the best setup. If Yone isn't able to land that knock-up, then it's really hard to follow with the ult because you can just sidestep it as the Aatrox. So,
and credit to Aza, just avoiding taking any trades. He was mostly just full HP under his tower.
Yeah, and I think pretty much played it how you'd want to. Now, going into this draft, of course, last time, I mean, same sides, but we did see West Point ban out 3 of Aussie's champions. It was the Rumble, the Udyr, and the Cassante. So we'll see if they do it again. Aurelia will once again be banned here for PSG.
I'm thinking maybe drop the Cassante ban for a Lucian.
Yeah, that feels pretty hard to give over Lucian to,
or
especially any of the top teams.
They had the Kalista right there to pick into it.
They did,
if you're going to punish Lucian Milio in lane, I have to imagine Kalista Renata is going to be doing a good job. Or even do like a Kalista Milio if you want to deny the Lucian Milio.
Yeah, that doesn't feel like a very powerful lane, though.
Yeah.
Now, so far, everything's the same. If this is the Udyr, it will remain.
Yeah.
Okay. What was this ban? Back in the mind, it was Ash.
I think, yeah. See if PSG go for the same. Woody looking a little bit bored, honestly.
Maybe he is. Oh, I like me. When I was over in Taiwan for the grand finals, I got to talk to Woody.
Yeah.
Wasn't a very good conversation because there was a language barrier there, but you know, got to talk to him. Didn't really meet many of the other players, but
West Point go for the Cassante ban again.
they do. So Lucian seems like the blatantly obvious pick.
Yeah, either that or the Callista.
Yeah, but Lucian just feels a bit safer. There's less threat of you pick Callista, they immediately lock in Vi. But here we go. Maybe we're going to see Ching9 on the Callista. I believe we saw him play it one game before. I think in the first series they played. But maybe I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure we have seen him play it once before, though.
I don't remember it. Who's their first opponent? Do you remember?
Oh, that was so many weeks ago. That was literally 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I can't even remember last game's bans until they're the exact same the next game. Okay, that should just be Callista locked in with Renata. You don't even have to take the Renata here if you don't want to, because you're not going to be taking it here for PSG.
Yeah, you could maybe pick the Maokai away here.
Yeah,
Maokai a bit annoying for Callista to play into.
For sure. For sure. A lot of lockdown, slows as well. It makes life as Callista a lot harder. Now, admittedly, it could just be that Junjia sees the Callista and would rather play Vi. He's a very good Vi player.
Yeah.
But, I mean, who knows? Maokai also does well into Callista, as we just said, so it honestly could be either.
You don't hate taking the cleanse on Callista anyway.
Yeah.
It's not that many good summoners. You don't want Ghost.
Yeah, Ghost is not a Callista sum. The other one, you can take Exhaust, you can take Ignite, Heal, or a Cleanse. Those are really your options.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll be seeing an Ignite.
Last time we saw the Maokai out of Junjia, and he had a great performance on it. So maybe he'll go for it again, and maybe, like you said, the buy. Very annoying for Callista to play against.
Yeah, and we've seen it before, right? Even though the Callista can get very far ahead, it becomes hard.
Actually,
Rel's
the
a bit curious.
Yeah.
Feels like Callista can play around it a little bit, though.
Yeah. Annoying, though. If she ever is in the Magnet Storm, it's pretty much unplayable.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So they take away on their last pick. They could go for the Azir here, maybe ban a Corki. It's going to be Poppy.
Okay. Interesting. Okay, so does Poppy.
Usually you see that picked away so you're not against a Poppy with the Callista, but...
Yeah, and in fairness, RJ does play Poppy top. We saw him play quite a few games of Poppy in the last split. So Jack's now banned away. Obviously, a fairly safe blind pick there for RJ. Aatrox was his pick last game.
Yeah, what did they ban last game? Because they could ban the Aatrox here.
They could. I don't remember.
Maybe it's going to be mid lane bans for PSG. I'm not sure what you really ban as PSG here.
Yeah, okay, Corki.
Yeah,
so maybe this
Corki.
forces out an Azir answer, because what's your answer into Azir now? Nico, I guess, but...
West Point can just pick the Azir themselves.
Yeah, true, they do get first pick. I would feel a lot happier as Maple, though, giving over the Azir. It feels like he possibly will deal with it a little better. That is just going to be banned, so...
West Point have a different mid pick in mind. Maybe just the Nico again.
Could be. Honestly, I mean, he was 0-5, but I don't think that really told the story of...
Yeah, he had a good performance.
He did.
Considering the game.
Okay.
It'll just be a Nico ban from PSG.
Yeah, it could be. Okay, Yon, so...
Oh, so they're just going to pick the... You could pick the Aatrox away. Because they're telegraphing they want to pick the Aatrox, but then you'd have to give up the Nico.
Oh, we saw Akali into Aatrox once before. Oh.
TF, kind of nice into Akali. Reveals her inner shroud. We haven't seen a lot of TF, but...
This is dangerous, but... I mean, you can just ult down bot lane and ult up top lane, whichever which direction you want to go. And honestly, this Akali still could just be going top.
I mean... Maple a pretty good Twisted Fate.
Yeah, for sure. He's a pretty storied player. He's had a lot of time to pass through the metas. There's been a lot of times where Twisted Fate was meta, and it's going to be locked in. Our first Twisted Fate of the PCS spring.
Now there's a little bit of a TF rework.
What if it's top? Imagine, oh my, is it top?
No way.
If this Jace is locked in, I actually think it's top.
Is it going to be Lethal Tempo top AD
yeah,
TF?
It could be the AD TF.
I'd love to see it, but...
Okay, it won't be.
Okay.
Damn, I kind of wanted it. That would have been so cool.
Might still be an ADTF, but with how much AD is already on his team.
Yeah, no, this is an APTF. Probably the Rod of Ages.
Could be the Akali top.
Yeah? No, I think it will be Akali top. I'm pretty sure it will be. Nuli, I haven't seen him play Akali. Relia, we have seen play Akali. Now, admittedly, he picked Akali top into a Rumble and got absolutely smashed, but I mean, at least this time he's not into a Rumble.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't get smashed into the Rumble?
Okay, Hui. Now, Hui should have a good matchup into the Twisted Fate. Obviously, a bit of a, what is it called? A Ute? No. Like Xerath, he's a mage.
Artillery
mage. There we go.
Yeah.
What a hard word. Why is English like this, man? Yeah, an artillery mage. So he can stand quite far away. Twisted Fate can't really deal with it. Wave clear, obviously, really, really high, so he can match that of Twisted Fates.
At the very least, he's going to have free scaling.
Yes.
Into the TF.
Yes, and the champion does scale well. Now, I'm pretty certain that the build for Hui tends to be the Luden's Companion into Storm Surge. And then from there, you can vary off. Obviously, you can get Magic Pen, you can get Death Cap, Zhonya's, whatever the game sort of is requiring. But generally, those are the first two items. It's very akin to that of Xerath. Just you're an artillery mage, perhaps with a little bit more self-sufficiency.
Yeah.
You have a move speed buff, you have a shield, you have fears, you have knockbacks. You kind of have it all.
Yeah.
But it's not the easiest champ to pilot by any means.
No, not at all. So hopefully Nuli's got... It actually got some buffs.
It did, yes.
I believe the Q fear duration is longer.
Yeah.
QE, I think it is. But there's a lot of question marks in the West Point comp. Pretty much in every lane they're going to have to perform. Maybe mid less pressure. You can just farm up against the Twisted Fate.
Yes.
And it's mostly your side lanes that are going to be suffering rather than the Hui. But the Akali and the Kalista have to have strong lane phases here.
Yeah, for sure. Admittedly, there's not the biggest amount of lockdown for the Kalista. Of course, there is a Twisted Fate.
Yeah.
But other than that, that's really the only hard CC. And it's going to be Fleet Footwork, Twisted Fate. There is cleanse here on Ching9. And the only thing you really have to cleanse is the Twisted Fate gold card. I think everything
TF by himself is going to force you to take cleanse.
Yeah, exactly.
Though it should just be up anytime he gold cards you. You usually like to see Kalista with a bit more lockdown. Make it easier for her to team fight. It will be the Comet this time for Aatrox.
Yeah,
and the
first strike.
First strike for Lucian, we finally see it.
Nullifying Orb even. Not a rune we see all that much.
So maybe the PTA is... Oh, I think Aatrox just doesn't have that many options in that tree, on that tier.
Well, he could go the Nimbus Cloak, right? The Nimbus Cloak after teleport is always fairly powerful. Maple is...
Usually we see that
he might just be dead, yeah. He's getting ping-ponged around.
Oh, that's how you want the game to start in your Kalista.
That is about as good of a start as you could ever wish for, and so if they...
They should be willing to take this trade.
Yeah, they do have a Kalista.
All right.
Okay, curious start. Now, I mean, you're set up for absolute success here if you're Ching9, so you should be able to dominate this lane. Lucian, Milio, not the strongest lane, very strong mid-game.
Yep. And Renier is starting bot side, but I do want to see him play around his bot lane now.
For sure. I think the problem that...
Hook lands.
Oh, yeah, we'll land with that handshake. Betty going to get that cleanse out of Ching9. In comes the Rend. Not sure if it reset or not. It's going to be the heal at least. Betty chaining back a lot of damage. Okay.
All right.
Now both junglers here.
Yep. Really nice by Renier to be here. Just allow his bot lane to dominate.
Renier's still here.
Yeah, and if his bot lane gets this in, he can walk through these Krugs.
He can, but Junji is already going to have it. Now,
no smite on Junjia. He's going to get level 3 here, though.
He needs to clear out those. They actually don't know that Renier's here, by the way. Now they do. Then comes a flash. They find their way onto Betty. Handshake will land too, and Ching9 picks himself up the second.
Oh, look at this wave that is dying.
Yeah, that is really, really tragic, but very, very well played from West Point.
Yeah.
Renier finds the perfect time, the perfect angle, even playing around the vision that Junji doing the Krugs was not able to find.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a false sense of security for Betty in the bot lane, because his jungler was right there next to him. But yeah, Renier finds a little pocket of vision and decisive. That is what we asked from him, and very nice. He's just in, wow, look at that pocket of vision.
Yeah.
And then he finds the flash. Really nice follow-up from Cha9. Chang9 picks up another kill and a massive wave.
Oh, they're happy.
Yeah, you should be.
Yeah, this is... I mean, this is the best start you could ever imagine.
Yeah, and when we've seen the Lucian Milio lanes suffer, it has been in the early game.
Yeah, for sure.
Getting punished here. Lucian never really gets off the ground if you can set him behind. He doesn't have ways of coming back into a game. Junjia looking kind of aggressively. I think Poppy wins this, though.
Oh, well.
Does have the smite.
Yeah,
so.
did get that with the smite there. Junjia now... Oh, I was going to say trot on out, but he's not.
I mean, Poppy's
smite
got Cryo
advantage.
in the mid lane. This seems a little bit crazy from Junjia.
I don't know what we're doing here, fellas.
This seems crazy from Junjia.
You can't use crash down either,
sides.
so... Ooh,
Just has to flash as a minimum.
Oh my...
Oh.
Wait, what just happened there? Wow, okay.
Looks weird, but I think the W just interrupted Rel.
I think so too, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not
Or
sure.
maybe there's the E. I think the E was, maybe, but... Wow, yeah, okay. Well, I mean, West Point, you have the opportunity now to take out one of the front runners.
Yeah, I think maybe Renier was a little hesitant to go on that because he just couldn't believe his eyes. Really, he's got Prio in both solo lanes, and this Rel is just autoing him at his rafters. Pops the phase rush, gets on him with red buff, immediately flashes, but Renier's able to follow up. Doesn't even have his flash to follow up, but yeah, finds the E onto him, and a kill for Akali, the two lanes that needed to get something going.
Junji is here.
Yeah, Junji is here, no flash. Very hard dive. You do have the Renata, but I mean, just protecting your bot lane is going to be enough here. As Lucian Milio are getting tortured under this tower.
Yeah, 1.5k gold lead now for West Point.
Yeah.
And we're only 5 minutes in.
Yeah.
It kind of looks like the reverse of last game. So,
yeah.
I mean, well played.
See if Maple died.
Ooh.
Oh, level 1, level 1.
Yeah, yeah. And Maple has the shard. Oh, Relia. Oh, my friend, you are gone.
Uh-oh. I don't know how he really got into that situation. I guess just overstaying, trying to crash his wave.
Yeah, doesn't have teleport too. This. All right, PSG have a win con.
Yeah.
Maple, of course, capitalizing on what was happening there. Going to lose a couple minions, but certainly feel good about being able to pick up a kill for your top side.
Yeah.
Admittedly, Aatrox, one of the hardest carry tops there are. We saw it in our first series with Jiang.
He's just nailing him with all these Aatrox Qs. This is the W, and Relia just doesn't realize the danger he's in at this point. As TF is moving, it's between waves, so maybe the missing isn't cold. Maple finds a really good timing with no waves in the mid lane to just run up.
I mean, maybe Relia just dies anyway, but...
Yeah, he might just die anyway, but secures the kill.
For sure.
I don't think he's ulting on bot lane anytime soon.
Yeah.
That might be lost 3v2.
I wonder what Maple's building first, because maybe it's rapid fire cannon, or maybe he's AD.
Yeah, maybe. Does have fleet footwork, so it could go either way. But, I mean, do you even take fleet footwork on APTF? I feel like I see the book.
Usually, you can go the book, you can go first strike, you can, in theory, go electrocute.
Spellbook.
Yeah, but not generally.
Ooh, -1.
Not generally the fleet footwork. Now, admittedly, similar to Azir, the fleet footwork is good because you're against an artillery mage, so dodging out of sort of these abilities that are thrown at you does feel very good.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. He could still be AP, but yeah, the Kerchies shard making me suspicious.
So at least it's rapid fire cannon first. If not, it's AD.
Yeah, I'd be surprised for an APTF to go rapid fire first, though.
So would I. That's why I'm...
flash
okay.
on.
Meanwhile, though, the top lanes are going to be battling too. Junjia is going to go down. We didn't get to see what happened, but I imagine it was just stunned up and killed.
Yep, no flash on him. Pretty hard to get out there as a third kill goes the way of this Kalista, as PSG's bot lane have to feel like they're next. Kalista ult up here.
Yeah, handshake misses though, so...
No wave.
Yeah, okay. Pity trading back a bit of damage.
Yeah, and most importantly, they just have their wave out, so hard to go for a dive, but West Point will freeze this bot lane, and Junjie might just have to run straight back down. As Junjie, again, probably over-contesting a lot of these buffs. Sometimes it's hard as a jungler to just give up your own buff.
Yeah, especially when you have multiple losing lanes, it feels very difficult to I don't know, find angles to get yourself some gold.
The walk back in here is crazy. He does get the red buff, but gets flash, E'd, and the follow-up. Yeah, 2 flashes there to pick him up.
Don't even know if we needed them, but we used them.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe the Cha9 flash unnecessary, but you secure the kill there.
Yeah.
You feel good about it.
We know Junjie couldn't use the crash down because he just used the remount, so...
Yeah.
But anyway, alas.
As Junjie is here to help them shove the wave, but this might be a lost cause. Maple's coming too, but you take this 3v4, I think, if you're West Point.
I think you just take every fight that Ching9's involved in.
Yeah. Do they go for another freeze here? I think they should.
Yeah, I don't think it's all that bad.
No, they decide not to freeze it. They're just going to...
Maybe looking for a recall. You did just pick up another kill on Ching9, so getting some more gold feels pretty good.
Maintaining the CS difference. It's been at 20 for about a while. You don't want to be 20 CS, but at least it's not growing.
Oh, did he? No way he sneaked in there. There's no way.
Might have. And I don't think it's supposed to be the Aatrox bullying this Akali, but he's got his Hex Drinker now.
Yeah, we did see Taco solo killing Rallia's Aatrox, I believe it was.
Yeah. Actually dodges most of this stuff out from the Aatrox. Dodging everything, but the trade still...
Yeah, but he uses Shroud and he used all of his abilities, and so now the Aatrox has absolutely no pressure on him whatsoever. Feels really good. And we're seeing the results of this.
Trade of flashes.
Yeah. Trade of ults as well, but again, RJ very comfortably winning this lane.
Now, if you're Aurelia this game, you need to just sit under your tower. I know you have counter pick, but you need to just sit under your tower and wait for your team to carry. Maple's coming top to dive you. What can you do?
Yep. Just play safe top.
Yeah. And we're going to need to see some dives. We're going to need to see bot lane accelerated this game. But Junjie knows where to be.
They just have Maple ulting top and Junjie sitting behind bot tower.
Because they've got Nully coming down too. They should have... PSG should have to back off this tower.
Okay.
Here we go.
Yeah, Renier looks for it, but... Oh, okay.
They have
okay, turn around. It's going to be the Fate's call, the Keeper's verdict. The Fate's call in is a bit crazy, but... Nully, though, lands a 2-man knockback and lands the ultimate. Renier trying to find the damage, won't be able to. Hostile takeover won't connect. And the 4v3, Maple making his way down here. Betty finding a bit of damage.
Yeah, the engage just not connecting.
Woody is 1 HP. Nully as well is connecting with all of these abilities.
Oh, close.
Oh my, yeah. Nully's landing a lot.
Yep.
Uh-oh. Oh, Junjie, not again. Oh, wow. The stun misses. Does that mean he gets out? No, what? Sniped away.
That was so much damage.
Yeah, that was a headshot.
He's got his Ludens finished. He somehow finished his item before Kalista. No boots, I guess.
Okay, it's Static Shiv TF.
Okay.
Maybe that's just because Bro knows he needs to be everywhere on the map, so he's just pushing.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know. It's a first for me.
Nice. Maybe not the best executed play by West Point, but they're doing the right thing. You know, they're pressuring their bot lane. They're making sure they get this tower first. So close to killing Woody there.
Now, Junjie walking into his jungle.
Yeah. Bit of a suspicious performance from Junjie this game. Really close to connecting that stun. Pretty unfortunate. Because Nully just takes him out from like, 300 plus HP with one spell.
Yeah, from downtown.
Yeah.
Oh, pretty happy about that. Now, PSG do have a way to get back in this, and that way is called PSG Arja.
Yep.
He is currently 2-0. He's building towards that Profane Hydra, and he is very scary. Of course, Kalista actually not too bad at dealing with an Aatrox, although...
Yeah, it's hard to be Aatrox into a Kalista. If you do get hit once, it's...
Yeah, it's Jova, but...
doomed, but...
I mean, in fairness, there is also Char9 that can just put a revive on you, and maybe you can get enough Ren stacks. We'll see.
It's not just the Kalista you have to deal with. It's looking like a really good Hui game right now. Out of Nully.
What is Maple building. Here's a ruby crystal.
I'm excited to see.
Yeah, that literally could just build into either damage type.
More likely AP stuff.
I would say so too, yeah, but I'm not sure what. Like maybe a proto bout, but Leandries. I don't even know if that. No, yes, that does.
Is Aatrox really finishing that recall? Wow, that looked like at least a flash out of the Hui if he stayed.
Okay, absolutely, but chooses to recall. Does have his profound Hydra now, so.
I guess he doesn't know. He doesn't know where the rest of West Point are, so
yeah,
fair enough.
Making them more safe.
He can't really afford to die on the Aatrox.
Yeah, no, you're at a point now where if you don't carry, the game feels very difficult to win. Yeah. Well, we've seen West Point in a situation like this before, and notably they weren't able to get it done, and they were up 1.5k gold. It's now come down to only 1k, despite first Blood Tower and 3 kills on this Callista. So, game is far from over.
Yeah. Betty somehow relatively even on items. Probably a bit of this first strike doing work.
Yeah. Absolutely. And
as Maple is looking pretty dead to me.
Oh, he's just ulting out.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, not the ideal use of your Destiny, but certainly better than going down.
Yeah, take some pressure off the map.
Oh, Relia.
Relia might be
dead
he
again. Gets hit by everything. He's going to back off.
Wise enough to back off the tower there.
Yeah. Unfortunate timing on RG popping his ult, but... Yeah. And, I mean, ultimately you don't really think they're trying to team fight. Yeah. He's going to be okay in the 1v1 for sure, but and also I don't think they're really looking to find any fights. Relia down 40 CS, by the way. Does get his proto bout now, but certainly not able to contest right at this moment.
I mean, his teammates are so strong, though, that he might still just be able to have impact in these fights.
Yeah, just a bit of disruption can help, and Shroud as well as the perfect
Makes life harder against the TF, though.
Okay.
Cha9 kind of in no man's land.
just drilling up.
Yeah.
He's passing by, letting Betty farm a little bit up on his first strike.
Yeah. A little overconfident maybe after the lane phase.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you can't 2v1 as the Renata Grask.
Yeah.
Of course, both supports having that Dream Maker.
PSG playing so well around their winning lane. They don't have much going for them this game, but with what they've got, they're just somehow claiming bot side, West Point's bot side jungle.
Oh.
As Relia is looking dead to me.
Oh, I need some farm. Oh, do you, pal?
We've seen Akali's live.
He does have ult, yeah. He's got his ult. He might actually just be able to get out of this, although the lockdown is good enough, and Woody, I believe, confirms it with an auto attack. Now, while you don't want it to be on Woody necessarily, it's not the biggest deal. It means that there's,
Rift Herald.
Once again, more pressure in the side lane. Betty, yeah, he's going to back out wisely. The root comes down there.
Callista's jumped into the Rift Herald.
Oh, no, he's a drifter. That was close.
Yeah, has his license. Maybe a little drunk, but gets it done. As that's a tier 2 tower picked up.
Oh, Keeper's Verdict is going to be used. Kind of curious as to why he didn't just cancel it and make sure it doesn't go on a long cooldown. But I guess there's no real objective. It will be up before the next one.
Yeah, it's going to be back up for Dragon. Maple does trade a tower in the top lane. So you see PSG just being really resilient from behind.
Triforce.
It's AD. I did not see that one coming.
No. It will be the Triforce on the TF.
You would have thought it's an APTF game.
Yeah, you would have.
Just with his full team, his whole team being AD, Lethality, Aatrox in the top lane.
And I guess in defense of that is Lucian Milio does about 40% magic damage.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of magic damage, but yeah, no, I'm perplexed a little bit.
And armor doesn't feel amazing to build on West Point. Poppy's not a champ you're looking for to be like some super tank.
Yeah, very much a disruptor. Although it does have a frozen heart, and that's going to make things very difficult for everyone. Entire Moor is now completed as well for Argus, so he's never going to be dying in the 1v1. Yeah. He also never will die in an Uli. It's really up to Ching9, and Ching9 has the tools, Blade the Ruin King completed, working towards that Gwinsu's, and also, of course, it's just very strong.
PSG with mid-prio. I mean, West Point could go on this. Decide not to.
Yeah, don't have the best ways of engage here. Of course, there are Hostile Takeover and Fate's Call, but it kind of just using them dry often feels a bit wasteful.
Hard to connect.
Yeah, for sure. It's very easy for Lucian and Milio to get out of those. And as long as Milio's out of those, everyone can be. Ching9 though going forward. Betty though, he's not backing down. He's standing up to it. Oh,
the range on that spell.
Yeah, Kainic Recurn though is completed, so I don't think Junjia really cares.
They're gonna grab the crab into starting the dragon.
Oh,
There's a
Aatrox
flank.
has the perfect flank. Ching9's going to get locked up. Cleanse comes out, and he is just going to be absolutely annihilated. Through comes the Aatrox. Down goes the Renata. Down goes the Callista. Stun onto Nuli. He shouldn't be long for this world, and despite the Keeper's verdict, landing on the most important member of this team, it's still going to be PSG that are winning this one. RJ rejoins the fray, and he's not able to connect, but it is going to be this Dragon and teamfight win in favor of PSG.
Yeah, fight is over before it even starts. PSG just come in from every direction, managed to collapse onto this Callista, who is by far the strongest member of West Point, and just goes down way too quickly to have any impact on the fight. We'll see what happened here. It's important to approach from multiple directions against the Renata, but a really good engage from Junjia, redeeming some of his early game. Yeah, Cheng9, there's no direction for him to go. You know, from the side, it's Aatrox, behind him is Maple, and in front of him is Junjia. And without the Callista, I mean, this fight is just over.
Yeah, so, I mean, bit of a slip up from Ching9. I mean, honestly, Junjia goes for the crash down. It gets denied by the steadfast presence. But
like
then Ching9 just walks into the Junjia Magnet Storm. And
yeah, and if you're ever a Callista in that Magnet Storm, I mean, yeah, that's your fight impact done. You're not getting much done.
Now, Nuli does finish his Crypt Bloom, so a lot more power once again given to this way. That's the second item completed, but importantly, Magic Pen against what we see as a Maw as well as the Kainic Recurrence. So definitely needs that to really impact these fights. Obviously needs Ching9 to be alive.
Yeah.
Really for the side of West Point to have a chance.
It's still Cheng9's game to carry. I mean, they're stacking magic resist against the Fed Callista.
They are now down in gold, though, which is the big concern, because they really shouldn't be after a 3-0 start on your bot laner.
Yeah. I don't think they should play like it. I think they should still be very strong in team fights.
Yeah, and to be fair, they probably don't know they're down in gold, right? Because you look at the kills, it's all even. You feel like your Callista is probably the strongest on the map, but...
Yeah, maybe the shutdowns give it away, though.
Yeah.
As they're hitting the Baron.
They are, and they do have a Callista. Now, they were spotted just then, and there is a Mega Blast Cone, so this feels a little bit forced. They do have some tools to deal with the engage, and Maple is off on the opposite side of the map. Junjia, though, he's in the area. This is going to be the Keeper's verdict. It misses. Junjia's trying to find his way in. He's not going to be able to. Steadfast Present denies it, but RJ is. That's one. That's two. Nuli's not long for this world. That's three. Is it going to be four? No. Woody takes it. I thought we were on a Penta, but it's taken. It's a Quadra. And somehow the Melio steals the Penta, but RJ finds the angle. PSG find the Baron, and the comeback is almost complete.
Yeah, Aja finds a ridiculous flank onto the Callista, nearly kills him over the wall, and then manages to flash over? No, just E over and take him out. Another fight where you can't get this Callista off the ground. Maple takes a bot tier 2, ults to the fight, TP's back bot, and finishes the job.
And there we have it. Bot lane inhib.
I don't hate the Baron Force. I really do think you should be favored in those fights. But
Maple might be not long for this world. It's Ching9 though. Oh my god, he gets the shutdown. He's dodging out. Nice dodge. Archer's going to be stunned up. Ching9. He's got a lot of Ren stacks. That's another shutdown for this Callista. PSG have overstayed, and Ching9 is being rewarded. That's two massive shutdowns for your Callista.
Yep.
And boy, oh boy, this game's back and forth. Now, importantly, PSG still very far hitting goal.
Watch Aatrox over the Baron pit. Ching9 kind of just standing still here.
Boom. Oh. Bong.
And he's gone.
Just like that.
Yeah.
Oh, and Woody just steals the Penta, man. What a fraud.
Yeah, unfortunate.
What would he got it with? Like an auto?
Must be. I don't think Milio's doing much damage with anything else.
Oh, it's just a Fate's call. Doesn't connect, but...
Handshake flash. A lot of nice flash cues from this Renata.
Yeah, Char has had a pretty good game for himself, all things considered. I like how Ching9's just standing and delivering.
Yeah, nice to see Cheng9 finally get a decent fight on this Callista, showing how strong it can be.
Yeah, big shutdowns. I mean, now really the game is entirely on this Kalista. I don't think the Hui is going to offer a whole lot, just by nature of the MR that's being stacked. And Ting9, really, it is up to him. Maple, Betty, yeah, they have. And
best he can do is to stall here.
Yeah, he's going to use the Destiny, of course, to get there. And Rally is not going to have a way out. That's
Decides to not even use his ult. Fair enough. West Point won't be able to get much done. I am surprised to see the Wits End against this full AD comp.
Yeah, I feel like Terminus into Jack Show could have been...
Terminus or Runans.
Yeah.
Love Runans on Callisto.
Yeah. Again, though, you're not really hitting multiple members. The problem is you're only going to be really hitting the Rel and the Aatrox. I honestly think you just go Terminus into Jack Show because you need to be able to survive. Terminus gives you armor, magic resist.
PSG just take a top inhib.
Yeah, they just walk down as West Point are looking for their third dragon. Is it going to matter?
Test the drag. They've got TPs
they're getting
up.
there. But Ting9 should be able to secure this. They might die afterwards, which would be a concern.
Got to recall and try to defend their mid inhib.
Yeah, this doesn't feel defendable though. Keeps verdict though. Let's see if...
Decides to save it.
Okay, saves it. I think that's a smart decision because everyone ultimately was just backing away. And you might have a fight on your hands in the very near future.
Yeah.
Oh, root lands, but it's onto Junjia. Not the ideal target. Oh.
West Point are really suffering from not having engaged here.
Yeah.
This is why you see Callisto with a lot of CC often, because you just want to enable her to hit, but she can't hit. You can't get in on these fights at all.
For sure. I think if you're picking the Callisto, you need something that can engage top. But Fate's Call going to be used. This is going to get the world out of RG, who gets away. Ignite going to be popped there onto this Aatrox. And the rest of PSG feeling quite good. Junji going to get stunned up. And Hui's ult will land here onto Woody. Is it going to matter? Renye going to find the stun onto Betty. But Breath of Life comes out now. Woody with the perfect timing on that as RG claims himself one. He's not in the world ender, but he's certainly going to get kills. Rallier does manage to take out Betty on the back. But Twisted Fate, Maple is going to get one back for himself. Teleport being used now to keep that minion up and alive. Nexus Tower 1, Nexus Tower 2, and Nexus Tower will be likely going down, although Keeper's Verdict comes out, it lands onto 2.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, they might be able to find a defense here.
That was Maple, though.
Maple does teleport back in, the Destiny getting him back in here, and all he's going to be going down. Renye's being ran out even from this Melio. Game 2 is another one for the books, and
a 26-minute win, you would have never thought.
After a 3-0 start, and Betty losing like 3 minion waves level 1.
Yeah. Ugh. PSG just get one angle into the game, a fed Aatrox ahead in his lane, and they just run with it.
they run with it.
Yeah.
They sprint with it. My God, Aatrox was so scary. Both games we've seen him now, Aatrox popping off completely.
Yeah.
The Penta only just being stolen by a Melio auto attack or something.
Yeah.
But insane. I mean, RJ, you've banned his Udyr, but now, maybe he's picked Udyr so many times to like, hey, look guys, I'm only playing Udyr. Boom, Aatrox, quadra kill.
Yeah, maybe let him have the Udyr.
Yeah, I think I'd rather versus Udyr than that Aatrox that I just witnessed because...
In the counter pick too.
Yeah, Rallier got the counter pick and got smashed. Admittedly, Maple helped out by teleporting up there, but...
Child looking a bit disappointed, and he's got to be. He had a good game. I think he performed quite well. But yeah, just not able to convert the lead on their Kalista. I think they did a lot of the right things.
Yes.
Especially in the early game. But the problem just came in mid-game when it was Lucian and Melio and Jungle, Rel, just standing around in front of the Poppy, Renata, Kalista, and there was no engage. There was no way to really punish them for just standing around mid clearing waves.
Yeah.
You saw them there as West Point, and they wanted to fight, but there's just nothing they could really do.
For sure. I think we're seeing maybe the limitations of Rallier's champion pool here. Not that I know it entirely, but I feel like if you have this Kalista, Renata, you don't have any engaged bot. Yes, you could use the Fate's Call. Generally, you like to use the Fate's Call so Renata can play aggressively, then you can get her out. That's why we often see Renatas find their flanks and use their hostile takeover from behind, and then you can use the Kalista once again for safety. You have a Poppy, which is kind of engaged, but in terms of a team fight, it's not as good. Yes, you can find something like the, the headbutt, whatever it is, the wall bang into like a flash ult to find like a 2-3 man knockup.
Yeah.
But the opportunities for that are very few and far between.
And you almost need to follow that up with CC. It's kind of not.
It's not its own thing. It can be used as follow-up or used for something to follow up with it.
Yeah.
And so when you're having an Akali, offers you absolutely nothing in this draft. I mean, maybe if you win your lane, you can then be...
That's what it was supposed to bring to the table. But
was win lane, and then you can assassinate Twisted Fate. You can look to assassinate the Lucian or the Milio. But when you fell behind, and obviously when you're against Twisted Fate, there is always the factor of, well, if Twisted Fate ults to my lane, what is my play? And his play was just die, unfortunately. And then when you have an Akali that's that far behind, you're not offering anything.
Down a member.
Yeah, you're down a member, and your really, really fed Kalista doesn't get to play the game.
Yeah.
I mean, the only time we did see her get that opportunity was off the back of Char. I mean, Fate's call into Flash Handshake, and then that team fight down bot lane.
It felt like their only engage was the Flash Handshake.
Yeah, and admittedly, he found it a lot of times.
Yeah,
he was doing a really good time.
Every time his Flash was up, he found it, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, for sure. Hui, I guess we should touch on, didn't look as good as the first time we saw Hui, which was Criscata.
Yeah.
But also I don't think there was much he could do, because again, he was limited sort of by the team composition that he had around him. Not a whole lot of ways to deal with the Lucian. Lucian was dealt with in lane, came back into the game off the back of RJ, and then nothing you can do to RJ whatsoever. No one on this team can deal with that Aatrox.
Yeah, he did pick it into Twisted Fate, so maybe you were hoping for a bit more of a lead while Maple teleported around the map. As we're going to see this Baron where Aza gets denied his pentakill. He just finds Cheng here, lands a W, lands a Q2, flashes over, E's over for the Q3, picks up the bot lane, which was supposed to be, you know, the strong point of this comp. And once bot lane's dead, honestly, even once Kalista's chunked, the fights are really difficult to play.
For sure. I mean, I'm gonna guess. This is just spitballing here.
Yeah, MVP.
Aja, I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Hear my justification. He giga stomped.
Yeah.
Absolutely giga stomped. So that's my justification. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, Junjia having a rough game.
Oh, yeah, Junjia was trying to make that game end in the wrong direction at some points, but I mean, he turned it around. Admittedly, it is hard when you have a losing mid lane, losing bot lane to find yourself any gold, right?
Yeah.
Now maybe your argument could be you play to the top side and split the map.
Yeah.
But even honestly, then, you just lose to Poppy.
Earlier on in the game, Relia had priority on the Akali.
That's true.
As well, so it was kind of
that was
three
his
of
first
his lanes.
death, right? Was around the Raptors. Yeah.
Relia not able to convert that free kill. Essentially, he got maybe not free. I didn't see his lane state.
But damaged out.
Yeah, it's all Aatrox.
Yeah, Aja's quite high up there. Kill participation 92%. I mean, that makes a whole lot of sense. Pretty much they fought if he was involved.
Yeah. Yeah, and they all just ran to him.
Yeah.
Especially in the mid game. Everyone just went to this Aatrox.
It was like, all right, fellas, get around.
Yeah, sat around, hoped for a fight.
Let me show you why I forced them to ban my Udyr.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, though, coming back to that, I think that's a big thing that teams now have to be concerned about, right? Because we saw him pick Udyr. The team, obviously, he doesn't have performances as big as this one on the Udyr. I mean, it's pretty hard to find that, but he allows his team to. Junjia often has massive performances when he's playing around that Udyr. And now you've seen they've banned the Udyr. What did they ban? Rumble, which is another champion pick played well on. They've banned the Udyr, which he's played a lot of. They banned the Cassante, which tended to be his first picks.
Whoa.
Now he's just picked up the Aatrox twice in a row and done so well on it.
Not often you see that.
No, it's not all the time, but not all the time it's a top laner. I think that sometimes we see it as like a jungler on an AD carry, but it's very rare that it's a top laner. I think Lukai got it last week on Beyond once as well. On the Jax game. Yeah, I think that's the only other time we've seen it.
Wow. And that probably answers who's getting MVP.
Yeah.
If you didn't know, now you know.
Yeah, I don't think there's much argument to be had there. RJ just played phenomenally.
I mean, jungle was trolling, bot was losing, mid was probably trolling too with a static shift Triforce Twisted Fate.
I've never seen that, by the way. Yeah, that's crazy. By the way, finished the game up however many gold that I told you never math in public. It's like 6K-ish gold.
Yeah. Yeah, just over 6K.
No surprises. Yeah, 6.2.
It's nice to see him because he's been having impact on these Udyr games, but it doesn't convert into pentakills when you're an Udyr, when you're playing well.
You're just kind of running around in circles. And you honestly, even on the Udyr, you often do near top damage, but not to this extent. Now,
so we're going to see this fight. I think,
doesn't he get altered away in this fight?
So PSG shot from every direction, but
Cheng9 just gets caught.
Lands. I wasn't watching Cheng9 at the start of that. Junjie gets his engage interrupted, but somehow, I mean, he gets ulted away, but at that point, it's just too little, too late.
Yeah, everyone's just already dead.
And I mean, he one-shots the Renata on his way out for good measure.
All right, guys, I'm out of here. Give him one last goodbye slap and...
Yeah, good luck with the fight. And at this point, I
mean,
Hui's just not doing enough damage.
For sure, and this was when they were behind as well. So the fact they were able to find that, the only person that was ahead at that stage was RJ. Comes into the fight, finds that much sort of, value really out of the Aatrox, out of what was counterpicked to start off with. But a lot of value, and to be fair, in that fight, you got to put a little bit of the blame on Cheng9 because ultimately, Renier did a good job of denying Junjie's engage, and then just presses Magnet Storm, and Cheng9's in range of it. And just gets caught up in it anyway. So you do have to be a little bit worried about that.
Credit to them, PSG just made that game so difficult to play. They were just still contesting objectives. Well, they weren't necessarily contesting objectives. They were cross-mapping.
Yeah,
getting stuff on the other side.
So that is obviously the series all done and dusted. We are going to go to an interview with Patty and RJ, but once we're back, we'll take you through today's standings and tomorrow's schedule.
打声招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 PSG 上路阿志。
Congratulations on winning the match today with a very smooth 2-0. How do you feel about the game you just played? 恭喜你们非常顺利的以2-0赢下今天的比赛，你自己觉得打得如何？
觉得第一场的话，我自己失误蛮多的吧，然后第二场的话是队友失误蛮多的，所以打得不是很好吧。
So in the first game, actually, I think I have made a lot of mistakes in the first game, and in the second game, my teammates made a lot of mistakes. So I don't know. Maybe we did okay, I guess. We finally saw you use other champions than Udyr. How do you feel after playing 7 games of Udyr? Are you happy you get to play other champions for a change? 我们终于看到你拿出乌迪尔以外的英雄了。连续玩了7场的乌迪尔，你的感想如何？终于能玩其他角色，有没有很开心？
玩其他角色的话也挺开心的吧。但是今天是因为乌迪尔被 ban 了嘛，然后对面也 ban 了很多上路英雄，所以我也只能玩剑魔。对。
I'm really happy about playing other champions, but today specifically is that because our opponent banned Udyr on the top lane. Also a lot of top champions. The only champion I can play is Aatrox. The hot topic currently surround PCS is that it has a lot of good top lane talents. You, Driver, Egen, Relia are all very good top lane talents and performing very well. How do you look at this competitive situation in PCS?PCS 上路人才辈数是一个最近被大家非常热烈讨论的话题。你 Driver、一剑、Relia 等人表现都非常的出色，你怎么看待 PCS 的上路竞争？
上路竞争的话就是蛮大的吧，因为他们都蛮强的，就希望后天能赢下车长。
So I think the competitiveness on top lane is very strong right now because there are really good top lane players.I just hope that the day after tomorrow I can win over Driver. Last but not least, your buddy Jinja lost 2 times already in 1v1. Is there a chance we get to see you play in 1v1? 最后想要问你，你的妈吉俊家在单挑已经2连败了，我们有机会看到你在单挑赛中出场吗？
因为风堂也上次单挑也赢了嘛，然后所以我们团队就是想说赢的话就继续，所以应该不会轮到我啦，因为风堂应该会一直赢。
So because Maple also won in 1v1 last time, and our plan is to have all the winning players play continuously. So I hope just Maple just win, and I'm not going to be able to play after if he continues on winning. Thank you so much for the interview, and congratulations for the win today. 再一次恭喜你们赢下今天的比赛，也感谢阿志选手来到今天的赛后采访。我们要把镜头转回主播台的 Jackie 跟 Troy。
bit of a jingle, man. I'm
Yeah,
loving the interview.
that. I'm loving the interview music.
You should see it back here. We just dancing along. No, but good interview once again. I like that little plan with the 1v1s there. Just like, oh, well,
Play
if they're
them until
winning.
they lose.
Yeah, except Junji lost twice, so what's up with that?
Yeah,
He just got to lose twice. Did they think, oh, the first one doesn't count because he E'd backwards? It's like, it doesn't count. We'll throw it back.
Oh, I remember that. Against Casio.
Yeah, Lakai getting it done. But, I mean, interesting set of games we had today. I mean, Series 1 delivered, I think. Series 1 was very, very good.
Yeah.
Frank losing the first game up against BYG and then winning the next two. I mean,
it is going to be a heated playoffs.
It is, yeah. I mean, we're still a very far way from that. And to be fair, we saw it last year that sometimes the teams don't look so strong as they head into the second round robin. But of course, today's results there on your screen. Game number 1 came into the day not really knowing what to expect. It was Frank who went down the first game. It won the next two. And then, of course, the 2-0 for PSG. And now your standings, it will be clear leaders at long last. It's Frank up in first. It is PSG in second, BYG in third, CFO in fourth, DCG, J-Team fifth and sixth, and then Halpigs and West Point trailing back at 7th and 8th without a win yet.
Yep.
What are we thinking? I mean, I'm excited to see, I guess, DCG.
Yeah, I want to see DCG against more of these top teams.
Yeah.
They gave Beyond a run for their money.
They did.
Yeah.
They took them to 3 games. And was it 3 games? Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was, right? Because that was the game that Cascada dropped a nuke on Kaiser.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Kaiser mid into 1116's LeBlanc and just...
And honestly, they should have won the first game too.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, they I mean, even game 3, I believe, if I remember. Oh, no, game 3 they got absolutely rolled. Yeah, no, game 1 they were very far ahead. That's right. And then, unfortunately, went down. But DCG are honestly looking very good, and I think they are sort of the black sheep when it comes to playoffs if all form remains as it is. Now, tomorrow's matches will be Halpigs against DCG in our first match, and then CFO versus J-Team. I think for me, CFO versus J-Team is what I really want to see because J-Team, again, they have the names to be a good team, haven't managed to do it so far.
Yeah.
And CFO coming off the back of a massive stomp against, I believe it was West Point, really looking for them to cement themselves as one of those top 4 teams.
Yeah, we're going to see which team is going to be picking up their form. Both teams probably need to pick up their form based on how they've performed so far, and we'll see which one can manage it. Might be a close series.
Yeah, I think it might be. I really think, like, yes, J-Team, they picked up their first series win. It was against Halpigs, which I mean, still, it's a win's a win. Maybe it gives them some confidence now going forward.
Momentum.
I think that'd be good because last split we saw Minji, very, very talented mid laner. Waku, of course, very good in the AD carry role. And honestly, around the map, Kongyue, Lakai, as well as, honestly, Renyu. Was it Renyu? No. I forget his name. Anyway, their support. They all look very, very strong right now. And, sorry, in the past. And so right now, it's very strange to me that they're not doing so well. But that will do us and wrap us up for today. Obviously, it was a banger of a day, a very, very big match between Frank and Beyond. If you missed it, go and watch it. But until tomorrow, I'll see you later.